becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
Accept Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Mary's boy child, Jesus Christ, was born on Christmas Day. Season's greetings, Nigeria. I'm your baby girl, Queenette. Welcome to, of course, the presenter for the E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signaturetv. I'm just here to wish you a Merry Christmas and, of course, a prosperous New Year.
Hello, good day. It's your girl, Princess Ken Achoma, and from us here at Signaturetv, we're wishing you a happy New Year and a Merry Christmas.
It's been an amazing year with you. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm wishing you Merry Christmas and an exciting Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Keep watching Signaturetv.
Hi, my name is Ugonne Owalo. I want to say a very big thank you to all our partners, all our subscribers, all our guests, those that supported us in one way or the other. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
We from Signature TV, we're wishing you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year in advance.
Hi, from all of us at Signature TV, we wish you a Christmas full of love, peace, and happiness. Merry Christmas!
Hello, beautiful viewers and listeners. This is Rachel from Signature TV, wishing you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year.
Hi, it's your boy Benga Davis. Yeah, we from Signature TV, we're wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Please have all the fun you want to have. Thank you.
Hello, we're from Signature TV. I wish you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year. Enjoy your holiday.
I'm Obuefi Fidelis Oluchie. On behalf of Signature Televisions, I wish you happy Christmas and prosperous New Year.
My name is Augustine Onokwo. We at Signature TV wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka from Signature Television. I join all the members of the family of Signature Television wishing you Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year. God bless you.
From Signature TV family, we wish you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year!
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, court fixes January 7th for ruling on Abubakar Malami's bail application. Rivers Executive Council approves 1.8 trillion naira 2026 budget proposal. Leaders of Afro-Cuban cults Centennial advise cleanliness, peace amid warnings of conflict. Sudan team hopes Cup of Nations success can end war. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A federal high court in Abuja has set January 7th to hear the bail application of former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, over alleged money laundering. Malami, his son Abdul Aziz, and one of his wives, Bashir Ashabe, are standing trial on a 16-count charge by the EFCC for allegedly laundering 8.7 billion naira. The trial pleaded not guilty when arraigned on December 29, 2025. And have been remanded at Koji Correctional Center. The EFCC claims the defendants used multiple bank accounts, corporate entities, and real estate purchases between 2015 and 2025 to conceal illicit funds, including properties in Abuja, Kano, and Benin Kebbi. Alleged transactions include over 1.6 billion naira moved through bank accounts and luxury real estate acquisitions. The Commission says the actions violate the Money Laundering Act 2011 as amended in 2022 and that Malami's use of proxies and companies obscured the ownership of the funds. The Rivers State Executive Council has approved a 1.8 trillion naira budget proposal for the 2026 fiscal year. The approval was granted at the State Executive Council meeting held on Friday evening. Briefing journalists after the meeting, the newly sworn-in Special Advisor to Governor Siminalayi Fubara on economic matters and social development, Professor Peter Mayde, said the budget was designed to enable the state to complete and advance key projects in critical sectors.
It is against this backdrop that the State Executive Council has respectfully approved and consider that the budget theme for 2026 is a budget of resilience for growth and development. This budget is so Christian because the priority of the state government for the year 2026 is for recovery, restoration, reassurance, consolidation, and inclusivity. This is because, in spite of the many challenges, that the state government has remained resilient, dogged, and focused on achieving the key targets as our commitment to the people of Rivers State.
Also present at the joint briefing were the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Information and Communications, Dr. Ono Sirawo, and the newly sworn-in Special Advisor on Finance, Barrister Frank Fugbara. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fugbara has sworn in 5 new special advisors, reinforcing his administration's commitment to progress and recovery. Speaking at the Government House on Friday, Fugbara said the appointees aimed to strengthen governance and ensure the smooth running of his administration. He noted that the appointees, Eloka Tase Amadi, Peter Mede, Emmanuel Fugbara, Victor Ekaro, and Darlington Oji, bring prior government experience which would help achieve set goals efficiently. The governor urged the aides to view their roles as a call to dedicated service, emphasizing that the appointments require duty and commitment, not personal gain. The Tanimu Turaki-led faction of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Rivers State has collapsed its structure into the Aaron Chukwuemeka-led faction loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The announcement was made on Friday by Robinson Nname, chairman of the Turaki-led faction, during Wike's visit to Ogba, Egbema, Ndoni local government area. Ewa accused Governor Siminalayi Fugbara of misleading PDP members, claiming he could defeat Wike in the ongoing political struggle in the state. He declared that the PDP is no longer factionalized in Rivers State, effectively ending the Turaki-led faction. The senator representing Abia North Senatorial District and former governor of Abia State, Chief Oji Uzokalu, has declared that the All Progressives Congress APC will take over Abia State in the 2027 general election. Kalu made the declaration at Ekoli in Eda local government area of Ebonyi State during his annual New Year visit to the chairman of the APC in Ebonyi State, Chief Stanley Okoro Egbega. The former governor said that although the current governor of Abia State, who belongs to the Labour Party, is his personal friend, party loyalty would guide his political choices in the next election cycle. Kalu also urged governors across the country to take primary responsibility for security in their states rather than leaving the burden solely in the president. He called on governors to emulate the Ebonyi State Governor Francis Wefuru, from whom he praised for maintaining peace and security in the states. Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang has formally defected to the All Progressives Congress APC. The APC State Chairman Rufus Bature presented the party's membership card to the governor on Friday in Jos. Speaking at the event, Mutfwang said his decision to join the APC was taken in the best interest of the Plateau people, assuring residents of inclusive governance despite the change in party affiliation. He thanked the People's Democratic Party PDP for its role in his political career and said the move to the APC would further motivate him to deliver quality leadership. The governor also expressed appreciation to President Bola Tinubu and pledged support for his re-election bid in 2027. Up ahead, property will not come by taxing poverty, says Obi. Kebbi orders schools to resume second term Monday. Details of these and more after the break.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi has warned that Nigeria risks deepening hardship and undermining national cohesion by pursuing a tax regime that places greater burdens on an already impoverished population. Obi made the remarks in a statement posted on X, where he addressed issues of taxation, leadership responsibility, and the weakening social contract between government and citizens. The statement reflects his view on economic reform, transparency, and people-focused governance. He said genuine prosperity cannot be achieved through policies that make citizens poorer, stressing that economic growth must be built on trust, honesty, and productivity. He maintained that taxation should operate as a genuine social contract grounded in sincerity, fairness, and concern for citizens' welfare. According to him, every tax policy must be clearly explained, including its impact on incomes and how it contributes to national development. Obi argued that Nigeria's fiscal challenges is not simply about raising revenue, but about making citizens wealthier so the nation itself can grow stronger. He said Nigerians are currently being asked to pay taxes without clarity, explanation, or visible public benefits. He identified the empowerment of small and medium-sized enterprises as the starting point for sustainable economic growth, noting that thriving small businesses create jobs, raise incomes, and naturally expand the tax base. He warned against celebrating increased government revenue while citizens grow poorer, arguing that such outcomes reflect a failure of governance rather than success. Obi called for a fair, lawful, and people-centered tax system that supports production, rewards enterprise, protects the vulnerable, and restores trust between government and citizens, saying only such an approach can turn taxation into a true instrument for unity, growth, and shared prosperity. The Kebbi State government has ordered the reopening of all public and private primary and secondary schools for the second term of the 2025/2026 academic session beginning Monday, January 5, 2026. The directive was announced on Friday in a joint statement by the Kebbi State Universal Basic Education Board and the Ministry for Basic and Secondary Education Schools. Schools in the state were earlier shut following the abduction of 25 students in Zuru by suspected bandits. The government said the reopening follows the successful completion of the first term and is aimed at maintaining a stable academic calendar. School administrators have been directed to ensure staff and facilities are ready for resumption, while parents and guardians were asked and urged to ensure their children return to school on time. Aggrieved teachers in Kwara State on Friday staged a peaceful protest over their exclusion from the newly approved 30% peculiar salary allowance granted to other state workers. The teachers converged on the Nigerian Union of Teachers NUT State Office in Ilorin, where they expressed displeasure at the state government's decision, describing the exclusion as unfair and discriminatory. Comrade Shegun Afolabi, who spoke on behalf of the protesting teachers, insisted that the 27.5% teacher-specific allowance is a statutory entitlement and should not be merged with or used as a replacement for the newly approved 30% allowance meant for workers. Reacting to the protest, Kwara State Chairman of the NUT, Comrade Yusuf Agbola, appealed to Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak to urgently include teachers in the new allowance in the interest of equality, equity, and industrial harmony. He said the Nigerian Union of Teachers NUT Kwara State Wing had appealed in a circular to public school teachers in the state to remain calm and avoid further protests over their exclusion from the recently introduced peculiar allowance approved for core civil servants in ministries, departments, and agencies. Agbola acknowledged that teachers were pained by the exclusion from the 30% peculiar allowance, noting that the development had triggered emotional reactions within the union. However, the NUT chairman dismissed claims that the union's leadership failed teachers, describing such perceptions as incorrect and misleading. The Nasarawa state government has appealed to striking lecturers in state-owned tertiary institutions to suspend the indefinite strike and allow negotiations to continue. The lecturers under the joint unions of Nasarawa state tertiary institutions, JUNSTE, began the strike on December 29, 2025 over the government's alleged failure to fully implement the new national minimum wage. Speaking at a press briefing in Lafia, the Senior Special Assistant to Governor Abdullahi Sule on Public Affairs urged the unions to reconsider the action in the interest of students, adding that suspending the strike would create room for dialogue. JUNSTE Chairman Samson Kali Bande said the strike followed the government's inability to honor agreements reached after several meetings, despite assurances that the wage implementation would begin in November 2025. Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule has confirmed that arrests have been made in connection with the recent deadly attack on Akunza Ashage community in Lafia local government area, assuring residents that security agencies are still pursuing other suspects linked to the incident. The governor made the disclosure during a bi-monthly press conference held in Lafia, the state capital, following public concern over the violent assault carried out by masked men during a traditional wedding ceremony. Speaking through his senior special assistant on public affairs, Peter Ahemba, Governor Sule said the state government, in collaboration with security agencies, responded promptly to the attack to restore calm in the area. He added that the government has put measures in place to ensure lasting peace in the affected community and across Nasarawa State, stressing that those responsible for the attack will be brought to justice. Ahemba also disclosed that the governor has continued to consult widely with relevant stakeholders on key political issues in the state, including the ongoing debate over the zoning of the governorship seat. According to him, no final decision has been reached on whether the governorship should be zoned to the southern, northern, or western senatorial districts. The Nigerian army has denied allegations of unpaid allowances and extortion by soldiers deployed in Ogun State, describing the claims as false and misleading. In a statement issued on Friday by the Assistant Director of Army Public Relations, 35 Artillery Brigade, Major Aderigi Akari, the Army said the denial followed a viral social media video alleging that the soldiers were denied allowances and that troops extort motorists along border routes. The Army explained that the soldiers are part of Operation Mesa, a state-backed security initiative, and that their monthly 45,000 naira allowance is being paid regularly by the Ogun State government. It also rejected claims of extortion, insisting it has zero tolerance for indiscipline and noting that no credible complaints have been recorded. The Army added that unauthorized checkpoints have been dismantled in line with military directives and reaffirmed its commitment to professionalism and public safety. Ex-agitators of the Niger Delta Liberation Force have praised United States troops for what they described as successful operations against terrorists in parts of northern Nigeria. In a statement issued on Friday by the group's former spokesman, Mark Anthony, the ex-agitators called the reported clampdown commendable and urged the U.S. to identify, arrest, and prosecute alleged sponsors of terrorism, including individuals within government and the military. The group also warned that peace in the Niger Delta remains fragile, while commending the federal government for awarding pipeline surveillance contracts to Tombolo's Tantela Security Services. It urged the government to support peace efforts by improving social amenities in the region. The chairman of Hong local government area in Adamawa State, Usman Inowa, has confirmed that Boko Haram insurgents killed 14 people in 2 villages within the area last week. Speaking on Friday, Inowa said the attackers struck Mobang and Za villages at night killing 14 residents and injuring 2 others who are currently receiving treatment in hospital. He explained that joint patrols involving the military and local vigilantes are usually deployed to secure the area and often repel attacks. However, he stressed that only stronger intervention by the federal government can end the recurring Boko Haram attacks on the affected communities. Pastor Chris Okafor, founder of Grace Nation International, has temporarily stepped down from his pulpit. The announcement was made during the church's New Year service on Thursday, with Okafor delegating his duties for January 2026 to 4 other pastors. The decision comes amid a public scandal involving actress Doris Ogala and other women who accused the cleric of broken marriage promises and sexual relationships. It remains unclear if the temporary step down is linked to the controversy. The scandal intensified after a video of Okafor with a younger partner surfaced online, and he later married his new wife in a separate church following threats from Ogala to disrupt the ceremony. As Nigeria begins the 2026 calendar year, the Corpus Journey Advocacy Network, CJAN, and Association for Students' Social Welfare, ASSW, have called on the federal government to introduce structured student airfare policies and review aviation taxes. The appeal was contained in a joint press statement signed by Taiwo Ajayi, founder of CJN, Boluwatefe Adekunle, executive director of CJN, the community outreach coordinator Victor Adetolaji, founder and national coordinator of ASSW. In a statement, the organizations urged the government and aviation regulators to prioritize affordable air travel for students, describing mobility as critical to education, research collaboration, and national development. They called for clear and enforceable student airfare frameworks covering both domestic and international routes, alongside a comprehensive review of what they described as the heavy task burden on the aviation sector, which continues to push ticket prices upward, while acknowledging recent airline-led student discount initiatives on select international routes, including those offered by Airpeace. The group stressed that such discounts remain voluntary corporate promotions and are not guaranteed or consistent. Still to come, Angela Jolie visits Egypt's Rafah border crossing with Gaza. Russian strike on Ukraine's Kharkiv injures at least 15, governor says. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Cuba's Yoruba religious leaders issued warning of war on Friday and urged followers to avoid conflict and protect their health during the annual reading of the Letter of the Year 2026 in Havana. The Letter of the Year is a spiritual traditional of the Afro-Cuban Yoruba religion that is intended to provide guidance, warnings, persecutions, and precautions recommendations for the coming year. Lazaro Clusters, a Yoruba priest, or Babalawo, literally father of secrets, stated that sign of Odun for the year speaks of war and called on world leaders to heed the message to prevent efforts for peace from being in vain.
The sign speaks of war. Ogun is the king of war. If those who have the power to bring about a solution to the war do not heed the message, our work, our efforts, and our sacrifice will be in vain. Ifa speaks to the world, but fundamentally to those who govern and lead countries.
This year, the recommendation is to maintain cleanliness to avoid contagious diseases, take care of our nervous system, take care of women's health, respect adults, respect parents, respect marriage, avoid conflicts, and avoid situations we do not want to find ourselves in.
It is an ardent, sacred sign of war, so we, at least here in the Yoruba Cultural Society of Cuba, are required, obliged to give messages that try in one way or another to lead us to an understanding that we must remedy situations that are not directly clear in order to avoid mistakes, and avoid wars, and avoid struggles, and avoid contradictions, touching on all aspects that are required, both religious and personal, as well as governmental, in every sense.
The Yoruba religion, which blends African and Catholic traditions, is followed by millions of Cubans, and its annual prophecy is closely watched for guidance in challenging times. Sudan hopes an upset win over Senegal in the African Cup of Nations on Saturday could prove a catalyst for a cessation of hostilities in the country, or even a longer peace, Coach Kwesi Appiah said on Friday. Sudan's team has reached the knockout stage of the competition for only the second time since they won the tournament in 1970, overcoming the immense difficulties of being exiled from the country because of the war. Despite the conflict, Sudan's football team have continued to play in exile and, against the odds, qualified for the Cup of Nations in Morocco, where they will need the heavily fancied Senegal in the first of the last 16 matches at the weekend.
Most of the time I try to run away from these questions because the emotions are terrible. You know, it's not something that anyone wants to get involved. You know, I'm praying that through maybe even the AFCON, it will help let the war calm down or even cease totally. That's why we're praying. Because I remember there was one game we played. When we won the game, everybody had to put his gun down, celebrating for about a week, which for me is something that football can change everything in this world. So I'm praying that the war ends totally so that everybody can come back home and revive the country again.
Sudan has not played a home match over the last 3 years with its infrastructure damaged. The country's top two clubs have moved to Rwanda, where they are competing as guests in the local league, and Khartoum's Al Hilal have also made it to the group phase of this season's Champions League. When Zoran Mandani first entered the New York mayoral race, the city's real estate industry was terrified. That's according to Katim Welder, president and CEO of Partnership for New York City, who told reporters Mandani was unknown and therefore a frightening prospect. New York's mayor has no direct oversight over Wall Street, but the job can play into perceptions of whether the city is business-friendly. Mandani focused his campaign on affordability. His agenda includes a rent freeze for rent-stabilized apartments, free bus services, universal child care, and city-run grocery stores. And according to Leon Stater, a co-founder of Trove Partners, the agenda has hardly dampened enthusiasm in the private real estate sector.
I don't think there's going to be as much impact as everyone's scared about. I mean, people, they're always concerned about this kind of worst case scenario that never plays out, right? He's going to run up against obstacles. He's going to, achieve a lot because I think he has a lot of energy and has the right idea and can kind of bridge the gap between a lot of different parties. But everyone, he'll run up against people that have their own ideas, and I think they'll turn out somewhere in the middle, and it's going to be great.
I just think that there's too much else to be scared of if we have the opposite, and I think that he has got some decent plans. I think that that's what people are maybe fearful about, is that they're quite robust and they're quite huge, maybe difficult to fulfill, but from a financial perspective, I I'm not that worried about New York City. Sad that this has happened because New York is the quintessential place of everybody's dreams coming true. And I don't think this particular person is about that. And so I'm very sad that this has happened. And I hope it works out, but I just don't think it's going to. And I'm sad for the city. I mean, I'm a capitalist, and I think that's what this country is all about. And he doesn't have the same beliefs and vision for what this country stands for. So I'm sad.
Yemen's Southern Separatist Movement said on Friday it aims to hold a referendum on independence from the north in 2 years following its seizure of Suez of the country's last month in a move that triggered a major feud between Gulf powers. The announcement comes as the Saudi-backed internationally recognized government moved to recapture the crucial region of Hadramaut from the STC, which is backed by the United Arab Emirates.
We announced the start of a transitional period lasting 2 years, and the Southern Transitional Council calls on the international community to sponsor dialogue between the concerned parties in the South and the North on a path and mechanisms that guarantee the rights of the people of the South within the specified timeframe. This will be accompanied by a popular referendum regulating the exercise of the right to self-determination for the people of the South, through peaceful and transparent mechanisms consistent with internationally recognized rules and practices, with the participation of international observers. The Southern Transitional Council also calls, during the transitional period and in the period preceding it, on all state institutions and bodies, the government, and local authorities to carry out their work and duties to normalize life, improve conditions and services, and ensure the regular payment of salaries, through organizing a mechanism for revenue collection at the
The STC's sudden seizure of swaths of southern and eastern Yemen from the government in early December revealed a bitter rift between Saudi Arabia and the UAE and caused a major fracture in the coalition fighting the Iran-aligned Houthi movement, which holds Yemen's capital Sana'a and the heavily populated northwest. Actress Angelina Jolie visited Egypt's Rafah border crossing with Gaza and a local hospital in Arish, where Palestinian patients transferred from Gaza are treated. Her visit comes amid a state of anticipation on the timing of the second phase of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump on Monday said he wanted to move to the second phase of the ceasefire deal between Israel and the Palestinian militant groups Hamas, reached in October after 2 years of fighting in Gaza, a progression that entails international peacekeeping forces deployed in the Palestinian enclave. Israel and Hamas accused each other of major breaches of the deal and look no closer to accepting the much more difficult steps envisaged for the next phase. Hamas, which has refused to disarm, has been reasserting its control as Israeli troops remain entrenched in about half the territory. Israel has indicated that if Hamas is not disarmed peacefully, it will resume military action to make it do so. Trump heaped the blame on the militant group for not disarming more promptly, arguing that Israel had lived up to its side of the deal and warning that Hamas was inviting grave consequences. 2 Russian missiles hit a multi-story building in Kharkiv in northeastern Ukraine on Friday and injured at least 15 people, Regional Governor Ole Snehobov said on Telegraph. Surveying the scene, Kharkiv Mayor Ihor Terakov said there were no military objects in the area. Local residents 61 rushed to check on her apartment, which she bought a year ago and had begun to renovate. A powerful earthquake shook southern Mexico on Friday, sending millions scrambling after the New Year holiday and briefing interrupting President Claudia Sheinbaum's daily press conference. The 6.5 magnitude quake struck near the Pacific coast in Guerrero State at a depth of 35 kilometers, the U.S. Geological Survey said.
Some updates on the earthquake. A 6.5 magnitude earthquake struck southwest of San Marcos, Guerrero, at 7:58 a.m. In Guerrero, emergency protocols and patrols have been activated in the area. So far, no damage or, fortunately, any fatalities have been reported. As of 9 a.m., several small aftershocks have been recorded, the largest with a magnitude of 4.2. And in Mexico City? No damage has been reported so far, according to Laura Velasquez.
Jibon was speaking in Mexico City when earthquake alarms sounded. She noted the ground was shaking beneath her before calmly evacuating alongside journalists. Shemba resumed the press conference shortly afterward. She said no damage had been reported in Mexico City, where residents fled their homes and sounds of nervous dogs barking filled the streets. A Swiss rescue plane and a helicopter landed on Friday in Sion, the capital of the southwestern canton of Valais, where a blaze that engulfed a crowded bar killed around 40 people. So severe were the burns suffered by the mostly young crowd of revelers in the Le Constellation bar that Swiss officials said it could take days before they name all the victims of the fire that also injured well over 100 people, many of them seriously. Parents of missing youths issued pleas for news of their loved ones as foreign embassies scrambled to work out if their nationals were among those caught up in one of the worst tragedies to befall modern Switzerland. Italy and France are among the countries that have said some of their nationals are missing. Australia has also said one of its nationals was injured. Swiss officials have said around 40 people were killed, but Italy has put the death toll at 47, based on information from Swiss authorities. 3 Italians were repatriated on Thursday, and 3 more will follow on Friday, he said. Chelsea's players remain focused despite the club's sudden managerial upheaval, interim boss Callum McFarlane said on Friday, after what he described as a crazy 24 hours following Enzo Maresca's New Year's Day departure. The club's under-21s head coach was thrust into the spotlight after Maresca suddenly left amid a poor run of form, with a daunting debut awaiting him when they face Pep Guardiola's second-placed Manchester City on Sunday.
A whirlwind, as you can imagine, but also really enjoyable and really exciting. So I can only feel positive about it. It's an amazing experience. Yeah. And it's in all honesty, it's exactly the same as wherever you work. Like we're all in it for the same reason. We all love football and we're here to support them. And training was really good today, and it was a really good energy, and the lads have been brilliant, the staff at the club have been brilliant, so we can't ask for any more.
In terms of the play,
they know we've got a massive game on Sunday and we're going to have to be at our best, so you can feel that. They're professionals, they've done this a long time, they've been here before. Reece has been brilliant, he's been a real leader in the group and supported the staff and the players, so you can't ask for any more. It just seems like a real focus for getting the best performance we can on Sunday.
Chelsea faced a stern test against City, having failed to beat Guardiola's side across all competitions since the 2021 Champions League final, a run spanning 11 games, which includes 9 defeats. As McFarlane prepares for his first game in charge of a senior team, he will face a veteran in Guardiola who has managed over 1,000 games and won nearly 40 trophies in his managerial career. Chelsea are 5th in the standings, 11 points behind City. That's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thank you very much for joining us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Mary's boy child, Jesus Christ, was born on Christmas Day. Season's greetings, Nigeria. I'm your baby girl, Queenette. Welcome to, of course, the presenter for the eVibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. I'm just here to wish you a Merry Christmas and, of course, a prosperous New Year.
Hello, good day. It's your girl, Princess Ken Achoma, and from us here at Signature TV, we're wishing you a happy New Year and a Merry Christmas.
It's been an amazing year with you. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm wishing you Merry Christmas and an exciting Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Keep watching Signature TV.
Hi, my name is Ugonne Owalo. I want to say a very big thank you to all our partners, all our subscribers, all our guests, those that supported us in one way or the other. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
We from Signature TV, we're wishing you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year in advance.
Hi, from all of us at Signature TV, we wish you a Christmas full of love, peace, and happiness. Merry Christmas!
Hello, beautiful viewers and listeners. This is Rachel from Signature TV, wishing you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year.
Hi, it's your boy Glenda Davis. Yeah, we from Signature TV. We're wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Please, how about the fun you want to have? Thank you.
Hello, we're from Signature TV. I wish you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year. Enjoy your holiday.
I'm Ogwefi Fidelis Oluchie. On behalf of Signature Televisions, I wish you Happy Christmas and prosperous New Year.
My name is Augustine Onokwo. We at Signature TV wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka from Signature Television. I join all the members of the family of Signature Television wishing you Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year. God bless.
From Signature TV family, we wish you a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year!
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Right, market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track,
Signature TV. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
So many times in my life, I've been for my eyes for so long to me, I don't know. Say my best friend and my girlfriend, they fool me and them no sense. There's nothing would make me feel so sad. I think forgive her the other time she was begging to be mine. I told her not to cry, that everything will be alright. But now I wonder why it's hard to be this guy. This is not my only best friend. Tell me what you go do your best friend. I'm a bit too well, ọmọgẹ́lì àti pàdílì wọ́n ti ṣe bí nǹkan tí yóò dá létí nígbà tí yóò best friend it's not my name. No. I don't want to take him anymore. This not gonna happen again, no. This not my biggest mistake, yeah. And this girl not gonna put me for shame, yeah. And this girl not gonna put me for shame. Let the fire in my eyes, just the way I like to be. When I say you love me, I could feel around myself and I'm distant in my world. I could hold on to the past and be absolutely mad. I could let go of my sins, searching for my Pray I found my way. Oh, forgive me, Father, but I gotta take a chance, for I'm already gone. So just pray for me. Pray I found my way. Oh, forgive me, Father, but I gotta take this chance, for I'm already gone. So just pray for me. Hello, Daddy, how you doing? See how far you brought us through. Yes, I'm so glad you found me one. I can see, I can tell, and I know it's your grace. All my days I will sing your praise. Yes, see how far you brought us. Yes, I'm so glad you found me one. I can see, I can tell, and I know it's your grace. All my days I will sing your praise. That's my favorite part of the song. Grace found, grace saved, grace made.
Trying to take this contest to another level, and we want to involve the crowd in our judgment, because some time ago we had contests like this and we got feedback that the crowd wasn't part of it. So we decided to get you involved somehow. So we're going to call the 7 contestants out. Okay, the 6 contestants out, and we're going to pick the best 3 out of them by you clapping. So when we call on the name of whoever, you decide whether they stay or they go. And then the last 3 contestants are going to do a song. Then we will now decide who will be the best out of the 3. So, Ola, so you're going to call the 7 contestants out. 6 contestants. They're going to stand here, and the judge, you will judge with us. The crowd will judge with us. The best 3 would stay, and then we'll deal with the best 3 here. Thank you.
Chris, please follow. Mary, please. Ikenna, you're needed. Success, Blossom, please. We all need you here. Please put your hands together as they come down. Man. You know, easy to sing. At least clap for them. Man. Stephanie, Grace, Mary, Ikenna. Yes.
Takes it. We now pick 3 out of the 6 of them, and then we make a choice based on their performance. Okay. The first person is Stephanie. Can I hear some kind of applause or something? Can you support? Does she stay or does she go? I can't hear you. Y'all said stay? Y'all said stay? Y'all said go? It sounds the same, man. Okay, y'all say yes? Y'all say no? No sounds more than yes, so. Oh, is it like yeah? I have perfect hearing. Okay, do me a favor. Can the yeses just say yes? Can the no's say no? The no's have it. Okay, number 2 is Christopher.
Please step forward, Christopher.
The audience ain't playing. Okay, for Christopher, we are doing yes or no. One way. Is it a yes? Say yes. Is it a yes? Is it a no? No. Bye-bye, Christopher. God bless.
Thank you very much, Chris. Mary, you're next.
Please, can you guys clap for Christopher for the guts? I know if I give you guys a microphone, some of you won't come up here. Mary. Is anybody here? Oh. So you can. Okay, he can. Is that your mom over there? Wear black. Okay, y'all. Is it a yes for Ike? Is it a no for Ike? Ike stays now. Next online is success. 2 steps forward.
That is all. Oh, I want sweet love, but joy and happiness. But above all, I wish you love.
Thank you very much. Very
For yourself, for your voice, for your God-given talent. This young man that just performed now, the song choice was perfect. He should be actually singing country music. You'd agree, right? So anyway, we're going to proceed. Judges, you got something to say? Anybody? All right, go.
Okay, music begins with listening. Music is sound, and the most important thing, the most important part of your body. Okay, let me make it a little loud. I said music is sound, contestant, and the most important part of your body that relates with music is your ear. So my advice to you guys is really work on your listening. It's more important for you to listen and control what you produce, as against trying to do a whole lot of activity and then throwing yourself off balance. That's number one. Number two is mic control. It's very important. From the very point where you pick up the mic and start singing, gauge the volume of the mic. These are tips for you to take home from after now, regardless of whatever the results are. gauge the volume of the mic and work with it from then. Do not blast the ears of your listener or your listeners because you're not controlling your mic. Do not allow yourself to get carried away. Okay, like he said, you guys you've done very well, you've done fantastically, you have gifts that can be worked on and improved, and I wish you well.
Nice one.
No, it shouldn't be your last one. That's what I'm telling you. Collate everything.
And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best. I don't want to you're gonna love me. Nobody talk to you, 'cause you are fooling with a dead man's heart, and you don't know what to do. So you say you have a lover, and you love her like no other. So you buy her a diamond and someone is dying. I want you to think that's something about it. Children, is it the internet or stars on television? Why, oh, why, oh? So little Lucy turned 16, and like the movie she's missing, she has a lover in her daddy. She can't tell nobody till she met the
lights on them, not on me, baby. It's about them, man. No, it ain't about me. Forward, please. Round of applause, people. Come on, give it up. It don't cost a thing, man. Number 3, the heart's pounding. Can you guys hear the... EK and Blossom. Are you guys ready for the bottom line? We're not ready? Okay. Blossom, step forward, please. You are the runner-up. That makes you number 1. Let's go, y'all! Eddie, can we have you please?
Number 1, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions. Stand up for the champions. For the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick.
Deal with the pictures a little bit later, in a few minutes. But right now, we need to present the prizes to the winners.
Thank you very much. We hope to see you again.
Look here. Just through time. Look here. Okay, look here. All right.
Please put your hands together for them.
Look here. Yeah, thanks.
And we have Mary, Franklin, ENUGU.
Mary, congratulations. We present to you your check of 100,000 naira.
Look here.
And for the first runner-up,
we have Chibogo Blossom.
Okay.
Blossom, we present to you your cash prize of 200,000 naira.
And for the winner of the night.
And for the winner of the night, Allah announce his name.
Ike Dinachi Emmanuel Mba. Please put your hands together for him.
We present to you tonight your check of the sum of 300,000 naira.
Look. Yes, mine. Look here. Yes, mine.
We celebrate.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Great. Good morning. And good morning to every viewer that is watching us.
Great, good to see you. Vice,
Thank you.
I'm sure you must have listened to our president's speech this morning. I must have taken some notes concerning some of the points that he made in his speech. Please share your thoughts on that speech.
Well, the speech actually is very unfortunate because the speech was meant to address the issues concerning the protest. But at the end of the day, I saw a speech that is just meant by the president to begin to launder its image, telling people what they already know. But the absolute unfortunate thing that happened is the contradictory thing the president was saying. First of all, in paragraph 6 or thereabout of the speech, I heard the president saying that the people that want to take undue advantage of the situation to threaten a section of the country should be warned. The law will catch up with them because the ethnic bigotry that the people are displaying does not have a place in the Nigeria they want to build. This president that made that statement, I don't know whether he has forgotten that his media aide, Bayo Ononuga, outrightly said after the election that the Igbos are aliens in Yoruba land, that the Igbos should never come near Lagos politics, that 2023 should be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics, and it should not repeat itself in 2027. This was the exact word of his media aide. Has the law caught up with him? This is hypocritical. I thought the president, the first thing he should have done was to sack such media aid before coming in to make such statement. Because that statement is not true by him, is hypocritical, and he's saying what he does not mean. Because the media aide speaking for him has said, has done, and even as this protest was being prepared, despite the obvious abstinence of the people from Southeast from the protest, just to avoid statements of people like Bayo Ononuga. Bayo Ononuga still called out the names of some politicians in the South and say it is the politician and the supporters that are planning the protest. Ridiculous. When he is actually seeing the people planning the protest. You saw a Femi Aborishade, you saw an Adeborowa San writing a letter owning up to be the lawyer of the people planning it. You saw the young man who owned up that he is planning it. None of these people are from the Southeast. And it's not as if the Southeast are afraid to protest. Southeast just want to put a lie to all the balderdash these people have been saying that it is the Southeast that doesn't want the president. And thank God they even abstained, because they had done the greatest protest that anybody can do in a democracy, and that is voting out an incompetent leader, and that is not voting for an incompetent leader. So the Southeast unanimously did not vote for this government. That is the best protest in a democracy. Now, what the Southeast is simply saying is, we forewarned you by not voting for this person. You voted for him. We just want you to know that when we were not voting for him, it was not based on any personal, ethnic, or religious bias. It is because we know that this person will not perform. We are going to sit back. You that voted for him, that believe in him, you should now see that we can survive even in hardship, because we have been having this hardship long time ago. But that when we are fighting for a better Nigeria, it is not for our own selfish aim. It is for the betterment of all Nigerians. So this is just what the Southeast people are saying. It is not that they are afraid to protest or anything. But I just want to tell Bayo Ononuga one word or one sentence. It is unwise for you to be threatening a people in your place that has the capacity to threaten your own people from all over the world. Ndi Igbo, they are an organic expression, not a geographical expression. They are everywhere in the world. It is unwise for you to be threatening to send to hospital a people in your place that has the capacity to send 20 of your own to the morgue from any part of the world. It is unwise. Please be careful of a people who were landlocked for 3 years. They made their own weapons. They made their own food. They made their own progress to defend themselves. I remember what Chief Iwanyangu told me. He said, you know what, son? After the war, the whole young commandos from the Biafran side wanted to devolve and to dissolve into guerrilla warfare. But then we are told that signal had come that the Nigerian side had promised to negotiate and to grant all their wish. That this was what they used to convince them that they should lay down their arms. That they were already. He was a Biafran soldier himself. He told me this personally. So let them not think that these people have been defeated. They should be very careful. They should be very careful.
All right,
the
Barrister.
Igbos love Nigeria. They love Nigeria with a passion. And the reason is because, like I said, they are an organic expression. They must spread because they are travelers and because they are traders. They love Nigeria. They have invested in every part of Nigeria. They will defend Nigeria. But if Nigeria doesn't want them, they should just please respectfully allow them to go in peace. Because you cannot
Barrister,
eat your cake and have it.
Thank you very much, Barrister. For the past few days, the hashtag Igbo must go has been trending on Twitter. What's your take on this as well?
My take is that it is a Bayo Ononuga contraption. Because he has said it and nobody has cautioned him.
Barrister, do you have proof of this statement, or you're
No,
just dwelling in the area of
Twitter.
speculation?
No, it's there on his Twitter, what I said first. That he said that the Igbos are aliens in Yoruba land. And that the Igbos should never come near the politics of Lagos.
Yes, Barrister, we're talking about the hashtag Igbos must go. We're asking your take on it, and you mentioned Bayo Ononuga. Do you have any proof to show that he has links to this hashtag Twitter campaign?
No, I am saying that such rhetorics are the children of the father of this statement that I just made. That's what I said. Because nobody has cautioned him. Nobody has punished him. So those ones are taking a cue and a clue from what he said. Because they are the same thing, essentially. Igbos are aliens in Lagos. Then hashtag Igbo must go. What is the difference? The Igbos must never come near the police of Lagos. Hashtag Igbo must go. What is the difference? 2023 should be the last time of Igbo interference in the police of Lagos. Hashtag Igbo must go. What is the difference? In 2027, it must never happen again. Hashtag Igbo must go. What is the difference? Now he said it is the politician in Igbo land and their supporters that are planning the protest, that are doing the protest. Hashtag Igbo must go. What is the difference? Enough is enough. If the president is serious, that people who threaten a section of the people, that the law will catch up with them, let the law start catching up with Bayo Onanuga first. Otherwise, you should not come in to make hypocritical statement. Then secondly, the protest was about hunger and hardship. I was hearing the president talking about giving billions to businessmen, building houses in cities. Please, a man that has not eaten, a man that is under this hardship, can he afford those things? So the president has addressed nothing about what the people have been clamoring. If I were an aide to the president, if I saw that broadcast, I will advise him, don't make this broadcast at all, if this is what you're going to say. Because the topic of the broadcast is a national broadcast by the president and commander-in-chief on the ongoing nationwide protest. So what is it in the protest? What is it in the broadcast that addressed what the protesters were saying? They were saying remove, restore subsidy, reduce electricity tariff, then ensure that the value of Naira is uploaded, upgraded.
Right.
Now,
thank you so much.
What is it that addressed any of this? The danger is that this government has continued talking about consumption and is neglecting production. All those demands, when you give subsidy, fuel subsidy to people, you are encouraging productivity. When you give cheap electricity to the people, you are encouraging productivity. When the value of Naira is appreciable, you are encouraging productivity. But when you talk about palliatives, you are encouraging consumption. What is the meaning of palliative? Palliative, by definition, is relieving the symptoms without tackling the cause of the condition. Relieving. In other words, somebody has malaria and typhoid combined. He will have fever. That's a symptom. Then you give the person paracetamol just to suppress the fever. The malaria and typhoid are there. If it's not treated, it will kill the person. So you're talking about a president that is seeing his people dying of hunger, of everything, and is busy sharing money that will not even reach the people.
Yeah.
And that is why the people are dying.
All right, Barrister. Still on the hashtag Igbo Must Go saga, what do you think, as a lawyer, of course, should be the role of Lagos state government in combating this cyber menace, if you will? Because all eyes have been on the president, but what exactly is the role? Because as a background, it has been discovered that the group, or rather the X group that is propagating this hashtag is called Lagospedia. However, the minds or the people behind it is not clearly known. So what do you think should be the role of the state government in ending this cyber menace?
The government that is arresting Yahoo boys every day cannot arrest the people that are threatening the existence of a people. They know them. The simple solution is simple. Arrest them, prosecute them. This is terrorism. This is cyberbullying. This is inciting genocide. That's what it is. Igbo must go. Go to where? Let me state one thing clearly. In the constitution, you won't see Hausa land, you won't see Igbo land, you won't see Lagos land, you won't see Anambra land, you will see Kanu land. What you will see is Nigeria. In the fundamental human rights, what you see is citizen of Nigeria. The constitution is very clear. every citizen of Nigeria has the right, freedom of movement, and freedom to reside, own immovable and movable property in any part of Nigeria without interference. And somebody is saying Igbo must go. There is nothing like Igbo in the Constitution when it comes to fundamental human rights. So what they are saying is that Nigerians must go. Go to where? Cameroon or Benin Republic?
Good question.
Because they are Nigerians. You see, when people begin to talk and say, you know, Northerners, Southerners should not protest against Tinubu because when Buhari was in power, Northerners did not protest against it. You know, people talk at times, they don't think. Because they don't even know when they are saying that. Then you are now saying, if the Northerners did not protest against Buhari, what makes you think that that your statement will not make the Northerners to believe that it is the Southerners that want to remove their own person? In other words, you are telling them that they have the right now to try to remove a Southerner. These are not true, whether of Buhari or whether of this president. The truth is that whether it is one state that protested against injustice, it is Nigerians that want the leader to go. There's nothing like the Southerners wanted Buhari to go. The Northerners wanted Tinubu to go. It's not true. Because who told you that in that South, even if that is the only place that the protests that went on, who told you that it's only Southerners that are there, living there? Who told you that if Northerners are protesting, who told you that there are no Southerners amongst them, even in the North? Protests take place in the environment that is conducive to protest. It does not mean that everybody protesting there is from that place. So the issue is this. We should stop falling for the antics of these failed politicians who would want to divide us religiously, with ethnicity, in order that they will continue their kleptocracy and their kakistocracy, in order that they will continue with their corruption, their leadership failures, and then they will be feeding people with religion. The same people that fed people with religion, Muslim, is feeding people now with ethnicity. How come the areas that are predominantly Muslims are now protesting against you? Meanwhile, you have Muslim ticket. We are learning a good lesson in this country. That those things we are simply tricks by these people to get to power. Not that they mean it. The same government is now afraid of Muslims and places that are predominantly Muslims. When they featured Muslim ticket, the same people are now saying that the people that they lured in with religion are the ones now that want them to go. Why don't you ask yourself genuinely, why do they want me to go? Because they are the ones who voted for you. There's something I made in my tweet. I said the first set of people that would want this government to go will be people from Southwest, APC people, and Muslims. Is it not happening now? Thank God, Igbo, even as in the South, is even said we are clearing, so that the whole world will know that this is a protest against hunger, against hardship. Nothing about ethnicity or religion. And we should take it.
Because of time, I would just now want to go back to the president's speech and before I let you go, of course. Do you think that the speech by the president will do anything to the protest? Do you think it will make the protesters stop because he has called for a dialogue? Do you think this will do anything?
The truth is that the speech will exacerbate the protest. Even if it is not seen on the street, they know that the protesters are going to reinforce their strategy to protest again. Because the speech, there is nothing that it addressed in as far as this protest is concerned. I say you were talking about how you reeled out 570 billion to governors. Is that not more annoying? Because you're saying you reeled out these things and it did not reach the people at all. 1 billion to this enterprise. This, and people are telling you we're dying of hunger, and you did not address even one thing that they are asking for. This speech is quite disappointing and quite frustrating. I am telling you that if I were to be a media aide to the president, I would tell him, sir, you're better off not delivering any speech than delivering this one. You're calling on the law enforcement agencies to maintain peace and order. People have died, and you are not saying anything that will better their lot. Did you hear where they mentioned anything about security in that speech? I did not hear. Meanwhile, suicide bombing has resumed in Borno State. Farmers are not going to farm. There is nothing that will give hope to the people that are hopeless. And that is why I always say that this, what we have, is renewed hopelessness. Tell me one thing in that speech that will give hope to anybody that listens to it, who is dying of hunger now in his house. So it's unfortunate, but it is going to actually annoy the people the more.
Your time and your insight and perspective concerning the protest and the president's speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's all we'll be able to take on the segment for the hardship and hunger protest in Nigeria. Today being the day 4. Of course, we'll keep you updated on happenings around.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You know that we are familiar with the idea, or with this, we already discussed it earlier this morning in the newspaper, terrorism and banditry. We understand that there have been, significant threats to Nigeria's national security and economic stability. And of course, we've talked about a few times on the financing of this, movements. And to this morning, we are x-raying the financial contributions to banditry and terrorism, x-raying terrorism and banditry financing in Nigeria. And with me this morning is a legal practitioner, is a friend of the family, Mr. Nadume of Fokansi. Good morning, Mr. Fokansi. Thanks for joining me this morning.
Thank you very much for calling me this morning. It's Ozo Nadume of Fokansi.
Okay, Ozo Nadume. Yes. All right, thank you. So we're discussing financing of the banditry and terrorism movement. What would you say are the primary sources that is, the primary sources of financing terrorism and banditry in Nigeria?
Well, I think I will start this discourse by referring to the statement of late Sani Abacha, who said once that if terrorism or banditry lasts more than, I think he said 48 hours, then know that the hand of government is in it. That statement has ever been recurring each time Nigeria faces the challenge of insecurity as related to banditry, terrorism, kidnapping, or whatever. Now, you recall that during the era of Buhari, so sorry about that, please. The era of Buhari, when Buhari was in power, that is the second coming, I think from 2015 to 2023. You see, these days we know the roots, because Jonathan, who was in power, then they wanted to take Jonathan out at all costs. But there were this protest of Occupy Nigeria that happened for almost 4 days in Lagos and some part of Abuja. Now, at the end of the day, when the results of the election were being released, whether free or fair, or whether true or false, somewhere along the line, Buhari seemed to be winning the election. That was 2015. But before that election, there were fears by the APC that, in fact, APC even threatened to set up a parallel government if Jonathan refused to concede defeat. And not only that they threatened to set up a parallel government, they also imported fighters, Fulani fighters from virtually every area around the Sahel in the event that Jonathan refuses to concede power, that should be forced out. So, that being the case, Jonathan even considered the defeat even before the results were completely declared. That now brought the kind of ice cold, peace to the already tensed up situation in Nigeria then. Now, these people who were brought, they couldn't go back because there was an agreement. Because you can listen to this, sometimes when some of you at the press talk, they say allegedly. This one is not even an allegedly kind of, because El-Rufai actually admitted, yes, that they invited these people, they have paid them, that they should go back to where they came from. And nobody cared to ask El-Rufai, why did you pay them? What did they do for you? Why you paid them? But those ones are stories for another day. So you now find out that before you know it, these people now melted into the forest of Nigeria, the various stations of Nigeria, and began to terrorize the people, beginning from the north, where they were camped. And you see, on social media, the beauty of social media is that things that ordinarily could not be said by conventional press and national press like you people, social media now show people such things. Well, you often see military helicopter dropping weapons for terrorists inside the forest. And the thing began to grow. So like it is something that, then Buhari now capped it up when soldiers even arrested some members of the Boko Haram set. So when they were arrested, Buhari said they should undergo retreat so that they retrain them and reintegrate them back into the Nigerian army. That's exactly what they did. People who were captured for terrorism went on retreat. At the end of the retreat, they said they are now repentant. Those who want to serve in the army were integrated into the army. Those who don't want to serve in the army, we are giving, goodies, rice, money, to go and start a new life. But you have also find out that from what we see on social media, the quantum of money being shared by bandits, the kind of 50,000 naira that government gives those people who claim to be repentant. So it was easy for them to go back to the old trade. In northern Nigeria now, especially now in the Middle Belt, a lot of communities, Middle Belt and the Plateau, a lot of communities have been so displaced. They have, lost their homes, and the other people are occupying their homes. That is the question people now start asking this government. You allow people to do land capture in this 21st century when everybody out there should have known his own land, by the demographic demarcation of where he lives and where he doesn't live, including the survey area and land survey of everybody's land. Now there is no land is a virgin land. So you say allow people to chase people out of their land and then come and occupy it. So you will find out that at a time it became that our soldiers were like going to commit suicide, because soldiers will go into the forest to root out bandits. Somewhere along the line they will be told to withdraw, and if they are not told to withdraw, they will have very inferior equipment compared to the terrorists and bandits who have very modern, sophisticated weapons that are brand new. So that now takes us back to our topic today, that is financing of terrorism. The question is, who gives these terrorists these brand new weapons? Who gives them these ammunitions that they outmatch our soldiers in combat? So that is the question that's in everybody's live. Now, every part in Nigeria where everybody in Nigeria will deny it, I've never been a terrorist. But then, other foreign countries see us through. They see who are financing the bandits, who are financing the terrorists. If they come over, but in Saudi Arabia, some Nigerians were tried and convicted for financing terrorism. Sheikh Gumi, who is a Muslim cleric, wanted to go on a pilgrimage, which they compulsory something for all Muslims. Immediately he landed in Saudi Arabia, was turned back. You now ask yourself, Gumi is not a state actor. He's just but a retired soldier who eventually became a sheikh. Now, it was then that Nigeria began to see what is going on, When people from Nigeria, they go to other countries, they get convicted for financing terrorism. But Nigeria have romance of terrorists. They say there's something wrong. That also takes me back to Abacha's speech that if terrorism lasts more than 48 hours, the hand of government is in it.
Right.
So people now started to probe why these people who are government politically exposed persons, they go outside and get arrested, get tried, get detained, get convicted. But in Nigeria here, there are lots. So the cry became so loud until this issue of Christian genocide now stepped into the matter. So immediately Christian genocide of it stepped into it, which of course is the reality on the ground. The American president now had to threaten to come to Nigeria. That was when Nigeria now opened up. First, they dismissed their Minister of Defense. Having dismissed the Minister, but they now recruited another Minister of Defense, who was just a retired Army general, who was formerly the Chief of Defense Staff as a soldier wearing the uniform. And this is the same man who said when he was Chief of Defense Staff that he cannot succumb to paying terrorists ransom to rescue individuals. The terrorists are not bigger than government. Government should have monopoly of violence in terms of things like that.
Yes.
That was why that followed what cost him his position as Chief of Defense Staff. But immediately America stepped in, there was no more hiding place. At least Tinubu now saw that another foreign power is backing him. Because when he was alone, if he now try it, his defense minister was deep in it. The deputy state defense minister, the Minister of State, Matawale, excuse me, now the Matawale's angle and became so open. Because he was former governor of Zamfara State. So when his SSA now came up and made a public confession that when they were in power, that his boss as governor was buying Hilos trucks for terrorists and bandits in the forest. In fact, he mentioned the Turuji, the person he gave the truck to. So you find out that this thing, there's no more denying about it. So Nigerians are now up in shouting that Matawale, the deputy or the Minister of State for Defense, should also resign. So if there is no need for such a minister, let the new minister only continue. And since they changed that Minister of what do you call it, Minister of Defense, you can see the army started making gains. But then the terrorist financiers are not yet exhausted. Very many are still hiding. So besides the Matawale that was made public and the Pantami that was made public, there are still others who are still even in the government of the day. So the government's greater part of terrorism financing is in government. But the greatest shocking one now is the one that came out on of recent when EFCC arrested the former Minister of Minister for Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation. That is #1 minister in any cabinet, both at state and federal level. This is a man who ordinarily should be the chief law officer of the state. But they've now traced a lot of money to his various accounts and to various accounts of people who are linked to terrorism. They are about to arraign him in court. Former Minister of Justice, who actually was the person who went to Kenya to extrajudicially rendition Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria. In fact, he kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu. He was the person who did it. He kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya and brought him to Nigeria. And started trying the young man on terrorism charges. Well, indeed, he is actually the one who is financing terrorism. You can see the contradictions in Nigeria. So any what do you call it? Any terrorism that goes on beyond the 48 hours, like Abacha said, if you investigate deep into it, you find out that the hand of the government, or very people connected to government, is on it.
Now, we've established that to a very large extent that the government, finance this terrorist organization.
Few people in government, not all government.
Yes. Now, would we also say that they leverage on the porosity of Nigerian borders and weak financial regulations to access their funding, to also finance their, seeing that the system itself, the finance system, the borders, borders across all corners of Nigeria are weak. Would you also say that they exploit these, very factors?
Yes, in a way, because you find out that Nigeria has very porous borders. But why should our borders even be porous? We have, I cannot actually fathom now how many members, how many people are in our customs and immigrations and customs service. So, but immigration and customs service ordinarily stay at borders. And ordinarily, they should know who is coming into Nigeria and who is not coming into Nigeria. But the irony of the thing is that these people will sneak into Nigeria and start causing mayhem, and they go out scot-free. So you start wondering whether we still have anything like immigrations or whether it have anything like customs. But they find out that majority of our security agencies are only interested in mowing down the people of Nigeria, especially when they go on peaceful protest. That's where they have power. But they don't have power in addressing security challenges we have in Nigeria. That is almost choking everybody. So you find out that besides the porous borders, we also have our solid minerals that are being mined by criminal foreign elements. They also try to instigate crime so that there will be, this fear that terrorists are in Sambisa forest. When indeed what they are doing in Sambisa is they are mining Californium. And if you go Californium, Californium is one of the most expensive solid minerals. They're being mined in Sambisa forest, and it has a life duration of over 100 or so years. So these are our solid minerals. In Zamfara state, they are mining gold there. That gold being mined in Zamfara is being stolen by Chinese. They fly into Nigeria, land in Zamfara, in dusty, untarred forest, and carry our gold and move to Dubai. If you go to some of the Western world, you see Nigerian gold abandoning the streets of their markets. And you must start asking yourself, why is it that the mineral resources in southern Nigeria, like the oil in River State, is for everybody, Nigeria, all of us own it. But the gold in Zamfara, the Californium in Sambisa forest, the blue diamond in Borno, and the other solid minerals that are dotted the entire Nasarawa state, those ones are for the people of the states that where they exist. That is why I keep on saying that this is a country that operates two laws for one person. So the law for the south is different from the law for the north. Otherwise, these foreign mercenaries that mine our mineral resources, they also help to cause insurgency, terrorism, and banditry, because they will hire these bandits to protect their interests so that no person comes in there. So, but as it's going now, I think with this Christopher Musa now as Minister of Defense, different things are changing already. Even by my appointment, a lot of bandits took flight. Nobody was appointed. And that is what we expect in any good government. That the government should hold the monopoly of violence in terms of use of force, not non-persons in government. Non-persons in government, non-government actors should not have that kind of violence. All right, so that's why we say government sponsors certain things. And you also find out that even down here in the southeast, because it's not only the north, you find out down here in the southeast, I think what was that man's name? I think it's Asari Dokubo, who was saying that yes, that he has a special militia. And you find out that this special militia sometimes is unleashed on innocent people. And they now say it is IPOB. Because whatever happens down south here is IPOB. Yes. So, and you also find out that Hope Uzodinma, who was brought into Imo State, having taken fourth position, Spring Court, the first position, I think he came with an agenda. And that agenda is what he's executing. That's why Imo State has been very unstable since the man came in. And this other group of people exist, they call them Tiger-based police. The Tiger-based police is now worse than the former SARS. And it's the only in Imo State. So you can now find out that, if I find out that government, wherever this kind of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, insurgency happens, there is a hand of government. If it lasts more than 48 hours. So it's not only in North, it's also down here South. So that's why
now we've established the impact on of this financing on Nigeria's economy, stability, and safety. How do we move on? Because it seems like the government, the system, is in its entirety is working against the recovery of Nigeria or the fight against these syndicates. How do we move from this to, because if we say we are fighting terrorism and banditry on its own, it's one to just curb terrorism. It's another thing to curb a whole moving syndicate, the financing. What should be the way forward from this?
See, like the former Nenche, the former, I think it was chief of army staff or something then, before he retired, interview in Granted Arise News, he said it open that when this thing started, they compiled a list of those who are sponsoring these terrorists and sent it to the president. So the list is known. The president ignored it. That was Buhari's era then. Now, when ENUGU came in, the list was also that the president, the DSS, and every other security agent have the list of these terrorist sponsors. But nobody has the political will to go after them. The other lady, I will keep on forgetting this lady's name from the north. She said Tinubu called her to Lagos when he was about taking off office and asked her that he wanted to make her a minister. She now asked Tinubu what is the plan he have for the north. He said he has no plan for the north. He said, so you want us to be dying of this insecurity and banditry happening? He said that if he fights insecurity and banditry, that they will kill him. So that's why she rejected being a minister. She said, well, he says you have no business for the north, I won't be a minister. So the first step, like you said, to curb this thing is first of all, because if you have a weed growing in your farm, and the weed has intermingled itself with the yam leaves and other yam stakes, and if you want to remove the weed, you destroy the yam. What you do as a good farmer, you look down and look for the root of that weed. Just pull it out from there. If you pull it out, cut it off. Leave the ones with the yam. They will wither away. I don't know whether I get my idea. Naturally, once you pull the root from where they get that very water, with which they are growing with the crop, and the root is no more there, they will, but in that 12 hours, they will start shrinking. Before you know it, they will die away. They become dust. So it will not be a shade to the right crops. So if you start forcing yourself to remove the weed that intermingle yourself with the yam, invariably you break the yams. You break the yam tendency. So, but if you just look for the root, then just pull out the root. And that root of terrorism, banditry, and the kidnapping is the sponsors. Because like one of, I think it's Turuji, one of these, because they do whatever they do and post it on social media. Turuji came on social media and said, gentlemen, my people like Nigeria, you know us Fulanis. The only thing we know is cow. Government is the people who called us and gave us this gun.
Yeah.
They will not even know when they say gun. So what type of confession do you also want again to know where the thing is coming from? So the best thing for Tinubu is to look inwards in his cabinet, because even Jonathan complained that his own government is infiltrated by Boko Haram when he was the president.
Okay, now aside the in-house financiers, local financiers or government financiers, would you say that the international terrorist organizations, the Al-Qaeda, the ISIS, sponsor or support this terrorism in Nigeria?
No, they just embolden them.
Okay.
The international criminal gangs, ISIS, ISWAP, and the rest of them. No, they don't, because they're also being sponsored. So what they do is that if you are short of fighters, they will send fighters to you. That's the much they can do to encourage the local ones here in Nigeria. But ordinarily speaking, you can't say they can finance it, because what is their gain? They are also criminals like the ones here. So what they do is that whatever they get, they share. But again, the fight is not only to be from Tinubu alone. A lot of areas are supposed to be marked. Let me give you one or two. Terrorists, the money they collect is not a small money from what you see on social media. There's no way you can carry that money about wherever you go. Invariably, you must put it in the bank.
Yes.
It is duty of the banks to track such deposits and transactions. When one 3G, who before had no cover in his account, all of a sudden
has
about 100 and something million in his account, you personally ask us, where did you get the money from? That is the root of the job of EFCC, tracking deposits that exceed a certain amount of money, especially when the source is unknown. Once you track it, you could get hold of it, then you find out that it's terrorism financing. And once it's terrorism finances, then you get the person arrested. Another one is, again, our network providers. It is our phone that they use to call for ransom.
Calls, yes.
So if police can track where kidnappers are and track where criminals are hiding using tracker in the phone, why can't they track where they call demanding for this? So the job is not only for the president. The network providers, our banks, and generally everybody who sees anything says something. And that is how you combat it. If you wait for Tinubu, then you might not succeed, because Tinubu is just one person. Even though he has advisors. But many of his advisors may not be willing to give him the kind of advice that will be adversary to him. They will give advice the one they will like. So the ones that they take are ones like some of us who are public speakers come and say in televisions like this. When leaders listen to us, they know we're telling them the truth. Yes. We have no stake. Yes. We have nothing. We are not asking them for appointment. We are not in their government. We are just talking about the welfare and goodness and good living of Nigerians as a whole.
Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Ozo Nadume of Okasi. It's been a pleasure. I mean, I had lots and lots of questions to ask, but because this whole security thing is too many. It has too many facets. It has too many. The conversation on it can go on in an entire day. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure having.
Even though you didn't tell me your name.
Okay, I am Princess.
Okay, Princess.
Yes.
I'll stay with you this
All right, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
New Day continues shortly after this break. We'll be right back.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the serving Justice of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that you have the right to, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on such and so reports. Let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, if there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors, Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land. You have refineries. You have technology have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. That is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of their inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, there were mobile refineries where were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. but at the same time you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Dr. Tima, good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. Can you hear us clearly?
I hear you faintly. How are you doing? Good morning.
Good
Hello.
morning. All right.
Good morning.
Doctor, like I mentioned in the introduction, your career has actually spanned more than 4 years. And everyone who knows you, when your name comes up, they kind of see an image of you with your flutes. And it's such an interesting instrument of music. So my question to you is, since flutes are not so popular in the Nigerian, music scene, what was the inspiration that drew you to that particular instrument of music, the flute?
Good morning. Let me make a correction first. The flute is the first instrument mankind used. It was little palm reed flute in Africa. The flute is all over the world, from this flute to this flute in India, even in Nigeria. Maybe the classical flute, the concert flute I use, is not very prominent because it is 10 times more difficult and time consuming to learn than a keyboard or a guitar or just to sing. I studied the flute for 10 years in my second home, Switzerland, and when I came back home, people looked at me, what kind of thing are you playing? And I spent my whole life educating people that this is maybe the most beautiful instrument existing. I told Victor Wyford to play the flute in the 70s. I have been monitoring, teaching, lecturing to maybe a few hundred young people in Nigeria through the Musum Classical School. Some churches will send me their pupils to my house. I never charge nothing because I want the flute to be more known. Flute is used in classical music, in jazz, in pop, in folk, in salsa, everywhere. So you saying it is not a popular instrument, I don't agree, because there are maybe thousands in Nigeria playing the flute already.
Yes, I understand you, and thank you for that insight into the popularity of the flutes in Nigeria and in Africa. However, not many people or not many musicians are known with the flute, except of course yourself. So would you say that your going around to educate people for all these years has actually yielded some sort of impact? Because we really don't see much artists, brandish the flute as an instrument of music. What are your thoughts?
My thought is that maybe you have not realized how many flute players are here. Maybe you don't watch the television to see that every church has flute players. There are at least 11 bands in Nigeria who have a flautist. So I don't know where you get your statement from. There are not many flute players. There are maybe not as many as in America, where the Flute Association has 22,000 flute players. In my second home, Switzerland, the Flute Association has about 3,000 flautists.
All right, please, could you tell us about the Entertainment Foundation of Nigeria, which you sit as the board chairman? What is the story behind the foundation?
Well, I should maybe go further down. Sorry to correct you again. In 1978, with Sir Melvin Brown, the British High Commissioner, and my godfather, Akintola Williams, I started a classical music society. And when Babangida gave the land to me for the Musang Center, I put in $500,000. We cleared, we put the walls. Princess Diane did the foundation stone laying because she was in town, and Sir Melvin Brown brought that in. After we formed the Classical Music Society, I was one of the founding members of PMAN, Performing Musician Association of Nigeria. So step by step came that Goodluck Jonathan, our great president, when he said to me, T-Mac, we, the government, want to invest into the entertainment industry. Please put up a foundation. I registered the Entertainment Foundation of Nigeria, the Entertainment Database, the Entertainment Cooperative Society, and the Entertainment Distribution Network. He then asked the Ministry of Finance to give 50 million each as startup capital. But unfortunately, he lost the election, and Buhari, who never liked music, did not fulfill that pledge. So I struggled along to keep the Entertainment Foundation going. The Entertainment Foundation is unfortunately very unfunded. And when the Secretary General, Cletus George, started to misappropriate funds, I had to ask the Inspector General to arrest him. So the Entertainment Foundation at the moment is on hold until that has been sorted out. But the aim was that we will, with the Entertainment Foundation, help needy musicians, help young musicians to sponsor their music education. What a foundation does. Now I always tell corporate bodies and banks, there is the endowment in the Arts Act, which says for education and arts, you can spend up to 10% of your pre-tax money and write it off tax, as long as you get from that organization a receipt. But unfortunately, the interest of putting money into the entertainment industry is very, very minimal and low. It's very unfortunate. Every government has done absolutely nothing for the entertainment industry. Nollywood started from nothing and built up to what it is. The music industry brought superstars out without the help of government or corporate bodies. When a band or musician is famous, oh, then they will hire him for their Christmas or New Year's parties because they need the fame, the glamour. But in principle, I would say it's unfortunate that in Nigeria, the support of the entertainment industry is virtually nil.
Of the lack of support from government and probably other stakeholders in the welfare of musicians, what are some of the impacts or some good outcome that has come out from the Entertainment Foundation?
Well, we have unfortunately, it's mostly burying famous musicians. We will add money to the burial ceremonies. I would run up and down, speak to the state governors of that particular artist. Like when Christian Essien died, Peter Obi, as the governor of Anambra State, was wonderful. He dedicated land, he built a mausoleum, he took care of the costs, etc. So I had a couple of successful outings where we gave musicians who passed away a befitting burial. We have not been able to do very much with the Entertainment Foundation with regards to education because the funding is not there. But I have been able with private friends to sponsor a couple of musicians abroad. There's a flautist who plays now in the Canadian Philharmonic Orchestra. I personally sent Jeon Kuti to Liverpool to study at the Paul McCartney Academy. So we are trying, unfortunately, it's very limited funds to push the education aspect forward. Please remember that the world is far ahead of us. They have Berklee School of Music. They have a couple of fantastic music academies. We have the Muson School in Lagos, where we use the London School curriculum. I'm also the head of SPAN, Society of Performing Arts School, where we are now trying to bring in more pupils. So anybody in Lagos who wants to learn piano, keyboard, voice, drums, or saxophone can contact me. SPAN assists. It's a very minimal fee because, remember, music is a serious business. A musician is an artist, is an educated person. The times are over where you just play one chord like Fuji Juju and you think you know it all, or the hip-hop artists who they don't even know in what key they sing. Music illiteracy is a thing of the past. If you want to have solid professional music, the musicians must be educated. They must learn how to read and write. They must know the principle of music so that their compositions will be properly constructed and they can compare with the international market.
All right. I would like to find out were there times, or rather, let me rephrase it this way. You were once the chairman, a founding chairman of the Performing Musicians and Artists, Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria. Were there times you led some sort of advocacy meetings or visits to legislators or policymakers to see how the welfare of musicians in Nigeria can be improved upon? Were there any such of those visits during your time as a chairman of PMAN?
Sorry, PMAN has no chairman. PMAN has a president, and I was not the founding president. That was Sonny Ade. I was 10 years ago the president of PMAN for 4 years, so there's no chairman. Of course, I got tired talking to people to support, and I think the only person who supported PMAN was President Babangida. He came to one of our award night and dedicated a piece of land in Abuja, and he put in 10 million naira, equal $10 million, when Okoroji was the PMAN president. We have not stopped even now to talk to state governors, to talk. We have an association of elder musicians where in the diaspora, they are part of the Nigerian elder musician. And we advocate to everybody to support the arts, to support good music, not trash. There's too much trash existing in our system, because when you sit in your home and you just have a laptop and you create with AI a little song, and you do 10 songs, 20, and then one of them somehow, because of the beat or the catchy little limited lyrics, it makes what we call a local hit. That is not kind of impressive to the world body. The world body, they watches it. I am still in contact with the presidents of many countries, especially the American Musician Union president, Tom Lee. We talk often because as PMAN president, I have the pen power to write to the embassies, help them to get visas for performances abroad. But the main thing is the private industry, the banks should be the ones who put money into the industry. The government has enough problems. The government is broke. You can't go to them and say, please, we need money for education, we need money, this and that. The Ministry of Culture should do that, but they're not doing it. So the banks, they show every quarter billions and billions, hundreds of billions on profit. Yeah, the law says you can give 10% of it for art. Now, please take that into consideration. Is a tax write-off. The Musan Center has a tax write-off document because I worked on it. So if banks would say to me, T-Mac, how can we help to develop the only industry which is brilliant out in the world, the entertainment industry, whitewashes all our bad reputation of fraud and etc. It is the Nollywood films and the music which is up there in the world, showing them who we are, and they are not being supported. It's very sad.
We'll go for a break so we can call for your video, but I want you to just think on this while we get to your video. How would you say that the music industry has actually grown or developed over the years? Your career spanning 4 decades, you've actually mentioned Christian Yeseni Bukwe and then current artists. How would you say we have grown or otherwise after we watch your video?
Since you mentioned my dear late colleague Christian Yeseni, she was an actress. At the age of 16, Chief Aboderin asked me to back her for the Skylark show. I had a joint venture with Punch. Every Easter, Christmas, a big show at the National Assembly. And I put her the first time in her life on stage with a song called When the Sky is Blue, Days Begin So Easy. She was not trained. And I was trying to tell her, to make a successful career, sit down and learn how to read and write. She was a good artist, but she never got into that being and wanting to be a trained artist. Onyeka Owenu worked at NTA as a journalist when I was doing the T-Mac show in 1983. And she asked me if she can sing on my show. So we were filming at the Lord's nightclub in Ikeja, and a couple of series, I made her sing backed by my band. She loved it and she became an artist. But again, she was not a professional. She didn't know how to read and write. She would have producers putting down chords and she writes the lyrics. But that level, even in those days, musicians were rehearsing much more than today. You see, when you go into a studio and you have limited studio time, you rehearse every song, you lay it down, and it's done properly. Nowadays, it's a lazy style. You have countless tracks on a computer, so you can go in there with nothing. You sing a track, you bring in somebody else, etc., etc. So I would say in the 70s, 80s, musicians were harder working and more professional than the new generation of musicians. I'm not pleased to go to events, parties where a DJ dropped my song and they mime to a song because they don't have a band. To have a band is hard work, it's dedication, it's teamwork. Of course, when you have a hit and you can afford it, then you get a manager, he puts a band together, he helps you to rehearse it. But professional musicians have a band, it's a team. You rehearse the songs. Oh, if you know how many millions, or not millions, thousands of hours I rehearsed with my band, I still rehearse. To be on stage convincingly good, not just there dancing a little bit and making noise and etc. Music is a skill. Music is a profession. And like every profession, the best should be the one, the most rewarded. But because of the ignorance and illiteracy of our teenagers, brainwashed by TikTok and so on, they don't even appreciate good music anymore. We have 120 musicians leaving the Mousson every year as professionals who then play either whatever they want to play or they work in schools as teachers, etc. These are professionals, not the hip hop boys or those who just come up and you hear one or two songs and they disappear. Look, the entertainment industry of Nigeria must be better structured. And that's where actually PMON should have come in. But we have also MCSN, which is a musical copyright society, who makes sure if you write a song, you get your reward. So anyone listening to me who is a songwriter, register with MCSN, Musical Copyright Society, so you get paid for your artwork, because don't just put it out into the social media and then you will like it when you have 10,000 views, etc. You know, those little hits don't make money. You need about 20 views to make $1. But if it is registered, you get your composition right, your mechanical rights, and that's where the big money is.
All right, we're going to call up a video just to show you a little bit of Dr. T. Mac's body of work. Stay tuned.
I'm gonna present to you.
Maintenant, je vais vous présenter
a video which nobody has seen yet. One of my latest instrumentals. Please enjoy. Kabir C.
sure you enjoyed that presentation as much as I did. Dr. T. Mark, an interesting piece of musical instrument. Could you tell us more about that flute? And then how would you describe your style of music?
Well, thank you. After my father, who was the Swiss ambassador, was assassinated in Nigeria in 1951, my mother, a Shakiri princess, sent me to Switzerland, my second home. And that was a blessing because I had the best education money can buy. I have a degree in economics, a master's degree in high finance. I speak 6 languages fluent. I speak French, Italian, Swiss, German, English, and a bit Dutch. A little bit Shakiri, but not very much. And my dream was always to play the flute because I seem to remember as a child that in a previous life I played the flute. The flute was the thing which made me happy. And I had my first band in 1968 in Switzerland, T-Mac and his backing group, very progressive pop. We did incredible things in those days. And then I came back to Nigeria in 1970, and of course my mother said, you have to first get a job. My stepfather, Sir Mobalaji Bank Anthony, in those days, they looked down on musicians. Because musicians didn't have Rolls Royces yet, etc. Because everything in Nigeria is money. But I had a band called Afro Collection, T-Mac and Afro Collection, with very notable musicians like Berkeley Jones, Lalo Atkins, Tunde Kuboye, Lichadu Sisters, Steve Black, Johnny Astrop. We created something very special. And the flute was like with Jethro Tull, that top flavor. It made it different. I play saxophone, 2 alto and tenor, but that flute is what I call part of the sound of the universe. And I started to pass my knowledge on to other people. Look, in those days, there was not the pool of upcoming artists, young people as we had today, because parents would say, no, you have to go and study law, you have to study engineering, you have to be a doctor. Oh, how can you be a musician? All those dropouts who do kudu. No way. But then it changed. When suddenly I had a big hit in 1974 with my band Silver Convention, I came back in 1977, a wealthy man, opened a huge nightclub. Suddenly my family started to say, oh, he's doing well, so music is not so bad. And based upon us, the elders, suddenly people start to look at the entertainment industry different. Onyeka had a degree, she was very educated. Suddenly educated people came into the field. So now today, we have a huge pool of talented musicians. You cannot just say because most of them have no jobs, they want to go into music. No, Nigeria has a tremendous pool of talents, but they have to understand you cannot just go there one day and become a superstar. You have to work for it, thousands of hours. You have to do your singing, ah, e, I, o, u, ah, e, I, o, u, la, 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 etc. Hours and hours you work on your voice. My flute, every day I play minimum 2 hours because that's how it is. To be on the top of your skill, it's like in sport. If you want to train for the Olympics, you work for years, 6-8 hours a day. Any musician who doesn't tell me does 2-4 hours a day on his instrument is not a professional. So what I'm trying to say is the future is very bright in Nigeria. For Nigeria to become even bigger than we are, suddenly our music is played around the world. In the classical field, in the Afrobeat, we have excellent jazz bands. I wish you would, on your program, put up 1 or 2 of those incredible jazz bands. I will help you with videos for the world and Nigeria to see that we have great bands. It is not just the top 3-4, what you call A-listed, which are making it. When I was PMAN president, we did the statistics. We found that there are 115,000 professional musicians and 2.1 million amateur musicians, which means the village bands, the church bands. So it is big, but the funding is not there. Look at me saying here at the Velodrome in Abuja. For me to stand there, it costs money. My flute is expensive, my clothes, my bling bling, my hotel, my flight, everything is money. So if there is no money, you sit in your house and you grumble. And there are so many good musicians who cannot feed themselves because they have not had the chance to invest into one or two little business to maintain them if you don't have constantly shows.
All right. You did mention earlier, you alluded to the fact that current artists and musicians do not put in the work as they ought to. They don't learn to write music or read music. They don't do rehearsals as often as they should. But regardless, most of them still, get global recognition, and they have the money, they have the audience, they are famous. So it seems to me like it's a case of the end justifying the means, right? Now, how can mentorship begin to change this trend so that musicians can go back to the basics?
Okay, thank you. Let me correct you again. Sorry that I'm correcting you, but I'm a professional. There are 115,000 professional musicians. Every week, there must be 20 or 30,000 songs produced. I get about 100 a week sent to me. Can you do something with your connection? Blah, blah, blah. Now, out of those 20,000 songs, most of them AI created or produced in a studio, puts down a beat. The beats are all nearly the same. When you have 20,000 songs a week, one or two has maybe the blessing of the universe, or it is something which just fits at that moment in, and it becomes a hit. So you think, oh, we have great, yeah, we have a couple of upfront musicians who make the big money, but they're not playing what I would say the perfect, the good, or the real music. They are playing commercial music. I have nothing against commercial music. I made a fortune in playing commercial music like Get Up and Boogie Boogie, but it was properly produced and was properly reproduced on stage. You don't go on a show, you keep people waiting for 4 or 5 hours because you're a superstar, and then the people are in a bad mood and your backing band is lousy. It doesn't sound like your studio production. It's easy with AI and hundreds of retakes to produce a song in a studio. Look the video you see now. That's it's a gospel Afrobeat I did. I did it actually in dedication to my friend Prophet T.B. Joshua. But we spent time to compose, to produce, to do a professional video, not just cards and big nyash and so on. I am a critic. I am, as an elder, authorized to criticize. I'm not putting people down, but I am saying, yeah, they're making it abroad. There are 4 or 5. But what about the 115,000 who are professionals too? I know 20 professional good acts who deserve to be upfront. There more than the 4 or 5 acts at the moment. But either they had big money behind them or producer. Everything is money. If you have money to spend, I spend money on my CDs and videos too, but if you have money to spend 100 million naira on a song, your chances for it to make it up there, especially you have money to promote it. Promotion is all. There's one artist who goes around with CD in America, pays $10,000, $20,000 for it to be played on radio station. Of course it catches attention there. Of course that is good. If you have the money, you can do so. But I'm talking about the fairness of music. And abroad, the fairness of music is more than in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it is just the few lucky ones who have the big money behind them are up front, and the rest is ignored. Because TV station, radio station, most of them, it's called payola. They are paid off, they are bribed to play those artists' works. So the young people see only what is there, bribed and paid for. And that's not correct.
It seems as though, following the trends, most of these young artists, they actually appear to be a flash in the pan, except for very few of them. But you, as an artist, your career has spanned 4 decades. What would you attribute the long-term success of your career to?
My career is more than 50 years. Last week I was 77 years old. My career started in 1968. I have no wrinkles, no gray hair because I live healthy. And that's what I teach in my master classes. I teach people to rest well, exercise, eat good food, don't smoke, try to avoid alcohol, don't womanize, so you don't grow old. Looking old is abuse of body, and many musicians are into that abuse. Every night, nightclub, boogie. Those upfront musicians, now look at them in 10 or 20 years, how they will look like. You know, there is a balance in the entertainment industry, which is to be healthy is a key, because when you stand on stage for 1 hour and put out your total energy, you must be healthy to do so. To be able to rehearse with your band 3-4 hours, you must be healthy. It's not that you drink a bottle of Hennessy while you rehearse and you smoke your cigarettes. That is not proper. But where am I to criticize? I am there to be an example. And that's why I'm talking to you saying, we have a tremendous pool of young musicians who are not properly led into the right way. And that has to be changed. And to do so, there must be funding behind them. One artist is like an enterprise, from the dressmaker to the songwriter, to the manager, to the voice coach, the stage manager, everything, it's a teamwork. Only when you have a good team behind you, you will sustain. I may not be out so much anymore in Nigeria with shows. I do occasionally a big festival and so on, because I sit in my studio and I write classical music. I am more inclined now to write ballets, film music. I'm working on a film track at the moment. I was employed 2 weeks ago to write a national anthem for the Nigerians in the diaspora. So that's what I enjoy. It's less stress than shows. But again, I can only do so because I am educated. My PhD is in arts, in music. I write for Philharmonic Orchestra, but I spent 10 years studying it and another 20 years working on it to improve. There's no shortcut in music. If you want to make it, you have to be patient and you have to be consistent. That's the secret.
All right, you've spoken a lot to maintaining a healthy lifestyle, eating right. You've also mentioned that you have to be patient, and then the creative aspect of music, putting the work into your art. Now, can you tell us about the business aspect of music? Because you did say something about promotion being being an important aspect in your music. So tell us about the business aspect of being a musician.
Okay. The first and most important thing is that either an instrumentalist, don't always talk about singers only. We have fantastic saxophone players. We have fantastic guitarists. Kunle Ayo is doing well in South Africa. Yomi sax, T sax, etc. When somebody has paid up his dues, there'll be somebody saying, oh, that's a good artist. Let me put my money behind him. And that's where it starts, the business aspect. It's not just the singers. In Nigeria, it's more the singers, but abroad, you have Kenny G, you have George Benson, you have the instrumentalists as much as the vocalists. So somebody says, that artist deserves it. Now he speaks to the artist and says, okay, 6 months now, I pay your food, I pay for your cost of living, just sit there and rehearse. Here's a producer. The producer will go through the songs you have if they're good enough. If not, he will bring in a songwriter and a lyricist. So they work on his first single or his first album, because you need something in the market to be promoted. Then they go into the studio and they try to produce a good album. Don't talk about hit albums yet. A good album which could be either Afrobeat, pop music, R&B, gospel, or whatsoever. And that album will then be the launching pad for publicity, for marketing. You go to promoters and say, this is the artist. You put a band together. He can promote the album with live shows. So it's a whole team behind one person. And again, capital is needed for that. So the investor knows that maybe 20, 30, 50 million naira is needed before the artist starts to earn. But if it is done properly, it's a safe investment. If it's not done properly or rushed, it's a risk. But just to pick up somebody who had somewhere a one-day hit, I'll give you a little story. As P1 president, one guy called me and said, call me back, I'm a superstar. I said, that's funny. I called him back. So you're a superstar and you can't even pay for your call. What's your name? He said, his name is Boogali T. I'm a superstar. I want to meet you. I said, okay, come to my P1 office. So there he came into my president office, rasta hair. He was a nice looking young kid, his trousers bagging, etc. I said, you know, you have a big ego. You call yourself a superstar and they don't even know you. Superstars are those who are known. Play me your song. He played me one of those useless trash between reggae, hip hop. I said to him, looked at him in his eyes and said, go and rehearse for 10 years and come back. I threw him out of my office. But he had that impression because he was cute. He was, all the girls, maybe Nachegunle, they liked him. He thought he was a star. Now, when you are a producer, manager of an artist, you have to tell him, you are not a star. When you have sold 100 million records, you are a star. Even the word superstar, I don't even like to hear. My band, Silver Convention, in the 70s, sold more than 100 million records. We had 4 world hits, and I don't call myself a superstar. Fly Robbins Fly was the first African song, actually because I'm African, who got a Grammy for production. You can Google it if you don't believe me. But you have to stay humble. And that's what I tell all these upcoming artists. Be humble. Of course, when I was young, I had my Rolls Royce, my Lamborghini. Everybody goes through that stage. But one day I realized you don't need all that. You don't need to show off. It's your music, it's your songs, it's your catalog, which will survive history. You know what I mean? Even if I pass on, I have 10 hours of unpublished Philharmonic music. I have a couple of albums who did well, and they will speak for me. Not that I go every night to a nightclub and spend $10,000, $20,000, or I have all the beauty girls around me. That is fake belief. That is not how show business is. Show business is strive always to become better and better and better. And even that will keep you young because there is a blessing in music. Frequencies come from the universe. In one of my operas, I wrote a little aria. Permit me to say it. It says, sounds and vibrations penetrating your ears, million colors in countless shades. Music is a language understood by everyone. Dreams are remembered in a million songs. Music is the memory of your dreams. Because you get blessed that at night, while you're in the next dimension, you have music coming in your brain. So when you wake up as a professional, in the morning you score down what you heard that night. And I turn that afterwards into Philharmonic music. And then I'll take the lead melodies out and make commercial songs out of it. So if you are working hard and you pay up your dues, the universe will pay you back with blessings of good music. You don't need to go to AI and use your laptop to create a song just to be commercial. You know, AI can write you commercial songs. You can sit on softwares and then you go into studio. And if you put out 10, one may be okay, one may hit it, but that's not paying up your karma because you didn't create something special. All those millions of songs go into the trash bins of history. But a song like the Beatles, Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. There are evergreens, 120 versions existing. Paul McCartney and John Lennon sat together and they were blessed in writing songs which have become history in music. And that's what I'm trying to say to Nigerian musicians. It's not how many songs you pour out every month, etc. It's the quality of your songs who become evergreens, because you get money out of them. For your children will make money out of them. 75 years after you have passed away, you still get your royalties. So to create monumental songs is important, not just one day flies.
An excerpt from one of your shows, so do stay tuned. Just such a brilliant performance. All right, so
can you allow me to
I would like to
explain
know
something on the
this,
video?
because we've spoken. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my second son did the filming. His name is Joseph Easily, and the dancers are students from the SPAN, Society of Performing Arts, where I'm the director. You can see these are students. Look at the perfection. These are students. Now, I recorded this in a very good studio. You can hear the quality. You can hear talking drum bass. Every little detail you can hear. And that's what I live for, quality. And you see the drop out where suddenly the whole band goes down. I walk in a little bit in front, and then one instrument after the other comes back in. That is called production, playing with the tracks. I'm proud of this video. I haven't even released the video yet. It's brand new. This is the first time actually on a TV station that it is being played.
Commercial music, then on the other hand, there's quality music. But do you think it is actually the artists giving the people what they want? Because people don't really know the difference. Now, aside the fact that it's important artists are educated and there's awareness, so they can know what it is the basics of music actually entail. Do you think the people also need awareness and education to know quality music when they hear it and demand for it?
Well, let me put it that way. If you give the people what they want, there will be no progress because people are ignorant, they don't know music. You have to lead the people. When the Beatles started with the very simple, "You love me, yeah, yeah, yeah," that was kind of 3 bars rock and roll blues. But the Beatles, because they became successful and had money, developed into great musicians, and the followers followed them and became lovers of great music. So if you give them constantly, I don't want to criticize Juju and not Juju actually, the one where you don't even have instrument. Village music, there's no actual progress in it because people love it. It has a different purpose. But all the youth in the world who go to good schools and have little music education and play an instrument. In my school in Switzerland, everybody had to play an instrument. We had a school orchestra. Of course they know music. Of course they love Mozart, Beethoven, etc. Not for going into a nightclub, but for relaxation, or when you're in the car, you listen to light classical and you have the benefit of that healing power of the universe. But if you don't tell the youth, or you don't play on a radio station occasionally Mozart like if they don't hear the beauty of classical music, the brain will not develop. The brain needs to be pushed. So you cannot say, give the people what they want. Yeah, give them a bit if you want to make money, but give the people what they can understand and lift them up through your quality, and they follow you and they mature in their brains. Our youth, I'm sorry to say so, are not into serious music or good music because nobody tells them to. We have a society of youth, I call them the TikTok youth, and they're being brainwashed by a Chinese internet something, which in America they try to ban it. I wish we would ban it in Nigeria too, because it makes them, I wouldn't say stupid, that's rude, it makes them addicted, and they spend too many hours on that TikTok. Look at the results we have in this year, WIAC and JAM. They don't have time anymore to study. When we grew up, we had no mobile phone, we read books, we played our instrument. Now the youth have no time anymore. I have got sons, children. Of course, they have a phone, that's important, but I tell them, study. Don't let that phone be the prime thing in your life. I believe in Nigeria, every teenager spends 5-6 hours a day on their phones. Of course, they're being brainwashed with all kinds of trash. And to them, they don't know it is trash because nobody tells them. But if you, or especially radio station, occasionally play some light entertainment music, jazz is also very helpful for the spiritual development of kids because jazz is performed by super professional. You cannot be a jazz musician if you're not a professional on your instrument. You can be a musician if you do Afrobeats, not Afrobeat, Afrobeats or pop, anything goes. But if you listen sometimes to the real professional, something happens to your brain. Suddenly, the frequencies of the universe develop you. And that's what I'm talking about. It's good to, you go to a nightclub, but you don't expect them to dance to Bach or Beethoven. Give them dance music. But again, the producers and musicians should watch out. The lyrics must be good, because bad lyrics negatively influence the youth. There's an evil aspect in show business, an evil aspect of satanism and so on. I don't want to go into it now, but it is designed to hook them onto things. And the repetitious bad lyrics, as Michael Jackson said, by the way, Michael Jackson was a very good friend. I'm still involved with the families. Marlon Jackson comes to Nigeria regularly. Michael said, the negative aspect of show business, what it does to the youth, cannot be evaluated, because he knew. And Michael Jackson fought the industry, and they tried to quiet him with all kinds of negative accusations and lawsuits. The entertainment industry worldwide is the second biggest business after armament, which means guns, jet planes, bombs. That's a big industry. The entertainment industry is the second biggest business in the world. It's a multi-trillion business. So there are some people in there who don't even know arts. They're just there to make money. And they do what you just said, oh, give them what they want. So we give them what they want. We brainwash them with hip-hop, street hip-hop, all kinds of negative things. And it goes into the brain of the youth. I am happy that we have a censor board who censors in Nigeria lyrics which are negative. And that's important, because you don't put all the trash out to the youth who cannot define what is good or not. They take it whatever you give them. So you're saying give them what they want, yes, to a limit, but lead them what you give them.
Thank you so much, Dr. T. Marco Mashala, for your time and your insights.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being here.
Absolutely. We wish we had more time. We would have had you perform for us right here and now. But
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
the way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with me up to this moment. Now we are having our guest is already with us here in the studio. And as we know, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has ruled on the presidential powers to declare emergency rule in states, affirming, the president's authority over a portion of the Constitution, the Section 305. And this morning we're discussing Supreme Rule on presidential power to declare emergency rule in states in Nigeria. And to discuss this with me is Honorable ENUGU. He's a constitutional lawyer and an activist. Good morning, Honorable. Thanks for joining.
Good morning, my sister. Good morning, everyone.
So the Supreme Court has ruled that the president or presidential powers has, they could easily declare, or they can now declare state of emergencies in states according to the Constitution. What would you say are the specific circumstances under which the president can declare a state of emergency, as they've stated in the Constitution? What are these specific circumstances?
The Constitution of this country does not equivocate on any issue. Okay. It states clearly every thinking of the drafters of that Constitution on every subject, on every issue. In respect of state of emergency, it's clearly provided by the Constitution in Section 305. In that Section 305, to reinforce what the drafters of the Constitution said in Section 1 of the Constitution. Section 1 of the Constitution, the title of Section 1, the side note is Supremacy of the Constitution. So Section 1 restates, tells everybody that the Constitution is supreme. Section 1, subsection 2, goes further to now say that nothing, no part of the country, nor the country itself will be governed except in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Okay. Very clearly. So, what if you cough? If you want to cough, it must emanate from the Constitution. The way you cough, the way you speak, the way you breathe, the way you sleep, everything emanates from the Constitution. It is the ultimate lawgiver. It is called the grand norm. It is the first et origo. Everything derives its validity and effectivity from the Constitution of this country in 1999. So Section 305 clearly states how a state of emergency can be declared, how, why the state of emergency can be declared. What are those things that will happen before the president can declare a state of emergency, either in the entire country or in a part of the country? To also tell you that the Constitution, that the drafts of the Constitution are very, 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 very purposeful and clear what they're saying. They said in Section 1, the first limb, Section 1 has two limbs. The first limb to Section 1 says that everything that must be done in Section 305 must be in accordance with the rest of the sections of the Constitution.
Okay.
Restating what Section 1, subsection 2 had said.
Under the Constitution.
The second limb of the Constitution now say, of the Section 305, subsection 1, now says that the president can declare a state of emergency in the entire country or in any part of the country. It goes further to tell you why the state of emergency can be declared. One, if, that's of course not subsection 1, but if you go further, subsection 3 says, subsection 2 tells you that the president, if he declares the state of emergency, has to transmit the National Gazette containing that declaration, that proclamation of the state of emergency. He has to immediately transmit it to the Speaker, the President of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Reps. And as soon as it's transmitted, they must convene the House of which they are head. Now, the President will convene the Senate, the Speaker of the House will convene the House of Reps, and they will discuss it. If they approve, that Gazette must state the reasons why the state of emergency was declared and the contents of the state of emergency. The content must be in the Gazette. That is, what are the provisions of the emergency rule? Because you don't declare emergency in vacuum. You don't declare emergency cannot be all-encompassing. It cannot have sweeping powers. That proclamation will state the contents of that proclamation of the state of emergency. Now, if the National Assembly approves of that state of emergency, then it runs its full course. But if the National Assembly declines to give approval, it immediately ends. So now, the reasons why state of emergency can be declared is if the country as a whole or any part of the country is in a state of war.
Okay.
Or there's an imminent danger of a breakdown of law and order as to threaten the existence of the country in any part of the country or in the country as a whole. There's an actual breakdown of law and order, or there is an imminent danger to breakdown of law and order, or there's an outbreak of an influenza or something that will actually be of great danger to the health of Nigerians unless something is done to stop it. These are the reasons why the president can declare a state of emergency in a particular part of the country or in the entire country itself.
All right. Now, you've said, you mentioned the grounds on which, and then you said that these conditions or these reasons must be accepted by the House before it can be, become effective.
That's right.
Now, I'm referring to the state of emergency that was declared in Rivers State earlier in the year. Would you say that in a case of a state of emergency, that the president can suspend an elected governor, senator, during this process, according to the provisions given by the Constitution?
You see, first and foremost, I did say at that time that there was nothing that anybody knows, that there was nothing seen or unseen that called for that proclamation, that declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. If you talk of security of the state, that there was the police could not perform their duty, or that the army could not perform their duty, or that there was either a lapse that made it impossible for the security of rivers to be maintained, then who is to be held responsible? It is not the governor of Rivers State. It is the president of the country. The president of the country is the chief law officer, is the commander-in-chief. First and foremost, section 300, the Constitution said that Mr. President is the chief executive officer of Nigeria. He is the head of state of Nigeria. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. 3 things. He doesn't share it with anybody else. So he is the commander-in-chief. He commands every peace office, every peace formation. The police, the army, navy, air force, civil defense, custom, any organization that carries arms, he's in charge. Any organization that keeps peace, president is in charge. Now, a lot of Nigerians also do not understand that when the governor, if you talk of internal security, is the police that is in charge of internal security of the country. In the state, the governors, the section 215 of the Constitution says that the governor can give a directive to the police commissioner in his state in respect of security, any kind of security in his state. But that same constitution, that same section also says that the commissioner of police in that state has the authority to tell Mr. Governor, oh, I've heard you, sir, but before I carry out this instruction, you need to get approval from the president or from the inspector general of police. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That if there's something that the governor feels could be done to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order, and the governor tells the commissioner of police, and the commissioner of police refuses to do it, do you now place it on the doors of the governor? It is the president. So if such breakdown of law and order should take place, the president should be held responsible, not the governor. Even the Police Act embraced that by the old Police Act, which was abrogated in 2020 by Buhari, who now made who changed the Police Act. But the old Police Act, by section 10, subsection 3, restates, that's the Police Act of 1947, restates exactly what section 215 of the 1999 Constitution says. Now, the reason we were given why a state of emergency was declared in Rivers was that there was a breakdown of law and order, and the state governor did nothing to stop it. How could he have done it? He doesn't control the police. He doesn't control the military. He doesn't control the civil defense. He controls nothing that could have stopped the breakdown of law and order. And besides, there was no actual breakdown of law and order in Rivers. And there was also no imminent danger of a breakdown of law and order. Somebody threw a bomb somewhere in Rivers. How do you know who threw the bomb? And because somebody threw just one bomb somewhere, you now say there's a breakdown of law and order in Rivers, and so you have to declare a state of emergency. It was uncalled for. we must not deceive ourselves. We must be realistic. Now, outside that, your question are two-pronged.
Yeah.
Outside that, the next limb of your question is, after the declaration, assuming that this declaration, this state of emergency was proclaimed in Rivers, either in error, covertly or uncovertly, whether it was called for or not. The point is that there was a proclamation by Mr. President of a state of emergency for Rivers State. Now, does that call for you to remove the governor? Whether you call it suspension or you call it removal. The important thing is that the governor was removed. Remember again, the first limb to Section 305 that gave Mr. President the authority to declare state of emergency also said that declaration must be in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Just restating what Section 1 subsection 2 had said. So even if Section 305 had not said it, it had already said that Section 1 subsection 2. Now let me tell you, when a state of emergency is declared, all you can do, the Constitution insists that the provisions must be rigidly applied. When you declare a state of emergency, Section 45 of the Constitution tells you that when an emergency, when a state of emergency is declared, you cannot, because of the provisions of Section 33, which deals on right to life. Remember that Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which runs from Sections 33 to Section 46, is an entrenched provision, according to the Supreme Court in LPDs and Ghana, that has the privilege of nullifying any other provision of the Constitution or indeed any other law that is inconsistent with it. The implication is that that chapter is the most superior part of the Constitution, outside Section 1 on supremacy of the Constitution. Now, because it is so, Section 9 on amendment to the Constitution, subsection 2 tells you how you can amend all parts of the Constitution except Chapter 4 and Section 8. I've told you what Chapter 4 says. Fundamental rights. Yeah. Fundamental human rights is Chapter 4. Now, Section 8 deals on adjustment, boundary adjustment to a state or to the local government.
Okay.
That one is dealt with by Section 9, subsection 3. You can only amend Section 8 or Chapter 4 according to the provisions of Section 9, subsection 3, which is more rigid than Section 9, subsection 2, that deals on amendment of the rest of the provisions of the Constitution. Now, the implication is that you can't just trample upon the provisions of Chapter 4, which Section 305 now tells you, Section 45 now says you can do when there's a declaration of state of emergency. You can do means that you can't go to court and say that the National Assembly has made a law in order to accommodate that declaration of state of emergency in respect of, according to Section 305, that will now impinge upon your right to life. That means, let me explain, that if there's reason to declare a state of emergency, there's some people are killing some people. Let me, like this terrorism, banditry in the north. And you see that these bandits are killing villages, killing communities, and the National Assembly now, the president now decides to declare emergency rule there, and the National Assembly makes a law saying, do this, do that, do this, do that. You now go to court and say that if that thing that the National Assembly says should be done by the law they have made, that such thing may trample upon your right to life. It may bring about the killing of somebody. When it is done, somebody may die. So the court should declare that that law made by the National Assembly a nullity.
Okay.
Section 45 says no, it cannot be done. That's why the title of Section 5 is on restriction to and the derogation from the provisions of Chapter 4. That's how you can derogate from the provisions of Chapter 4. So it says very clearly that the National Assembly, in a period of emergency, the National Assembly can make a law that will temporarily suspend certain provisions of Chapter 4 within the period of that emergency rule. So that still tells you that Section 305 is not a sweeping provision. It's not all-encompassing. You cannot, because I've declared a state of emergency, now say, abrogate all the political structures. You can't. Now ask yourself, if the drafters of the Constitution had in any way contemplated that Mr. President, after the declaration of state of emergency, can suspend the political structures in a state, what of when a state of emergency is declared in the country? Will Mr. President go?
I was going to ask that.
Or will the National Assembly go? It's not possible. So remember that whatever is good for the goose has no justification not being good for the gander. So if the National Assembly, if Mr. President cannot leave office because he has declared a state of emergency in Nigeria, then how then will it be possible for an elected governor to leave office because a state of emergency was declared? Let me tell you also that the Constitution has clearly stated how an elected governor can leave office. You can't derogate from it. You can't do any amendment to it. You can't prohibit it. You can't touch it in any way. Very clearly, Section 188 says how a governor can be impeached by the people that were elected to represent the many. There are few persons that were elected to represent the many, which is the House of Assembly of the state.
Okay.
The same Constitution also provides how the elected president and deputy president can be removed by the National Assembly through the same process of impeachment. The same Constitution also tells you how an elected governor how the seat of an elected governor or deputy governor can be declared vacant. One, if he resigns. Two, he becomes mentally incapable of continuing with his office, and a whole lot of other things. They are clearly stated by the Constitution. That's why you cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, say you are suspending, or you are removing, or you are doing even for 1 second. You can't. The Constitution has not given anybody in Nigeria or outside Nigeria the right, the authority, the power to remove or suspend an elected governor for even a second.
Now, saying that we know this and we've established that the Constitution is supreme above both, whatever happens in the country is subject to the provisions stated in the Constitution. Now, we've said the Constitution does not allow a president to remove, but we saw a president remove a governor. In cases of this, abuse of power, are there constitutional, provisions to checkmate these abuses by the, Supreme Court?
Of course.
If there are, I don't know, if there are, why wasn't it implemented in the case of Rivers State?
You see, when a law is made, the law does not speak. The law does not enforce itself. The law does not act. The law is not a human being. The law is written. The law is to be enforced by human beings. If a law is written and you disregard the law, the law will be sleeping. The law will stay where it is and be in the statute books. You just close the statute books and behave as if the law is not there. That does not render that law a null. It doesn't make the law to be a nullity. But you have refused to implement the provisions of the law, but the law is still there. So in the case of Rivers, when Fubara was removed, Fubara went to court. Just like in the case of Plateau State under Obasanjo. The Plateau State governor was removed. And the Supreme Court said that the Plateau State governor was no longer the governor and shouldn't have come to court as the governor of Plateau State. I disagree with the Supreme Court. I disagree with the Supreme Court because, to start with, the question is, in law, was the governor removed? No. So if the governor was not removed in law, how can you now come to court as governor of Rivers or as governor of Plateau and you say that he is no longer the governor, so he cannot be held as the governor? That is approving an illegality. When an illegality takes place, it must be seen for what it is, an illegality. Because if you do not state very clearly that an illegality is a nullity, then you are inviting anarchy. God forbid that it will ever take place in Nigeria. God forbid. May it never take place in my lifetime. May it never take place at all. Because an anarchic state is a terrible state that nobody ever prays for. But of course, the Nigerian Constitution, which is a revered institution, an institution respected around the world, I'm talking of the Nigerian Supreme Court, has delivered a lot of beautiful judgments, like the one that was delivered in ENUGU and Governor of Lagos State. That was even by the Court of Appeal, not even the Supreme Court. Nemekago, JCA, the man from Udi in Enugu State, he was the man that delivered the led judgment of the Court of Appeal in that matter. And after that judgment, the entire world stood up for Nigeria, at least for some time. Because it was a military government that was ruling Nigeria at that time. And the governor of Lagos State, Raji Ratsaki, at that time, got a lot of bashing. Nemekagu went to town and finished the governor of Lagos State, the military governor, not civilian governor. So the Nigerian judiciary was fearless. And that was why it was not possible for anybody to just take the laws into his hands. Everybody became careful. And we maintained that sanity. And I still expect the law has not changed. The character of the Nigerian bar and bench has not changed. The people that populate the Nigerian bar and bench must not change. They must ensure that that delicate balance is not allowed to bend by any means. The Nigerian Supreme Court must ensure that the law is stated, interpreted and stated, and restated even. The point is that you cannot, when you say that the governor of a state who was illegally removed from office cannot come to court as that governor, you are supporting an illegality. The man has the competence, he has the power, he has the authority to approach the court as the sitting governor. Because in the eyes of the law, he has not been removed. He has not been suspended. So if in the eyes of the law he has not been suspended nor removed, how then can you say that he can't come to court as a governor? He can. You see, if we make a law and throw away that law, then it means that we are in a lawless state. May that day never come when we will remain in a lawless state. may that day never come when the people of Nigeria will enact a constitution and set it aside, throw it away, and operate like blind men that have that are rudderless, have no constitution, there's no law.
All right. What would you say seeing that the Supreme Court has passed this, the president can issue state of emergency, what would you say could be the risks and benefits of granting the president these broad powers?
I want to say that I have not read that judgment of the Supreme Court. All I have seen are clips in social media of the judgment of the Supreme Court. I do not think, and cannot by any stretch of the imagination think, that the Nigerian Supreme Court will say that the president has the power to remove an elected governor. I don't think the Supreme Court will say so.
Maybe not the removal.
Yes, I agree. The Supreme Court said the president, well, from what I read in the social media, like I said, I've not seen the judgment, that the president can declare a state of emergency. Of course, they were restating the obvious. They were restating what the Constitution said. Mr. President can declare a state of emergency. That's the provision of the Constitution. But of course, there are reasons why you can declare. Unless those things that are provided by Section 305 happens, you cannot declare. So when the Supreme Court said Mr. President has the power to declare a state of emergency, they said the correct thing, and it can't be faulted. The only thing now is, in the case of Rivers, did Mr. President have the power to declare a state of emergency, looking at the situation of the facts on the ground at that time? It's a different ball game. So the position of the Supreme Court in respect of this can only be gleaned from the content, the clear letters and intent of the judgment of the Nigerian Supreme Court, which, like I said, I have not read, and so I can't say anything on that particular aspect. But I have said that the Supreme Court is right when they say that the president can declare state of emergency. But in the case of Rivers, I don't know what the Supreme Court has said. But I have also said that my own judgment is that Mr. President didn't have any reason to declare state of emergency in Rivers. And even when there was a reason to declare state of emergency in Rivers, you cannot remove the governor or deputy governor or members of the House of Assembly. To remove the governor, I've stated how the governor can be removed. To remove any member of the House of Assembly, any member of the National Assembly, to remove the person is clearly by recall. There's a process of recall which the Constitution also provided for. Any member of the National Assembly can be recalled by the constituency that he represents as National Assembly, the constituency that elected him to be there. Any member of the House of Assembly can be recalled by the constituency that sent him to the House of Assembly. That's why the Constitution is very clear that any of these persons that was elected by the people can never be removed except by the same people themselves. The same people. To remove the president, it must be by impeachment, by the few persons that were elected by the people to represent them. That's the National Assembly. To remove a governor, the same thing, by the few persons that were elected by the people to represent them, not by an individual, the president of the country. No, he does not have the power.
Okay, now, if we have all these facts, and with the current situation Nigeria is in, the kidnappings, banditry, terrorism, wouldn't you say that we have come to a point? I really don't know the provisions that the Section 305 has stated in its entirety for grounds for state of emergency. Now, just opposing that with what happened in Rivers, would you say that the president is overlooking, the presidency is overlooking be obvious reasons why a state of emergency ought to be declared at this point?
Well, I think that to a great extent, we in Nigeria place politics before the interest of Nigeria to remain as a country. So I believe, and I have seen, that the situation in the northeast and northwest have remained the way they are because the people at the helm of affairs in Nigeria believe that politics comes before looking into that the unity and peace most importantly, of any part of this country. Otherwise, the situation in those parts of the country have exceeded the reason provided by the Constitution in Section 305 for the declaration of a state of emergency. And so it should have long been declared.
All right. Would this ruling have any effect if, like you said, you've not confirmed or the ruling, but we have an idea of what it entails? Would you say it will affect the relationship between the federal government and state governments generally in Nigeria? Using the rivers, I know the rivers has somehow reconciled, but if it happens, if we see more states of emergencies declared in states, would it affect the relationship and the governing relationship between the federal government and state governments?
You see, you don't even need to wait for the judgment of the Supreme Court to see the damage that act of Mr. President in declaring a state of emergency in rivers. What it has done, the damage it has done to the Nigerian democracy. Let me tell you, for you to have democracy in any country, you must have plurality of opinion. You must have plurality of parties. That is to say that you cannot have one party in a state. When you have one party in a state, what it is, it translates to dictatorship, whether it is under the civil rule or it's under the military. In the military, you have one party state. That's when the military is in charge. The state is on a one party principle. It's operating on a one party principle. Okay. Because one man, the entire flow of authority is from one place. Yes. The Supreme Military Council or the AFRC, Armed Forces Ruling Council, whatever they name, whatever title they take. That's where every authority in Nigeria flows from. They combine the legislative powers with the executive powers. They leave the judiciary to function, but also make a no-go area for the judiciary. There are certain, they will bring decrees that will say that so things are non-justiciable. Under the 1999 Constitution, there's only one chapter that is non-justiciable. That's chapter 2, Fundamental Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy. And that's from sections 13 to section 22. But under the military, they will bring out a decree that will say where the area that the judiciary cannot get into. So things like but then when you now do what was done in Rivers, you are giving notice to all the governors that if you do what Mr. President does not like,
this is your fate.
This is going to be your fate. So the the most decent thing the Nigerian Supreme Court should have done was to say no, that this is wrong. You don't do it. And let me tell you, if you are saying that no, you say it on time. You do not say it after the emergency rule has run its full course.
So are we saying that the Supreme Court, if at the time this state of emergency was declared in Rivers State, and I think they happened simultaneously, the removal, are you saying that the Supreme Court had the power to revoke or, say something and cancel what the president did?
Of course, because the governor of Rivers went to court immediately.
Okay.
All the PDP governors also went to court immediately. They went to the Supreme Court because, let me tell you, when there is state, any number of states, or even one single state, goes to court against the federation or against the president, the Supreme Court becomes the court of first instance. The Supreme Court had the authority because it had been approached. Ordinarily, the Supreme Court cannot just, any court of law cannot become a Father Christmas. You cannot begin to act when your jurisdiction has not been invoked. Somebody must invoke your jurisdiction, must invoke your power, your authority before you can act. So, but then, somebody did. People did. And the Supreme Court did nothing. And waited for the emergency rule to run its full course. 6 complete months gone before the Supreme Court now gave decision. And even when this decision was given, I'm not sure it said that the president didn't have the power to remove an elected governor. At least, if the judgment of the Supreme Court had said so, not considering the fact that it came late, at least to some extent, the various governors would have known, yes, Mr. President will no longer do it. He won't repeat that same thing that he did. The presidency will also know, we don't have the power to do this, so we'll not try it again. The various governors will have some degree, some measure of confidence that they are not the puppets of Mr. President, not the puppets of the presidency, that they still have some bit of sovereignty. I said some bit because we all belong to the same country, and so you can't. But then you can see that everything that has taken place appeared to be a rehearsal of illegality. And
anyway,
it's wrong.
Because of our time, we might have to end our conversation here this morning. Thank you so much, Honorable Nwabweze,
Thank you,
for
my
joining.
sister.
It's always a pleasure having persons like you to help enlighten and to educate.
Thank
you so much, and have yourself a great day.
Thank you, my sister. I'm grateful.
All right, thank you for staying with me up to this moment. We'll go on the short break, and when we get back, it's time for retrospect.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Our first conversation on Monday was rising insecurity in Nigeria versus weak governance and corruption. And our guest was Ifeanyi Okonkwo. Also, we discussed the traditional rulership institutions in Igbo land and democracy, a case for Igwe Orizu, Newi at 100. And our guest was Ben Itiaba. Let's take a listen.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Today, there is a judgment of the Supreme Court very currently where the Supreme Court are giving us a window to challenge government when you collect our money and don't deliver. So you need active citizens, not necessarily politicians. We're not active. Everybody is minding his own business. You go to the hospital, it's not working. You turn around and look for shop around for another hospital. You don't sue the Minister for Education. You don't sue the Minister for Health. No. So these are the issues that will ventilate the social contract. Somebody will tell you that certain sections of the Constitution is not justiciable. I call them intellectual illiterate. No law says that this part is not. Bring the ingredients that will make it enforceable. Law is science, law is not art. So we have a docile citizenship. Those who are educated don't even know the reason, and the tool of education can help us come out of all these problems. But you don't make demand on the system. You don't make demand on the system. How do you compare as a citizen if things are not working? It's not only when you go and exercise your right under the Constitution to demonstrate. You only demonstrate where government is responsible. They say, oh, my citizens are protesting. Is it this government that will shoot you when you go? You find a way and go to court. Begin to challenge them. Challenge the appropriation laws they bring out. Everybody is afraid to die. And you want good life. You don't want to challenge. The essence of educating a citizen is to make it difficult for them to be misgoverned. That's education.
Right now, from your solutions, I mean, they are quite interesting, but you've also mentioned that the Nigerian system does not particularly give room for all this. Like you mentioned the demonstrations, and you said, is it a system that would, you know, probably shoot you or do something drastic? Now, these political intellectuals that are needed in the space, these active citizens that you've mentioned, looking at the Nigerian system and those in governance, do you think that it allows for these people to thrive? Because people have gone to court and it ends up somewhere, you know, people, apart from the demonstrations, of course, which has happened, and still the same thing, we have educated politicians who have spoken up, but everything still remains the same. So what to what end?
Look, you look frustrated from this question you asked. There is a vista. The essence of education is to give you opportunity to ask questions. And asking questions does not mean only protestation. There's a way you can put a word out. If you are dealing with a reasonable person, he will find a way, even though we have it, it's not our culture to say I'm sorry. He will retract. A lot of things are happening in our society because we allow it. Everybody in Nigeria today must know that the way the economy is running, there is no middle class. There is no stability. If you want to deal with somebody and it requires that maybe he will be detained and put in police cell, the first thing he will do is to run around the policeman in the police desk, and not to put him in the cell. We are afraid to go to this. What's happening in the cell? The police can detain you. The police is not the judge. Our intellectuals, our political elite are afraid to take the pain of protest. The law says how long you can be detained and what you can do if you are detained beyond that time. But you see them go to the police station. They ever no, I don't want to enter the cell. Somebody should be inside so that you can make demand on the system. So the poverty regime that all the governments in Nigeria is running has stifled intellectual and the mobility of people to say no. You see, people are looking for handouts. People are looking for opportunity. 80% of Nigerian elite today are government picking. They in and out of government, they're looking for appointment. So you come to some places and you see that the elite will build road in their community, call the governor to come and commission it, give money to the governor, give cow to the governor, and dance for the governor. And you are telling me you want to see democracy.
Okay, so can anti-corruption reforms realistically improve national security, or we are just deep into a systematic failure?
We are in a systematic failure. You just got the right description of the situation. It takes, you buy all the computer in the world, you need the human capital, you need the human being to operate this. Good governance is easy. I will give you an Igbo proverb that says that the knife you use in cutting the community meat, blood stains it. But the man who brought that knife, that stain of blood means that he'll be given some meat.
Absolutely.
It is in our own Igbo anthropology. The problem is that we don't have disinterested leaders. You bring a leader, he wants road to pass through his mother's village. you want to put university in his town. He wants to do everything to personalize his own welfare. If you're a leader, you should be disinterested because you're looking at the general welfare. And so anti-corruption and the rest of them we're talking about, you go to a civilized place, nobody tells you not to misbehave. Because the person who will enforce that law don't give any care who you are until the system says let him free. So until we stop all this patronage, all this anti-corruption and the rest of them, we are a patronage community. We believe in, oh, is my brother, oh, is my in-law, oh, my mother is from their place. That is our culture. That's the Igbo anthropology and history. But we must refine them. You can still punish somebody who broke the law by maybe advising him that if you go there and admit this thing, that there's a less punishment, you can be rehabilitated, and not to prosecute him. So all these anti-graft, the philosophy of a leader is a manifestation of his governance.
Now, earlier on you mentioned about the economic situation in the country and how there is no middle class any longer. Now, how much of today's insecurity would you say is driven by this economic problem or this economic desperation in the country?
I can, in my own poor judgment, attribute some.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You have a strong man and weak institutions, things go wrong. But traditionally, I think we have strong institutions. In a place like Nnewi, you know, we have the way we do things. Igbo Rizo has been on the throne for 62 years. Indeed, he was inaugurated 3 months before I was born. Today, he is 100 years old, and we're celebrating him this Christmas from the 27th of December this year to the 28th to the 29th, a 3-day celebration in Nnewi. So we're expecting quite a lot of influx of our people from diaspora, from all over Nigeria, influx of tourists who want to be a part of this. It's going to be a big event for us.
Right, now speaking of Igbo Rizu of Nnewi, how would you describe his legacy so far and his rulership, you know, in Igbo land, looking at how many years he has been on the throne and how many years he has been alive as well?
Okay, certainly the longest serving monarch in Igbo land, that's not in any dispute. Igwe has been a man of peace. He brought a lot of peace, stability to the great town, ancient kingdom of Nnewi. If you look at the resurgence of Nnewi into the global map in terms of industry, in terms of commerce, this was as a result of Igwe's broad view, great world view, that ensured that we set up a great market in Awedo, in Nnewi, known as Nnewi market. In fact, today you have very many markets around with different names, but mainly the Awedo market. And this led to Nnewi being the hub of trade in West Africa. People were coming from outside of Nigeria to buy stuff and go back to the Cameroon, to Niger Republic, to Mali, in the 70s. And a lot of industries set up, industrial zones mapped out. Today, those young men, those young traders are billionaires in dollars. And also groomed quite a lot of millionaires, quite a lot of the money now, not within the Nnewi ambit, but we had an influx of our neighbors who came in to become Waboy. We started the Waboy model of raising venture capital and succeeding in business. So today you have many people from Ebonyi State, from ENUGU State, all being a product of that and being millionaires and operating out of Nnewi and beyond. And the pioneers of the Nnewi growth have moved on to bigger and greater things outside of Nnewi. You have the Ibeto. Ibeto is our big masquerade. You have Koscharis, you have Chikasen, you have Innocent who's doing big things. Obozo Nnewi, doing big things in Nnewi. And so many of them to mention. the centers of this world were created in the 70s. And of course, don't forget the fact that Nnewi produced the greatest transporters in our history. Many people fail to was the first chairman of president of Nigeria Stock Exchange. Started with the transport business. That of late people knew is Uchuku transport. Okay, Ekerson, many of them out of products out of Nnewi. And today, if you come into Nnewi, and I'm grateful, I have to say this to the current governor of Anambra State, I have no reason to praise him, but I'm doing it. I'm doing this because I have to say the right things when the right things are being done. This man is trying to help Nnewi find itself into the one-town state that he's trying to, his vision that he's trying to create. So we have now dual carriage routes being carved out, being developed, and hopefully within the next 6 months, there will be ease of movement in and around the Nnewi, which we need because we know the number of containers that come into Nnewi every single day. You know that we do need great roads to be able to operate, and for Anambra State to begin to get the benefit of Nnewi being the main or one of the major economic hubs in the state.
Okay then, so can traditional rulers, with the way things are right now, can traditional rulers genuinely remain non-partisan in a highly politicized environment like Nigeria? I mean, looking at the case of Igwe Orizu Nnewi, which you had mentioned that he's a democratic person and also a very great man.
Okay, first of all, Igwe Orizu has been a king in a class of his own. I'm not running others now. In a class of his own. He's known as Igwe a joker. First of all, the man is deeply religious, okay? That's the first one. But coming to the politics, Igwe, no Igwe, not even Igwe Nnewi, no Igwe or be of any community in Igbo land should be partisan. That cannot happen and must not happen and should not happen. The moment you do that, you brought division in your enclave. You cannot do that. You'll be down the amount to you cutting your nose to spite your face. If you wanted to support anybody, you may have a preferred candidate in any election. You support them quietly and privately, but not imposing your views on your people. The moment you do that, in fact, your people will disown you as their able. Because every party will always support us in every community. So the Igwes are non-partisan, they should be, and they, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, they have, as with all the pressure, modern pressure, to get them to sway one way or the other. They've tried as much as possible to handle it.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And come Wednesday, we had Malachi Ochie discussing the rising insecurities in Nigeria and challenges of the Igbo nation. Also, we had Reverend Ambrose Ofodili discuss on the spiritual need of Igbo nations in times like this. This is what they had to say.
Milling out from the dense forests of the southeast and south and taking the center stage in Nigeria, and that was depicting the Igbos. And then the Igbos, they were latecomers on the Nigerian scene, but when they came, they conquered, as it were. They conquered the terrain. They ventured out of their domain in search of new vistas, in search of new challenges. For instance, they went to the north. They started building their economy, building hotels, building and so on. In 1962 or 63, there was a heated debate in the Northern House of Assembly, Northern Regional House of Assembly, where people like Deep Cherima, Waziri, and so many of them said that the Igbos must return to their zone, must return to their, that the north is for the north, the south is for the south, the west is for the west, and the central is for all of us. These things are not imaginations, they are historical facts that can be found in our National Museum, in our national archives, and these debates are there. And they also say that we don't need to sell land to these Igbo people because they are building. So there was a lot of things, and that was why immediately after the Nigerian Civil War, there was so many issues like abandoned property. Who abandons his property? But that's a discussion for another day. So the Igbos, in terms of insecurity, that outward dispensation of the Igbos has been drastically reduced. So their commercial fervor appears to have been, secluded to a place. Number two is affecting the economy of the Igbos. Businesses are closing down. People can no longer travel safely on the road and so on. Today in Nigeria, in Igbo land, is a lot coming from my station now to here. You have to be praying to God. Thank God for the Reverend gentleman who talked about prayers. So, but you have to be praying to God because you could be kidnapped anywhere on the point. So that's the level of insecurity. Even though Enugu state government is, responding to that challenge on spot by the purchase of drones and using high tech to track them. But it has created a lot of problems. It has created also unemployment. People are no longer making enough money, also resources, at least to accommodate people in their establishment. So it's quite a lot of problem as it has affected our people. And kidnapping has become a general problem. People are killed on a daily basis, and human life has become such a waste among our people.
So would you say that, looking at the way this insecurity issue is affecting everything, would you say that it is possibly politically motivated or due to some political grievances as opposed to, purely criminal intent of people?
There are so many causes of insecurity. Number one is politics. Number two, genuine grievances that has been criminalized and weaponized. How has politics driven insecurity in Nigeria? This is national television, and we must moderate our comment, even when we have the facts. Sometime during the tenure of Obasanjo as civilian president, he handed over to Yaradua, and then one of Nigeria's illustrious sons, Muhammad Buhari, was insistent on leading Nigeria one more time, and he failed on a number of occasions. The last time he failed there was after election violence in Kano, Kaduna, Bauchi, and most parts of the north. And he was attacking Southerners, particularly Igbos, as being the reason for their failure, for his failure. And he made a statement that if by 2007, am I correct, he fails to win, that Nigeria will be ungovernable. The issue of Boko Haram .
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Of way on how to, face some of these problems. The problem of lack of federal presence in the Southeast, the problem of lack of education, because education, which used to be the bedrock of every development, especially in the Southeast, we have people who are saying, I don't want to go to school. And so what have we done to encourage our young people who have refused to go to school? And those who cannot go to school, what investments, what plans do we have for those who are skill oriented? By this I mean those who have skills. Did we prepare them very well? And the whole essence of religion, there is also morality associated with religion. So when we are talking about this present situation, how to get the spiritual orientation we need to actually ask ourselves, what can we do to bring these situations under control? And the first thing is to actually know God and go back to God. Religion is about God, it's about God. So to follow God means to be morally inclined. You have to understand God. You have to have a certain morality that orients you to God. So if you don't have that, you cannot make any headway in terms of religion, in terms of development of the Southeast.
Now, speaking of spiritual orientation, now you've mentioned a couple of times about how there seems to be a resurgence of the African traditional religion and people seem to be wanting to go back to the religion of our fathers. Now, why would you say that there has been this increase in that resurgence? Would you say that the church or Christianity is probably not speaking to the hearts of the people anymore to want to still continue?
Yeah, I have to be fair with you. Christianity, even though came with all the good prospects, remember the coming of the missionaries. They came with a lot of things. A lot of good things, education, healthcare, development, and all of that. And these things are glaring signs that Christianity has something to offer. Now, when the missionaries left, the whole point of conversion, or you could say consolidation of conversion, was, handed over to the Igbo Christians, for instance, Igbo missionaries. And then what happened? There was a shift in focus. There was a kind of we did not follow actually what these missionaries came to do for us. We instead deviated, and it is this deviation which has now become pronounced in an age that has become so curious. In the 80s and 90s, people find it very difficult to even question the authority of Christian leaders. But today we have a society that is so critical. A society that wants to understand why you are doing what you are doing and wants to understand whether you are actually living up to expectation. And so that's why we got it wrong. That there is a kind of proliferation of churches all over Igbo land without
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Come Thursday, we discuss the NLC protest over issues on insecurity, issues of insecurity with Ogugwa Egu, and we had Nneka Iyase talk to us on the Nigeria Correctional Service in the eyes of Nigerians. This is what they had to say.
As bonus. In 2024, he made it 150, and this 2025, we have been expecting it, and I do not think it came to a lot of people as a surprise, because the governor has always, preached the mantra of good leadership, and he has a good interest in the affairs and welfare of workers. So we workers are actually excited that the governor did that again this year, and we are trying to assure him that workers will continue to do their best to better the economy of the state. However, there are some categories of workers that have not been benefiting maximally from these lages. The local government workers and workers in the tertiary institutions in the state, owned by the state, and the pensioners, our dear retirees, the senior citizens in the state, they have not benefited from these lages. And actually also want to use this opportunity to appeal to His Excellency, the God-given governor to appoint people, to find a way in his large heart to accommodate these categories of workers. Moreover, the local government workers actually should be paid by the local government chairman, and I know that very soon the local government chairman will be under pressure to do the needful to the categories of workers at the local government. Because the governor's pronouncement was for only state civil servants.
Right. Now, looking at the economic situation in the country, I mean, the NLC has gone on multiple strikes due to this issue of minimum wage implementation and making sure that workers, earn up to a reasonable amount for the work that they do. Now, do you think that this bonus is something that would help people looking at how things are in the moment? Are there, or would you say that there are still some demands that this bonus cannot, fix?
Well, the truth is that whether this bonus will help or not, it is already helping. It is already helping boosting the psychology of the ordinary Bonyan. Because when a worker gets 150,000 naira, it spreads across members of his family. It spreads across members of his family, and that is why everybody is happy and excited about it. But of course, you cannot solve every problem at once. The simple truth is that when workers still hope in future, the governor, continues to reel out his goodness to the people, his goodwill to the people, he will ensure that our workers will have a substantial progression in consequential.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And those that are in custody, we're also making provisions for their education to as part of our reformation procedure, our treatment. They have their primary school there, secondary school there, and recently here in Ogbonyi State, our National Open University was commissioned in October. So, for instance, if an inmate is interested in furthering his or her education, probably because of financial challenges, they were not able to do it, and they come to our custody, they have the privilege of having a free education from primary school to tertiary institution. And by the time they come out and they graduate, we will have them as employers of labor and no longer as criminals and no longer as deviants. So I'm trying to juggle almost all of them at the same time so that Nigerians and the world at large, we appreciate the enormity of the significance of the new Nigeria Correctional Service Act, which is impacting the criminal justice system at large and making security more feasible and manageable and making us turn out more responsible citizens from our custodial center. Also, looking at, I've already mentioned that we are enhancing focus on the rehabilitation, reformation, for reintegration of offenders. Yes, just as I mentioned, I'll continue to say it, that our focus has shifted from punitive, correctional service measures to correctional measures, where we tend to work on individual inmates, considering their uniqueness. We call it, that's how we do it in the Nigeria Correctional Service, where we consider your capabilities, your areas of interest, and we are able to place you where you belong or where you can function very well. For those that are not academically inclined, what we simply do is that we expose them to various vocations. As what we really want to do, they will like say, before I came here, I intended to be a plumber, an electrician, or whatever, or a furniture maker. All these workshops are available in our custodial center, and they are well equipped, and we have professional officers. I forgot to tell you that our officers are professionals in various fields of endeavors. So these are officers that man our various workshops in those areas, and they impact those our inmates to those.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And lastly, on Friday, yesterday, we had Larry Arogundade talk to us on the negative impressions of leaders and politicians against media practitioners in Nigeria. And also we discussed NLC protests about insecurity in Nigeria, the outcomes and expectations. And our guest was Comrade Fabian Wibo. Let's take a listen.
You kidnap him or her, or you arrest him or her, and then you get that journalist detained for 3, 4, 5 days, even sometimes 2 weeks, without concluding your investigation, and then taking the matter to court. This is the problem that we really have. The level of impunity when it comes to crimes against journalists. But let us be clear, now let me make it very clear that we are very, very, very persistent that journalists should, as much as possible, be professional, be ethical, be conflict sensitive in reporting. And that is why, apart from the overarching framework of the code of ethics of journalists in Nigeria, we have even developed what we could call subcodes that address specific situations. And a good example is the Nigerian Media Code of Election Coverage, which we developed under a program we're running with the European Union called European Union Support to Democratic Governance in Nigeria. We brought that code, we reviewed it, and it provides guidelines on the do's and don'ts when it comes to election reporting. And when you go through this, you see that we're painstaking. We said that journalists have to be socially responsible. They have to give equitable access to parties and candidates. They have to be fair to all sides in an electoral dispute. We talked about avoidance of hate speech. We talked about conflict sensitivity. And we also talked about integrity. And under integrity, there was a strong emphasis on factual accuracy when it comes to reporting. So we've gone that length. And that code is endorsed by all the umbrella professional bodies of journalists in Nigeria, as well as almost 200 individual media organizations. So nobody can actually say that when it comes to ethics, we're not serious about it or we're not doing something about it. That is why I keep repeating that it shouldn't be an excuse, really, for you to violate the profession. Sometimes those who say that, oh, people are not being professional, you are doing this, you are that, they are not even journalists. They tend to be older than the Pope. They tend to want to claim to know our profession better than us. And this is this is really not acceptable.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
If it has been there and we didn't talk, we have started to talk now. It's so much. It's so much. Look at what's happening in the north. Almost every day, every week, you hear one news of school children taken by unknown men gun or gunmen. And after sometimes either they resurface or that one ends and nobody talks about it. Even when NSC say, who is that security chief that withdrew the security personnel from that school? Till today, no response, no answer. So it's a high level conspiracy. Even the government is part of this what's happening. Because if they are not part of it, why wouldn't they tell us? It is Mr. Okafo, Mrs. This that withdrew the security personnel. Such thing happened in the past in ENUGU. At what's the place again in Ozo1, where they said that security were withdrawn. They said the Fulanis are gone. The same day they were withdrawn, they went. Nimbo? The people community were attacked and a lot of persons were killed. And the question is, why do you withdraw securities when you know that the place you are protecting is still on fire? So it's conspiracy.
Now that the protest is over and we have to wait till 2026 for the president to address some of these things, how can the NLC sustain pressure on the federal government so they don't just relax and feel like it is over? How can this pressure be sustained?
The pressure is on because they had meeting before the protest. Their system now is to attack NLC on the eve of every planned protest or rally or whatever, and ensure that we will stop. But this one we said we cannot stop. What we are talking about human life. If you are talking about minimum wage, you can stop and continue negotiation. If you are talking about any welfare, we're talking about life and property. And the basic business of every government, the fundamental business, is to keep and sustain human life and property. So if a situation where now the highest number one citizen of this country is telling you, it's just like in the past when you call police, my house is under siege. The bad men are here. I say, we don't have fuel. In other words, the criminal, the thief, will have to wait until police will go and buy fuel. That thing may be around 4 or 3 a.m. They will have to wait until 8 a.m. the next morning when the filling station will be open. They will buy fuel and then come and arrest them. That's so the same thing. Yes, just like we have to wait. The crime will have to continue until 2026, and we can now do something.
So now, with this protest, what exactly are the demands, or what are the demands that the NLC is making that it needs the federal government to address? I mean, you've spoken about insecurity. People are dying. Nobody is safe. So what is the demand?
Fundamentally, our demand is save us, Nigerians. Save us. We are not safe anywhere. We are not safe any place. That's the principal demand. Amongst every other thing, save the farmers, save the students, save the...
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Thank you so much for staying with me up to this moment. It's been a pleasure having you with us this morning. Until I come your way again tomorrow, keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a great day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
Just finished taking
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
To Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Speaker Abbas urges Nigerians to remain hopeful, united. Taraba government designates Karim Lamido as special area of security concern. Leaders of Afro-Cuban cult Santeria advise cleanliness, peace and warnings of conflict. And Sudan team hopes Cup of Nations success can end war. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has congratulated Nigerians on the commencement of a 2026 new year, urging citizens to remain resolute, steadfast, and hopeful in the journey ahead. In his New Year message conveyed through his special advisor on media and publicity, Musa Abdullahi Krishi, the Speaker called on Nigerians to renew the optimism in 2026 and continue working collectively for national unity and development. Speaker Abbas acknowledged that 2025 was a challenging year, but noted that it also witnessed notable progress in governance and improvements in national security, as security agencies intensified efforts to restore peace across the country. He praised the resilience of Nigerians, describing it as a driving force sustaining the nation despite economic and social difficulties. The Speaker urged citizens to collaborate across religious, regional and political divides in a collective task of building a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Looking ahead, he reaffirmed the National Assembly's commitment to passing people-focused legislation aimed at strengthening economic stability, promoting inclusiveness and enhancing the security and welfare of Nigerians in line with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. Speaker Abbas assured Nigerians that collective efforts will transform present challenges into opportunities for a brighter future, and wished the nation a peaceful, productive, and hopeful new year. In another development, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has expressed condolences to the Nigerian Union of Journalists following the death of its members in a road accident in Gombe State. Speaker Abbas described the incident as painful, shocking, and deeply unfortunate. The Federal Road Safety Corps confirmed that 7 people died, while 4 other NUJ members sustained injuries in a lone accident involving a bus belonging to the union on Monday. The journalists were reportedly returning from a wedding ceremony in Gombe, South Senatorial District. In a condolence message issued through his special advisor on media and publicity, Musa Krishi, the Speaker commiserated with the families of the deceased and extended his sympathies to the NUJ at both the state and national levels. He prayed for the eternal rest of the departed and asked God to grant the families the strength to bear the loss, while wishing the injured journalists a speedy recovery. Lagos State Government Babajide Sanwo-Olu has confirmed that 8 people died in a fire that gutted the 22-story Great Nigeria Insurance Building on Martin Street, Lagos Island on Christmas Eve. Speaking during an on-site assessment on Friday, 9 days after the incident, the governor announced immediate safety measures, including the demolition of the structurally compromised buildings in the affected area. He noted that residual flames were still visible at the site. Sanwo-Olu disclosed that 5 victims have been identified, while 3 were burnt beyond recognition, prompting the state to order DNA tests to establish their identities. The governor confirmed that 13 people were rescued alive, while search and rescue efforts have so far recorded 8 fatalities. Describing the incident as tragic, he led officials in observing a minute of silence for the disease. He attributed the fire to human error and warned against unsafe practices, including the use of multiple generations in commercial buildings, noting that the blaze also affected adjoining structures along Martins, Shita, and Bedford streets. Sanwo-Olu assured that any building failing structural integrity test will be demolished, while residents and traders were advised to avoid the area until controlled demolition works are completed. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency has set up a help desk at the scene to document missing persons and support affected families as Martin Street remains closed to commercial activities. Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi has warned that Nigeria risks deepening hardship and undermining national cohesion by pursuing a tax regime that places greater burdens on an already impoverished population. Obi made the remarks in a statement posted on X, where he addressed issues of taxation, leadership, responsibility, and a weakening social contract between government and citizens. The statement reflects his views on economic reform, transparency, and people-focused governance. He said genuine prosperity cannot be achieved through policies that make citizens poorer, stressing that economic growth must be built on trust, honesty, and productivity. He maintained that taxation should operate as a genuine social contract grounded in sincerity, fairness, and concern for citizens' welfare. According to him, every tax policy must be clearly explained, including its impact on incomes and how it contributes to national development. Obi argued that Nigeria's fiscal challenge is not simply about raising revenue, but about making citizens wealthier so that the nation itself can grow stronger. He said Nigerians are currently being asked to pay taxes without clarity, explanation, or visible public benefit. He identified the empowerment of small and medium-sized enterprises as a starting point for sustainable economic growth, noting that thriving small businesses create jobs, raise incomes, and naturally expand the tax base. He warned against celebrating increased government revenue while citizens grow poorer, arguing that such outcomes reflect a failure of governance rather than success. Obi called for a fair, lawful, and people-centered tax system that supports production, rewards enterprise, protects the vulnerable, and restores trust between government and citizens, saying only such an approach can turn taxation into a true instrument for unity, growth, and shared prosperity. As Nigeria begins the 2026 calendar year, the Corpus Journey Advocacy Network, CJAN, and the Association for Student Social Welfare have called on the federal government to introduce structured student airfare policies and review aviation taxes. The appeal was contained in a joint press statement signed by Taiwo Ajayi, founder of CJAN, and Boluwatife Adedokun, executive director of CJAN. Boluwafe Fakorode Adedoyin, community outreach coordinator of CJAN, and Victor Adetolaju, founder and national coordinator of ASSW. In a statement, the co-organizations urge government and aviation regulators to prioritize affordable air travel for students, describing mobility as critical to education, research, collaboration, and national development. They called for clear, enforceable student airfare frameworks covering both domestic and international routes, alongside a comprehensive review of what they describe as a heavy tax burden on aviation sector, which continues to push ticket prices upward, while acknowledging recent airline-led student discount initiatives on select international routes, including those offered by Air Peace. The group stressed that such discounts remain voluntarily corporate promotions and are not guaranteed or consistent. Some leaders from the Southeast have called on the Igbo people to unite and align with the central government ahead of the 2027 general elections. The call followed a meeting between ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba, Senator representing Abia North Oji Kalu, and elder statesman and former Anambra State Governor Jim Nwobodo at Nwobodo's residence in Enugu on Friday. The meeting focused on the political positioning of the Southeast within Nigeria's evolving political landscape. Speaking during the discussions, Jim Nwobodo urged Igbo to engage in deliberate dialogue to clarify their place in national affairs. He said the region should move beyond symbolic inclusion and seek a clearly defined and respected role within the country's power structure. The remarks come amid ongoing political realignments nationwide as preparations intensify for the 2027 presidential election. Governor Mba and Senator Kalu both stressed the need for unity among the Igbo and advocated alignment with the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, as a pathway to greater political relevance and access to national opportunities. Governor Mba said the Southeast must carefully assess the current political climate to effectively benefit from national policies, adding that ongoing discussions will become clearer in the coming days. Senator Kalu maintained that aligning with the ruling party remains crucial for the region to fully participate in national development. The Niger State government has approved the reopening of select public and private schools across the state, effective Monday, January 12, 2026, following comprehensive security assessments and consultations with relevant agencies. The decision was announced in a statement issued on Friday by the State Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education and signed by the Commissioner Hadiza Mohammed. According to the statement, Governor Umaru Bago granted the approval to ensure the continuity of education while safeguarding the lives of students, teachers, and school communities. The government stressed that only schools located in areas deemed safe will be permitted to resume academic activities with enhanced security present in and around approved schools. The ministry added that official lists of public and private schools cleared for reopening will be released on Monday, January 12, 2026. Approved schools are required to immediately register returning students and submit updated enrollment data to the ministry within 1 week of resumption, while local government chairmen have been directed to ensure compliance and provide necessary support. The state government thanked parents, school proprietors, and the public for their patience during the closure, reaffirming that the safety of learners and teachers remained its top priority. Aggrieved teachers in Kwara State on Friday staged a peaceful protest over the exclusion from a newly approved 30% peculiar salary allowance granted to other state workers. The teachers converged on the Nigeria Union of Teachers NUT state office in Lorry, where they expressed displeasure at the state government's decision, describing exclusion as unfair and discriminatory. Comrade Shegun Afolabi, who spoke on behalf of the protesting teachers, insisted that the 27.5% teacher-specific allowance is a statutory entitlement and should not be merged with or used as a replacement for the newly approved 30% allowance meant for workers. Reacting to the protest, Kwara State Chairman of NUT, Comrade Yusuf Abuola, appealed to Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak to urgently include teachers in the new allowance in the interest of equity and industrial harmony. He said the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, Kwara State Wing, had appealed in a circular to public school teachers in the state to remain calm and avoid further protests over the exclusion from the recently introduced peculiar allowance approved for core civil servants in ministries, departments, and agencies. Agbola acknowledged that teachers were pained by the exclusion from the 30% peculiar allowance, noting that the development had triggered emotional reactions within the union. However, the NUT chairman dismissed claims that the union's leadership failed teachers, describing such perceptions as incorrect and misleading. Up ahead, police arrest 2 suspected ritualists in Ondo. Gospel singer Sinach holds medical outreach in Abia. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Taraba State Governor Abu Kefas has signed an executive order designating Karim Lamido local government area as a special area of concern. The decision follows years of recurring crisis in the area and comes after detailed security assessments and consultations with relevant authorities. The order was signed at the conclusion of a security meeting with local stakeholders. According to the statement by the governor's chief press secretary Yusuf Sanda, the designation is a preventive measure aimed at protecting life and property and livelihoods and fostering peaceful coexistence. The government clarified that the order does not amount to a state of emergency, does not suspend civil authority, and is not targeted at any community, region, religion, or ethnic group. Lawful activities including farming, trading, worship, and local administration would continue uninterrupted. Governor Kefas reassured residents that law-abiding citizens have nothing to fear, noting that the measure is temporary, subject to periodic review, and guided by the Constitution and human rights. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth leaders, and community stakeholders were urged to cooperate with security agencies to maintain peace and stability. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has sworn in 5 new special advisors, reinforcing his administration's commitment to progress and recovery. Speaking at Government House on Friday, Fubara said the appointments aim to strengthen governance and ensure the smooth running of his administration. He noted that the appointees Elokatasie Amadi, Peter Mede, Emmanuel Fubara, Victor Caro, and Darlington Oji bring prior government experience which would help achieve set goals efficiently. The governor aides to view their roles as a call to dedicated service, emphasizing the appointments require duty and commitment, not personal gain. The River State Executive Council has approved a 1.8 trillion budget proposal for the 2026 fiscal year. Approval was granted at the State Executive Council meeting held on Friday evening. Briefing journalists after the meeting, newly sworn-in Special Advisor to Governor Siminalayi Fubara on Economic Matters and Special Development, Professor Peter Mede, said the budget was designed to enable the state to complete and advance key projects in critical sectors.
It is against this backdrop that the State Executive Council has respectfully approved and considered that the budget theme for 2026 is a budget of resilience for growth and development. This budget is so Christian because the priority of the state government for the year 2026 is for recovery, restoration, reassurance, consolidation, and inclusivity. This is because, in spite of the many challenges, that the state government has remained resilient, dogged, and focused on achieving the key targets as our commitment to the people of Rivers State.
Also present at a joint briefing were the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Information and Communication, Honor Sirawo, and the newly sworn-in Special Advisor on Finance, Frank Fubara. The Ondo State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects of an alleged money-ritual plot in Ile Oluji, Ondo State. The suspects were apprehended on December 27, 2025 by operatives of a SWAT tactical team following credible intelligence and a tip-off from a concerned resident. Confirming the address on Saturday, the police public relations officer, Abayomi Jimo, said preliminary investigations revealed that one of the suspects, Mariah, allegedly conspired with her son, Adewale, to engage an herbalist to use a victim for a money ritual. Jimo disclosed that the suspects were currently in police custody and have reportedly confessed to the crime, adding that they will be charged to court upon the conclusion of investigations. Reacting to the development, the Commissioner of Police, Adebowale Lawal, cautioned parents against a growing get-rich-quick mentality among youths and urged them to instill values of hard work and integrity. Police also appealed to members of the public to remain vigilant and promptly report suspicious activities to the nearest police station. Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule has confirmed that arrests have been made in connection with a recent deadly attack on Akunza Ashige community in Lafia local government area, assuring residents that security agencies are still pursuing other suspects linked to the incident. The governor made the disclosure during a bi-monthly press conference held in Lafia, the state capital, following public concern over the violent assault carried out by masked men during a traditional wedding ceremony. Speaking through a senior special assistant in public affairs, Peter Ahemba, Governor Sule said the state government, in collaboration with security agencies, responded promptly to the attack to restore calm in the area. He added that the government has put measures in place to ensure lasting peace in the affected community and across Nasarawa State, stressing that those responsible for the attack were brought to justice. Ahemba also disclosed that the governor has continued to consult widely with relevant stakeholders on key political issues in the state, including the ongoing debate over the zoning of the governorship seat. According to him, no final decision has been reached on whether the governorship should be zoned to the southern, northern, or western senatorial district. A federal high court in Abuja set January 7 to hear the bail application of former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, over alleged money laundering. Malami, his son, Abdulaziz, and one of his wives, Bashiru Asabe, are standing trial on a 16-count charge by the EFCC for allegedly laundering 8.7 billion naira. The trio pleaded not guilty when arraigned on December 29, 2025, and have been remanded at Kuje Correctional Center. The EFCC claims the defendants used multiple bank accounts, corporate entities, and real estate purchases between 2015 and 2025 to conceal illicit funds, including properties in Abuja, Kano, and Benin, Kebbi. Alleged transactions include over 1.6 billion naira moved through bank accounts and luxury real estate acquisitions. The Commission says the action violates the Money Laundering Act 2011 and 2022, and that Malami's use of proxies and companies obscured the ownership of the funds. The Taminu Turaki-led faction of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State has collapsed its structure into the Aaron Chukwemeka-led faction loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Announcement was made on Friday by Robinson Aname Ewo, chairman of a Turaki-led faction, during Wike's visit to Ogba Egbeben Ndoni local government area. Ewo accused Governor Siminalayi Fubara of misleading PDP members by claiming he could defeat Wike in the ongoing political struggle in the state. He declared that the PDP is no longer factionalized in Rivers State, effectively ending the Turaki-led faction. The widely speculated defection of Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf from the new Nigeria People's Party to the All Progressives Congress has been postponed. A close associate of the governor disclosed that the earlier scheduled date for the official defection, Monday, January 5, 2026, has now been shifted to Monday, January 12, 2026. Reports had previously suggested that Governor Yusuf was set to formally join the APC on January 5. However, a source familiar with the matter who requested anonymity revealed that the governor appealed for more time during a meeting with Vice President Kashim Shettima in Abuja on Friday. The source explained that Governor Yusuf intends to further consult with some state legislators and key political stakeholders, but yet to fully align with the proposed move. Kano, a major political stronghold in northern Nigeria, has in recent days been rift with speculation over the governor's anticipated defection, a development that has surprised many political observers due to its potential impact on the state's political landscape. The senator representing Abia North Senatorial District and former governor of Abia State, Ojus Okalu, has declared that the All Progressive Congress APC will take over Abia State in the 2027 governorship election. Kalu made a declaration at a Kolieda local government area of Ebonyi State during his annual New Year visit to the chairman of the APC in Ebonyi State, Stanley Okoro Emea. The former governor said that although the current governor of Abia State, who belongs to the Labour Party, is his personal friend, family loyalty will guide his political choices in the next election cycle. Governor Kalu also urged governors across the country to take primary responsibility for security in their state rather than leaving the burden solely on the president. Called on governors to emulate the Ebonyi State Governor Francis Mwifuru, whom he praised for maintaining peace and security in the state. Popular gospel singer Signaturetv, popularly known as Sinach, and her husband Joseph Abel have praised Abia State Governor Alex Ochi for what they describe as intentional and visionary leadership transforming the state. Sinach spoke on Friday after a courtesy visit to the governor at his country home in Umuahim, Mvosi, Isialangwa South local government area, where she said the visit was to appreciate Ochi's support for a recent medical outreach organized by the Joseph and Sinach Abel Foundation in Aba. The couple, indigenes of Abia State, commended the administration's people-focused governance, citing visible improvements in infrastructure, environmental cleanliness, road networks, and citizen engagement. Sinach noted that the governor's support enabled the foundation to provide critical medical care to residents, while also highlighting the initiative such as electric buses and increased public participation in governance. She also encouraged emerging gospel artists to remain committed to spreading the gospel and hinted at plans for a major gospel concert in the state. Speaking separately, Joseph Abel described the medical outreach as successful, revealing that over 20 major surgeries were performed and thousands of residents received medical assistance. He added that Governor Oti's leadership has redefined governance in Abia State. Still to come, New York's business sector expresses cautious optimism over Mayor Mamdani. Yemen's STC aims to hold an independence referendum in 2 years. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Cuba's Yoruba religious leaders issued warnings of war on Friday and urged followers to avoid conflict and protect their health during the annual reading of a letter of the year 2026 in Havana. A letter of the year is a spiritual tradition of the Afro-Cuban Yoruba religion that's intended to provide guidance, warnings, precautions, and recommendations for the coming year. Lazaro Cuesta, a Yoruba priest or Babalawo literary father of secrets, stated that the sign or Odun for the year speaks of war and called on world leaders to heed the message to prevent efforts for peace from being in vain.
The sign speaks of war. Ogun is the king of war. If those who have the power to bring about a solution to the war do not heed the message, our work, our efforts, and our sacrifice will be in vain. Ifa speaks to the world, but fundamentally to those who govern and lead countries.
This year, the recommendation is to maintain cleanliness to avoid contagious diseases, take care of our nervous system, take care of women's health, respect adults, respect parents, respect marriage, avoid conflicts, and avoid situations we do not want to find ourselves in.
It is an Odun, sacred sign, of war, so we, at least here in the Yoruba Cultural Society of Cuba, are required, obliged to give messages that try in one way or another to lead us to an understanding that we must remedy situations that are not directly clear in order to avoid mistakes, and avoid wars, and avoid struggles, and avoid contradictions, touching on all aspects that are required, both religious and personal, as well as governmental, in every sense.
Yoruba religion, which blends African and Catholic traditions, is followed by millions of Cubans, and its annual prophecy is closely watched for guidance in challenging times. When Zoran Mandani first entered the New York mayoral race, the city's real estate industry was terrified. That's according to Catherine Wild, president and CEO of Partnership for New York City, who told reporters Mandani was unknown and therefore a frightening prospect. New York's mayor has no direct oversight over Wall Street, but a job can play into perceptions of whether the city is business-friendly. Mandani focused his campaign on affordability. His agenda includes a rent freeze for rent-stabilized apartments, free bus services, universal child care, and city-run grocery stores. And according to A.N. Slater, a co-founder of Trove Partners, the agenda has hardly dampened enthusiasm in the private real estate sector.
I don't think there's going to be as much impact as everyone's scared about. I mean, people, they're always concerned about this kind of worst case scenario that never plays out, right? He's going to run up against obstacles. He's going to, achieve a lot because I think he has a lot of energy and has the right idea and can kind of bridge the gap between a lot of different parties, but everyone, he'll run up against people that have their own ideas, and I think they'll turn out somewhere in the middle, and it's going to be great.
I just think that there's too much else to be scared of if we have the opposite, and I think that he has got some decent plans. I think that that's what people are maybe fearful about, is that they're quite robust and they're quite huge. It may be difficult to fulfill, but from a financial perspective, I'm not that worried about New York City.
Sad that this has happened, because New York is the quintessential place of everybody's dreams coming true, and I don't think this particular person is about that. And so I'm very sad that this has happened, and I hope it works out, but I just don't think it's going to, and I'm sad for the city. I mean, I'm a capitalist, and I think that's what this country is all about, and he doesn't have the same beliefs and vision for what this country stands for. So I'm sad.
Yemen's southern separatist movement said on Friday it aims to hold a referendum on independence from the north in 2 years for the seizure of swaths of the country last month in a move that triggered a major feud between Gulf powers. Announcement comes as the Saudi-backed internationally recognized government moved to recapture the crucial region of Hadramaut from the STC, which is backed by the United Arab Emirates.
We announced the start of a transitional period lasting 2 years, and the Southern Transitional Council calls on the international community to sponsor dialogue between the concerned parties in the South and the North on a path and mechanisms that guarantee the rights of the people of the South within the specified timeframe. This will be accompanied by a popular referendum regulating the exercise of the right to self-determination for the people of the South, through peaceful and transparent mechanisms consistent with internationally recognized rules and practices, with the participation of international observers. The Southern Transitional Council also calls, during the transitional period and in the period preceding it, on all state institutions and bodies, the government, and local authorities to carry out their work and duties to normalize life, improve conditions and services, and ensure the regular payment of salaries, through organizing a mechanism for revenue collection at the
STC's sudden seizure of swaths of southern and eastern Yemen from the government in early December revealed a bitter rift between Saudi Arabia and the UAE and caused a major fracture in the coalition fighting the Iran-aligned Houthi movement, which holds Yemen's capital Sana'a and heavily populated northwest. Actress Angelina Jolie visited Egypt's Rafah border crossing with Gaza and a local hospital in Arish, where Palestinian patients transferred from Gaza are treated. A visit comes amid a state of anticipation on the timing of a second phase of a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump on Monday said he wanted to move to the second phase of a ceasefire deal between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas, reached in October after 2 years of fighting in Gaza. A progression that entails international peacekeeping forces deployed in a Palestinian enclave. Israel and Hamas accused each other of major breaches of a deal and looked no closer to accepting much more difficult steps and envisaged for the next phase. Hamas, which has refused to disarm, has been reasserting its control as Israeli troops remain entrenched in about half the territory. Israel has indicated that if Hamas is not disarmed peacefully, it will resume military action to make it do so. Trump heaped the blame on the militant group for not disarming more promptly, arguing that Israel had lived up to its side of the deal and warning that Hamas was inviting grave consequences. 2 Russian missile strikes hit a multi-story building in Kharkiv in northeastern Ukraine on Friday and injured at least 15 people, Regional Governor Oleg Shenyubok said on Telegram. Surveying the scene, Kharkiv Mayor Ihil Terekov said there were no military objects in the area. Local resident Lyudmila Inchenko, 61, rushed to check on her apartment, which she bought a year ago and had begun to renovate. A powerful earthquake shook southern Mexico on Friday, sending millions scrambling after the New Year holiday and briefly interrupting President Claudia Sheinbaum's daily press conference. The 6.5 magnitude quake struck near the Pacific coast in Guerrero State at a depth of 35 kilometers, the U.S. Geological Survey said.
Some updates on the earthquake. A 6.5 magnitude earthquake struck southwest of San Marcos, Guerrero, at 7:58 a.m. In Guerrero, emergency protocols and patrols have been activated in the area. So far, no damage or, fortunately, any fatalities have been reported. As of 9 a.m., several small aftershocks have been recorded, the largest with a magnitude of 4.2. And in Mexico City? No damage has been reported so far, according to Laura Velasquez.
Sheinbaum was speaking in Mexico City when earthquake alarms sounded. She noted the ground was shaking beneath her before calmly evacuating alongside journalists Shaban resumed the press conference shortly afterward. She said no damage had been reported in Mexico City, where residents fled their homes and sounds of nervous dogs barking filled the streets. A Swiss rescue plane and helicopter landed on Friday in Sion, capital of the southwestern canton of Valais, where it blazed and engulfed a crowded bar, killed around 40 people. So severe were the burns suffered by the mostly young crowd of revelers at a low concertino bar that Swiss officials said it could take days before they named all the victims of the fire that also injured well over 100 people, many of them seriously. Parents of missing youths issued pleas for news of their loved ones as foreign embassies scrambled to work out if their nationals were among those caught up in one of the worst tragedies to befall modern Switzerland. Italy and France among the countries that have said some of their nationals are missing. Australia has also said one of its nationals was injured. Swiss officials have said around 40 people were killed, but Italy has put the death toll at 47, based on information from Swiss authorities. 3 Italians were repatriated on Thursday and 3 more would follow on Friday, he said. Sudan hopes an upset win over Senegal in the Africa Cup of Nations on Saturday could prove a catalyst for a cessation of hostilities in the country or even a longer peace, Coach Kwesi Appiah said on Friday. Sudan's team has reached the knockout stage of the competition for only the second time since they won the tournament in 1970, overcoming the immense difficulties of being exiled from the country because of the war. Despite the conflict, Sudan's football team have continued to play in exile and against the odds qualified for the Cup of Nations in Morocco, where they will meet the heavily fancied Senegal at the first of the last 16 matches at the weekend.
Most of the time I try to run away from these questions because the emotions are terrible. You know, it's not something that anyone wants to get involved. You know, I'm praying that through maybe even the AFCON, it will help let the war calm down or even cease totally. That's why we're praying. Because I remember there was one game we played. When we won the game, everybody had to put his gun down, celebrating for about a week, which for me is something that football can change everything in this world. So I'm praying that the war ends totally so that everybody can come back home and revive the country again.
Played a home match over the last 3 years with its infrastructure damage. The country's top 2 clubs have moved to Rwanda, where they are competing as guests in the local league, and Khartoum's Al Hilal have also made it to the group phase of the season's Champions League. Chelsea's players remain focused despite the club's sudden managerial upheaval, interim boss Callum McFarlane said on Friday, after what he describes as a crazy 24 hours following Enzo Maresca's New Year's Day departure. The club's under-21's head coach was thrust into the spotlight after Maresca suddenly left amid a poor run of form, with a daunting debut awaiting him when they faced Pep Guardiola's second-place Manchester City on Sunday.
A whirlwind, as you can imagine, but also really enjoyable and really exciting. So I can only feel positive about it. It's an amazing experience. Yeah. And it's in all honesty, it's exactly the same as wherever you work. Like we're all in it for the same reason. We all love football and we're here to support them. And training was really good today, and it was a really good energy. And the lads have been brilliant. The staff at the club have been brilliant. So we can't ask for any more.
In terms of the
They know we've got a massive game on Sunday and we're going to have to be at our best. So you can feel that. They're professionals. They've done this a long time. They've been here before. Reece has been brilliant. He's been a real leader in the group and supported the staff and the players. So you can't ask for any more. It just seems like a real focus for getting the best performance we can on Sunday.
Chelsea faces 10 tests against City, having failed to beat Guardiola's side across all competitions since 2021. Champions League final round spanning 11 games, which includes 9 defeats. Let's quickly take this breaking news. Here is the breaking news. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores have been captured after the United States carried out a large-scale strike against the country, the US President Donald Trump announced in a social media post on Saturday. Trump said in his post on social media website Truth Social that he had been captured and flown out of the country. Explosions rocked Caracas in the early hours of Saturday following months of threats by Trump against Maduro. The Venezuelan government said attacks also took place in the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira, prompting Maduro to declare a national emergency and mobilize defense forces. Washington has not made such a direct intervention in Latin America since the invasion of Panama in 1989. To depose military leader Manuel Noriega over similar allegations. Venezuelan government does not know the whereabouts of Maduro or his wife. Vice President Delcy Rodriguez said on Saturday morning in an audio played on state TV. And now let's focus our attention to more sports news with Christopher Lele.
Super Eagles of Nigeria continued preparations for the round of 16 clash against Mozambique at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The media officer of the Super Eagles revealed to journalists that 25 players took part in Friday evening's training session. Nigeria sealed qualification for the knockout phase after a flawless Group C campaign, winning all 3 matches against Tanzania, Tunisia and Uganda. With the group stage now behind them, head coach Eric Chell has shifted focus fully to the decisive last 16 encounter scheduled for Monday at the complex Sportive d'Affaires. Brennan Johnson on Friday completed a move from Tottenham to Crystal Palace for a reported fee of $47 million. The Wales international, 24, has signed a 4.5-year deal at Selhurst Park. The forward, who fell out of favour under Thomas Frank at Spurs, despite being the London club's top scorer last season, is set to make his debut for Palace in their Premier League match against Newcastle at St James Park on Sunday. Mikel Arteta has urged Arsenal to break their New Year jinx as the Gunners battled for the first Premier League title in more than 2 decades. Arsenal are 4 points clear of second-placed Manchester City at the halfway point of the season and remain favourites to claim a 14th English League crown. However, on the previous 5 occasions across the past 23 years when they have ended the calendar year on top of the table, they have failed to win the title. Arteta said his players were desperate to be crowned English champions for the first time since 2004 after finishing as runners-up 3 times in a row. Virat Kohli has been in a great rhythm ahead of the upcoming 3-match ODI series against New Zealand with 6 consecutive scores of 50 or more, including 3 centuries in List A cricket, with the most recent 50 coming in the Vijay Hazare Trophy against Gujarat in a closely fought win for Delhi. However, in a surprising turn of events, despite showing no signs of rustiness upon his return to competitive cricket after a 7-month hiatus, the star player's name is reportedly absent from the latest fitness report at BCCI and selection committee's disposal ahead of the team selection for the series against the Quiz, whilst his selection remains imminent. According to the report, there is a list of 19 players whose fitness reports ahead of the team selection for the forthcoming ODIs are available with BCCI, but as of January 2nd, Kohli's name is absent from the list despite no injury concerns to the player, who is also likely to play Delhi's January 6 fixture against Railways. Newcastle Red Bulls tasted victory in the Prem for the first time since 2024 as they finally ended a 19-match losing streak with a 25-19 win against Gloucester. The Red Bulls had a 20-point lead with 20 minutes left, but were hanging on at the end to joyously celebrate a first league win since their takeover last August. Gloucester rallied to pile on late pressure, but could not find a fourth and decisive try. Prolific wing Christian Wade did not score on the first Prem start for Newcastle, but there were first tries for Tom Christie and Simon Benitez Cruz on an energetic display. Newcastle led by 10 at the break, but with a dreadful record of 3 wins in 52 Prem games behind them, second half nerves were understandable. In golf, Kai Trump has started 2026 in major style, spending time with Masters champion Rory McIlroy on the driving range. The 18-year-old posted footage of McIlroy ripping a drive on the range before sharing a picture of herself, alongside only the 6th man to compete golf's Grand Slam. Trump has a big 2026 ahead of her. She will be joining the University of Miami as a part of the 2026 signing class to play collegiate golf. She committed to the school back in August. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I'm Christopher Lele.
And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for joining us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Season's greetings, Nigeria. We are fast approaching Christmas and I'm super excited about that. We're still on the retrospect period and today we will be, talking about, in fact, listening to interviews we had with notable guests like Jide Keme, Esther Resonance, DJ Neptune, and of course, Nkiri Silvanos, only on E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And of course, I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. So enjoy the interviews.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z
stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bringing Epic, you know, would you say that Epic would maybe put us there, like you say we are young adolescents, would you say that Epic would put us there, that maybe one day they'll pick us one of our movies and say, okay, Nigeria won this award for this particular movie?
Well, I would just say that market cannot die. Okay. The market that makes local films, the way we address it as Alaba market films, it cannot die. They are currently even morphing into other industries. A lot of them are very hugely represented now in the YouTube streaming platform. You know, so they may not make movies with a lot of budget like the cinema movies.
Yeah.
You know, it may take a few days or fewer days than the other ones, but there's a large population that still buys those kind of movies, especially Nigerians who work from home in diaspora, or even non-Nigerians who love Nigerian content. But you see, so that's why I know that that's a faction of Nollywood. Nollywood is very big. You know, the people that make the ones for TV, Iroko, Africa Magic, people that make for the cinemas, people that make for streaming. So that being said, I think we are currently feeding that market, but the difference is we're not in that era where that is the mainstream, or that is the only stream. You know, as you know, back in the day, renting DVD was the only stream.
Yeah.
You know, so there's multiple streams now, and the people who are on the internet, who have access to X, Instagram, are asking for those films.
Yes.
But they actually exist. If you look at almost all the legendary films, they're all on YouTube. Living in Bondage, the first one, they're there. So maybe they should just look in the right places. But in terms of circulation, what is circulating now is new media, which is, you know, more expensive backgrounds, sets, you know, stuff like that. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. Let's talk about A Tribe Called Judah. You actually played the good son in that scene, but what broke our hearts was that you died in that scene.
I feel like this is everybody's complaint.
Yes, because why exactly? You know, why would the good son be the, what they call it now? The lamb that is used. What's that Bible portion?
Sacrificial lamb.
The sacrificial lamb. Yeah. So talk to us. How was it? You know, playing that particular role. How was it playing that role for you?
Well, I'm always very happy to represent the Igbo-ness or the Igbo man. You know, it's one language I have a very strong command of. You know, maybe even better than I can speak English. You know, Igbo lets you just be you, you know, in terms of being a first son, being a responsible son, whatever it is that, you know, amplifies what it is to be an Igbo boy or an Igbo girl. It's always welcomed by anybody who understands the culture, the language, and the heritage. So being a Emeka Judah was a phenomenal experience, especially, you know, working with really great actors from other parts of Nigeria, which has always been my dream. You know, let there be an Hausa person in there, cross-Riverian person, you know, somebody from the Middle Belt, somebody from the West. You know, let's just make the best dish for the entire country. And Funke Akindele was very smart to have always, you know, understood the assignment. So when they offered me the role and, you know, we got to set, I understood the assignment, which is be somebody that everybody would like enough so that when the character dies, you guys will feel what you felt. So I understood that, you know, Emeka had to be very lovable, likable, you know. Yeah, you want him to be your other brother, but you also know he does too much, you know, just a little bit of everything. So yeah, it was, thank God for experience of movies like Poker Messiah, Living in Bondage that I could count on to be able to, you know, come into that character.
You know, that Living in Bondage brought out the Igbo guy in you. In fact, I think he used Igbo language to finish us in that particular movie, especially when you got the gig to travel out of the East.
Yeah.
And I think it was 2 million naira they offered you or something.
I think it was 5 million.
Thereabout, but it was in millions actually. And I know it's a movie, right? But how do you feel to realize that your father that you've been wanting to know about is a priest? And he had something to do with
the fraternities.
Thank you very much.
Well, you know, to be able to interpret any character, you have to completely understand the story. So I think I was more so fascinated by the fact that I get to be a part of Living in Bondage franchise, which I know you guys or Nigerians or the world hasn't seen the last installment of. You know, there's still going to be more installments of Living in Bondage.
Yeah.
So just to be able to say, oh, it's like saying, oh, I was the Godfather in that Godfather movie at one point. You know, it's always going to be a hallmark thing. So I think, you know, it was just beautiful to be part of history. You know, it's big. It's the film that they say began Nollywood. So honestly, I would just say, you know, as when it goes for feeling or how it felt, just blessing and gratitude all the way. You know, and yes, the director specifically wanted Igbo. You know, so we had to give him what he wanted. You know, and he was very intentional about creating that language attachment.
Yeah.
You know, so it's great to see that people really did love that aspect.
And I would say he picked the right person for that role. You know, because you always feature in Igbo films and you do your best. So picking you for that role was the best you could do.
Before then, I don't think he had seen me in many Igbo films.
You see, so I think Grace was speaking. What do you think?
There was lots of auditions as well.
Okay.
Preparedness would always meet opportunity, right?
Yeah. You're more of a motivational speaker. All right, so who was your source of inspiration? Because you are a model. You're still a model, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. You're sometimes a model. So, before you decided to go into acting, who inspired you?
A lot of people, actually. My first love has always been radio, you know, because I'm a very private person, and if you could work from an office where there's no cameras, just your voice, I feel like that was perfect, you know. But I've had a lot of influences along the line. NSTOB, Hank Sanuku, Sentobi of blessed memory, to mention a few, you know. So I think it's just been, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, because you know, old Nollywood, or just a few years ago in Nollywood, most people were typecast, if not everybody. You know, if you're going to do only action, only comedy, you know. So you've got to take a little bit of that and also impute about 50%, if not more, of personality, of who you are, to be able to break into, like, you know, new markets or new roles or new genres. So I would say a lot of people did influence me at certain points. One of the biggest influences also is the movie Across the Border. You know, immediately I saw that Nigeria and South Africa, I was very excited. You know, I've always loved to work on big projects only. You know, I love it. I just cannot make 200 movies of the same story every time. So I have to stay excited. Yeah.
That's great. So what advice would you give to up-and-coming actors? I'm thinking of going into acting.
I would say that
what advice did you give to
things has changed. Before, you gather at audition grounds, you know, so now you send monologues. Now you make self-tapes and you send that across, right?
Yeah.
So what I would say to everybody that is young, everybody that is young, up and coming, I would say, first things first, pick and choose. What do you want to do? You know, entertainment is very broad, and nowadays everybody's a celebrity. You know, once you can tape what you're doing well and put it on the internet, people will follow you, and that's being described as being a celebrity. I like to think of myself as an artist more so than a celebrity, because I don't know what that means. You know, I never want to lose freedom of being able to walk through spaces. You know, but what I would say to young people is, don't be jealous or hypocritical or too, like, everything is not good enough for you. Like, oh, I could do better. I could do better. I can do better. Don't do that. You know, just focus on the people you want to connect with, the people that you want to grow with. Focus on them. Watch what they're doing. Always rehearse. Remember that opportunity that meets preparedness, that's what people call luck.
Okay.
So if you're able to do that, watch out, and, you know, just always do monologues, post them, send to directors, send to people, you know, and you never can tell when the opportunity comes. Yeah.
We have a motivator. He's not just a model actor. He said he has a music. He's an act. You're what? a musician, an artist, he's everything,
Mm-hmm.
a producer, literally everything. So when he's giving you a motivational quote, you should accept it with good faith.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So there's this other movie that I loved so much. You acted as a best friend in Camberley.
Oh yeah.
And you acted with Nancy Seymour.
Mm-hmm.
It's a movie. But you know, I see movies like reality most
it's a
times.
reflection of reality.
Yeah, so you know, you're best friend to somebody and you were in love with her.
Was I?
Kinda.
We were in love with each other, but we just didn't realize it on time.
I think you were in love with her. I think you were in love with her, actually.
If you say so.
Yeah. So how did you go through that script? You know, we once had an actor and they had to explain to us how you have this conversation with the person you're meant to do this thing with. Did you at some point do that with her? Did you rehearse with her? Did you get to know her? Go out to build that chemistry?
I think Camberley is probably the best romantic comedy of the last decade or thereabout. You know, there's been lots of romantic comedies. Nigeria, we haven't really hit the hammer on the nail when it comes to rom-coms. You know, we're still trying to find out how to do it, you know, but I think Camberley is a perfect example of, you know, what a romantic comedy should feel like, especially because I would like to say you won't see it coming.
Okay.
You know, I may be deceiving myself. Many people might have seen it coming, but
Yeah.
you know, I like to think about it like that. You know, just like realizing that, oh, what I want is actually right here. You know, so when I got the script with big productions, there's always conversations, script readings, rehearsals, and everything. Director will ask you, you know. So I think at the end of the day, it was just an issue of screen chemistry.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is. And you know, besides, when you work with people that you think are great people or cool people, the likely chance of the vibes being on point, it's high.
All right. So this is where we end the conversation, but we have some games to play with you. Quite simple games.
Okay.
We're gonna play social media abbreviation. I know you say you're not a Gen Z, but it's fine.
Okay, fine.
So what's the full meaning of LWKMD?
LWKMD. Laugh one, kill me, die.
Oh my guy.
Please, try hard like that.
Oh really? Must be nice. Okay. TTYL.
Talk to you later. You. Is there another game?
It be like say I'm bringing.
You didn't really prepare it hard.
Okay, let me think of something else. Of course, you know this one. OOTD.
OOTD?
Yes.
What is that? Okay, hold on. Give me clues.
OOTD.
Any clues? Maybe just one word.
Okay. D is day.
The last
Yes.
letter is what you gave me.
Yes.
You didn't give me.
Yes. You said I should try harder. So.
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. I see.
Okay.
Okay, GWRM.
Get ready with me.
Yeah, you know that, but you don't know outfit of the day.
It's always on
You
caption.
did very great. Let me ask you one more question. Name 3 fruits that have just one seed inside.
Mango.
1.
Avocado.
2.
Just one seed inside. Wow, the third one is hard.
Think.
Everything that's going to my head has multiple seeds in them.
You know, there's this one that is actually this is
Coconut?
season.
No,
Not
that's
really.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Was massive. I mean, it took over charts, Airwaves, and TikTok. So how did that particular song come together with Joe Boy and Mr. Easy? That was one of my favorites, actually.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Good question. Shout out to my producer, Magic Six. It was one of those evenings I was in my studio and then he sent me like a bunch of beats back, and I was just listening, and when it got to the instrumental for Nobody, I was like, okay, there's something here. I could feel it even without Joe Boy's vocals on it. I could feel it right there and there. I was just excited, and I was thinking out loud who to put on the song. Me and Joe had already recorded something else, but the label came and said, "Oh, we want Joe to use that for his album." And me being the patient guy, like, okay, cool, no problem. I mean, there's still a lot of music to make. So Joe Boy came on my mind, and I sent the instrumental to him. And they're like, "Big bro, I'll get into it. I have a session at night. I'll get back to you as soon as I can." And the next day, I woke up in the morning, and the song was on my phone. So I went to the studio. I played it for hours. I remember I played it for hours, and I now sent it to Mr. Easy. Like, yo, I just did something with your boy, Joe Boy. Listen to it. I think this is a banger. I think Easy was in Spain then. And Easy just took me a message like, "Bro, if I'm not on this song, me and you, we're gonna fight. We're no longer friends. I'm gonna get in and record my verse." So that's how we got Easy on the second verse. Dropped the song 5th of March. Very, very blessed song because a week after that, the whole country went into lockdown. So that was usually like the anthem for lockdown season not just in Nigeria, across the world. Yeah. So I feel blessed to have been able to create that.
Impressive. So you got to notice that collaborations is a key aspect to your career, and you aim to fuse musical styles and bring together talented artists from across the continent and beyond. Now, what would you say concerning the statements made by veteran artist Bright Chimezi's critics on modern Nigerian music for lacking depth in its lyrics? Though he said they had rhythm, it has rhythm, vibes and all that, but it doesn't have lyrics that, speaks to the soul, according to him, compared to the way their music used to be then.
I kind of understand where he is coming from, but the reality about today is times have changed. Times have changed in the sense that what attracts people these days is quite different from how it used to be back in the days. But I'm not saying this in the sense that we shouldn't put out sensible music. There are still a lot of sensible music. There are artists created sensible music. So this is like, I think it's like a global thing, because back in the days when you're hearing songs from like the Snoop Dogg's, the Tupac, the B.I.G., you're getting the lyrics, you're getting the wordplay and all. But these days, rappers are just thinking about the blings, the women, the flashy cars. Same goes to like different style of urban music as well. But that being said, listen to my album Greatness 4. Solid, amazing message behind most of the songs. It's not just about vibe. Vibe music is awesome, But for me, I create music for every moment. So if you want deep lyrics, there's something on this new album that I just created. But I understand where he's coming from, But when a completely new generation, so you just have to go with the flow and be open-minded.
Absolutely. Now, you also released a full album, Greatness 2.0, in 2021, which includes multiple tracks. So what was it like creating that particular album? I mean, you are known as a DJ and a record producer, and you know what it's like creating a full album that has a series of tracks. So walk us through the journey that you went through producing that particular album.
Okay, so 2022 Greatness 2, lovely body of work. If you missed it, you need to go back, because that album has the likes of Loj, the likes of Latan, Yemi Alade. The list is endless. Trust me, it's a whole lot. And for me, walking you through the process, I'm not hard on myself when I'm making music. I just go with the flow. I go with how I feel. I go with the message I feel I want to touch on. And when I'm collaborating with artists, I always make it mandatory that, listen, I want to speak about poverty.
Okay.
Let's touch base. I want us to talk about having a good time. Let's touch base based on that. And even though I have all of this idea in my mind, I'm still very open to sharing other people's ideas in terms of creativity. Because as a creative myself, I don't want to be boxed when I'm working with someone. Rather, I'll put my 2 cents on the table and they will find a way to balance things. So that was that project, and everyone gave me their A game. So shout out to all the artists, the producers that I work with on Greatness 2, and same with Greatness 3. So for me, it's just telling the story with each chapter of the Greatness series album that I put out.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Yes.
Yes, I told him.
Yes.
And I told him, hey, I know you're not around because he's in the UK, but we need to make this work. I want us to do a song. So he was like, of course, we should do it.
It's been a long time.
Exactly. So I now started working on the song and going to the studio. And behind the song, Call on You, just like you said, it is a testimony of my life and my journey so far. I can't begin to start telling you the challenges I faced in my life and all the things I've overcome. But I can tell you that I'm alive today and that I'm well and that I can speak to you is a testimony. And so I had to write that song, Call on You, to tell people that, listen, you can call on him.
And he would answer.
And he will answer. And then when I recorded Call on You, from nowhere, it just dropped in my spirit. With the same beat, I started singing the Zazia. And the Zazia is more like a prayer. So it's like, Zazia no mo, yare, yare nuwe. Zazia no mo, yare, yare nuwe. God, let it happen. Answer me. And after I finished recording it, there was something I was asking God for.
Yeah.
And I was playing it, and I was lying on my bed. And guess what?
What?
God answered me. Yeah. So I truly believe that Zazia, as it dropped in my spirit, it is a prayer. It might be upbeat, but it is a prayer.
So we should give her a round of applause now. So, you minister, right? In churches?
What do you mean by minister? Now, let me explain. I was called from a background that isn't pure gospel. Like when I was growing up.
Yeah.
That's the uniqueness. That's why I said everybody's called in a unique way. Now, when I was growing up, I didn't listen to a lot of gospel music.
Okay.
And when I was supposed to write Chimike, I was writing Ife Nemenuwa, Ife Nemenuwa. And I was talking about the things happening in the
world, yeah.
And from nowhere, like I said, it dropped in my spirit. Onye Siri na
Ogaye Chetagi. Yeah.
The person that says they don't remember God is lost. He just came. And so having just been thrust into serving God without really realizing what was going on.
Yeah.
You know? So when people see me, they think that because I do gospel, that I've been very well vested in the gospel music, and I I wasn't called like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean I don't listen to gospel music, and it doesn't mean that I don't minister. Even in Germany, they call me into churches, and I sing. Amazing Grace is my favorite song I sing in the churches in Germany. So, and in Nigeria, from time to time, I join the choir, so I sing, in the choir. But, and then I go for 1 or 2 places I go and perform and minister. But in the sense that I'm like a minister, I would say I'm in training.
Okay, so have you thought about having backups in any of your music or something?
Yeah, I mean, in Ifunaya, there's backup there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's backup.
So what about collaborating with gospel artists like the ones we have now?
Yeah,
I think especially the new generation of gospel artists.
Have you heard of any Ghanaian gospel music artist called, he does worship music, David Forlu?
I don't think I have.
I think he's amazing.
Okay, so you think of collaborating with him?
If
it should come up.
I would love that.
So what's so special about him that you like, that you want to really collaborate with him?
His voice.
Number one.
And number two, I can feel the Spirit of God in his music.
Wow.
Yeah.
So apart from the Ghanaian gospel artists, what about Nigerian gospel artists?
Well, there are a lot of Nigerian gospel artists, right?
But like if they should give you like a 10 to pick, who would you pick?
Oh, that's unfair.
You
I'm not picking anybody.
Okay, I see what you're trying to do.
When we have that Jesus,
yes,
so many of them.
Yes.
I'm not picking anybody. I'm not.
I mean, first. Oh God.
I'm not gonna go into that.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to do. But that's fair actually.
I respect every gospel artist. I respect them, and I think that they're doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
To not be ashamed and to use their voice and their talent for God, because I know that at some point in my life I had to fight some people who wanted me to stop singing gospel music, you know, and I had to put my feet down and say, no, I'm going to sing for God. This is who I am, and I stand by it.
Great. Well, is there any gospel artist you don't like his kind of ministration?
What?
But is there anything in the industry, the gospel music industry, that doesn't sit well with you? That maybe you would like to change at some point?
Well, I wouldn't concern myself with things that I want to change in others as opposed to things I want to bring to the table. And I think that what I want to do by the special grace of God is to be able to, just like God called me from the secular scene, to be able to reach out to the people in the secular scene.
Okay.
You know, and so what I'm trying to say is that the person who listens to secular music, who doesn't listen to gospel music, will listen to my music and the message is good. The message might save their soul. So the beat might be a little bit more contemporary.
Okay.
The message is there to save their soul. And if they give it a chance, you know, that's what I'm praying for.
Great. So, in your own opinion, what advice, what message, what motivation would you give to aspiring gospel artists that want to venture into gospel music?
First of all, speaking from my own personal experience, I think that you have to be called. It is not something you do because you want to make money. It's something that you have to do because you're truly in the depth of your spirit motivated to serve God. And then you have to also try to live a part. You have to try to live the life that your music talks about. So you're going to have to give your life to Christ.
Okay.
And then allow yourself to be carried along and to be led by the Holy Spirit.
You've heard it, Abi. Allow yourself to be carried along and be led by the Holy Spirit. Very important. I want to ask you a question on the lighter note, because I've been looking at your hair since. Is it natural?
Yes, it is.
Okay. She has a natural pixie curl. Okay, so we'd like you to do a little performance for us.
Okay, I'll sing a little bit from Call on You, and I'll sing a little bit from
Zazia.
Yeah, these are the two new songs. So Call on You goes like, I rejoice in you, now that I live in you and for you. I can call on you anytime. You will hear if I call on you anytime. You'll be near every time I call on you. You will hear every time I call on you. You'll be near.
Great.
That is from Call on You.
Yes, do Zazia. And you'll do one of your old music. Which one do I pick now? You do Chimike. You do Chimike.
Okay, Zazia goes like, the chorus goes, Zanumo, Zanumo, Zanumo.
It's one of my favorites, actually.
Zazianumo, Yahweh, Yahweh, Zazianumo, Yahweh, Yahweh.
Oh yeah, do one of our favorites, Chimike. Do Chimike for us.
Okay. Chimike goes like, where do you want me to sing from Chimike? The first,
whichever part you want to sing it. Onye Sirina, Oga Hechetagi.
Onye Sirina, Oga Hechetagi. Onye Hanala, Onye Hefula. Onye Sirina, Oga Hechetagi. Onye Hanala, Onye Hefula. Chetana. Chimike, 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 Chetana, Cheta, Chimike, Cheta, join me.
Chimike, Cheta, Chimike.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Let's know actually what drive you to being an actress.
Well, I would say it started when we all watched Living in Bondage.
Okay.
You know, we were little then, and then we used to watch from the windows, and then our parents would be like, you get out of that window. People would be like, you're too small to be watching movies. And growing up and getting into secondary school, we find out that dramatic clubs and societies, the flair, the zeal. I think the decision to become an actress came after I watched Omotola in one movie then while I was in secondary school. I think he was abused.
Okay.
She was abused in that movie. So yeah, I watched it as she was young, and I was like, I want to be like her. So immediately I finished secondary school. My next call when I got admission was to start attending auditions until the dream came to life.
Yeah, impressive actually,
Yeah.
impressive. So looking back at your early roles, what projects or moments do you consider your true breakthrough in Nollywood? Would you say is when you acted Blay Blay?
Yes, when I did A Cry for Help, that was a turning point for me. Before that particular movie, I've done like one or two other movies, but they were also out there, but they weren't as popular as A Cry for Help. So A Cry for Help came, and then I think God just used it to skyrocket my career.
Yeah. So what was the biggest challenges you face? I mean, we know that being an actor is quite engaging. It takes almost your time. There's a whole lot of actors and actresses that have said, oh, being an engineer is even more easier than being an actor. Even our superstar Ira Star said she give accolade to all actors because she was featured in a movie that's coming up very soon. So now, what challenges did you face, you know, trying to be at that spotlight and playing those roles?
Well, there are a lot of challenges. The truth is that no matter what you find yourself doing in life, you meet challenges, right? So there are a couple of challenges. One is trying to work so hard to make sure that you fit into the environment you have found yourself and be successful in it. And then having to do with the competition that is within the entertainment industry, because for you to stand out there, you have to be competitive with your acting, not with your lifestyle, actually. And then the shouting from directors, in fact, it's back in the days when we started, we dread directors, because once they come on set, you must comport. they are always screaming, shouting, trying to get the best out of you. And sometimes you cry, you weep and all that. And then you also have people by the side who would want to talk you down, to tell you that you're not fit for this industry, you can't make it. So it takes self-determination and courage for you to keep pushing until you push into success. So it wasn't that easy, but peer pressure, everything was putting together, but I personally kept on pushing until the breakthrough came.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, right?
Yeah.
But we tend to notice that you played more of tragic role, crying role, and you played it so well. I don't know how you do it. I can't just wake up and start crying. Right? So tell us, was that the only part they saw in you to play, or did they just feel like, oh, you have the face for that, you have the right voice for it, and I mean, your eyes never dry water? I don't know.
Actually, I think I'm not really a crybaby.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm tough.
Okay.
Inside, I'm someone who perseveres. I'm someone who don't give up. You know, I'm not someone that pressure puts by the side. I know how to dog it out when it comes to pressure. So when my father saw my movie, the Cry for Help, he looked at me like a million times and said, "Are you sure that this is you? Because the you I know will not be crying at every provocation, and this is not you." So it took a lot of discipline for me to get into that character, and probably because I did it so well. So and considering my age at that time, so everybody now saw that naive, innocent, traumatized young woman in me. So every role, and of course because people loved it, appreciated it, so it gave me that particular image of that kind of naive poor girl on the street that needs help. So every script that has to do with crying, suffering and all that, the first name that comes in mind is Signaturetv. So the script keeps rolling in, and at some point I wanted to stop acting those roles, but I told myself the most important thing is to interpret a role, encourage someone out there. There's someone on the street who probably is going through the same thing I'm interpreting in a movie, and there's light always at the end of the tunnel. So it's not just about me showing off my skills. It's not just about me trying to be beautiful on the screen. It's about me passing a message and encouraging someone out there to be positive about life, that no matter how low you are, no matter how people spit on you, a time will come when the sun will rise and your morning will come, and then you will get
absolutely absolutely right. All right, now you made mention of you trying to venture into other roles.
Yes,
but did they give you that opportunity to maybe explore?
Well, that's the funny part of it. Each time I try to, they'll be like, "Let's give her this one. No, don't worry, just do this one. We want you to do this one." You know. So it's that kind of thing that is in their mind. I think if I'm ever going to play a different kind of role, I'll be the one to produce that movie myself and give myself that particular role. Of course, I've done a few for myself. I'm here to release them because they are high technical movies, so I'm taking my time. So I just decided to not go out entirely from the image that the people know about me, but at least try to do something a little different.
So you're no longer the cry blessing. You're not the laugh tough.
And I laugh a lot.
I noticed actually. All right, now let's come back to ENUGU and why Nollywood left ENUGU as a site for where they shoot movie. And I wonder, because in the early 20s, late 90s, ENUGU is a place where they shoot movies. I mean, our veteran actors, Patience Ozokwo, Nkemo, will name them you, right? So what really happened? Why did they shift from ENUGU to Delta State, Lagos State, Abuja, and all that?
Okay, I think I have a little idea. I might not know it all because different people have different experience and whatever they encountered or went through before they left to shoot in other places. But what I can say is at some point a lot of producers started complaining about community tasking. So they go to communities to shoot movie, they tax them as a community. They must pay a certain amount before they can come into the community to shoot. And then when they pay that money, they also have to pay individual houses to shoot. So making movie started becoming too expensive for filmmakers. And you know that most of these people are their personal funds that they are investing, and the market is not that huge. It's not like a market where you roll in millions and then you have them back almost immediately. It's like we were all struggling to make ends meet, especially when it has to do with those low budget productions, which is what will circulate around within the country, except of course you shoot a high profile movie that you have to take to the cinema and probably to other more expensive platforms where you get huge amounts of money and return of income. So in that kind of movies, the amount you spend is not really much a problem to you, because you know you're going to get it back. But for these regular ones, the one we use to entertain ourselves within our circles, so we were finding it difficult to continue with that kind of environment. And sometimes when we are coming out from locations, we find out that people try to fight us. You know, you see some youth waiting by the road.
Why though?
Some of them want you to give them money. Some of them steal from us. I remember a certain incident where some cameras were stolen. So when it was becoming a random thing, you know, becoming rampant actually. And then a lot of people started leaving Enugu to go to other places to shoot a movie. But the governors, I think when that regime finished, another government came into power. A lot of things got taken care of, stabilized. But now the thing is, when you have left a place to another place and that place is comfortable for you, coming out from that place to a different place or where you left, you must have a good reason to come back. So that's what we're trying to see what we can do right now to encourage movie makers to come back, that the city is perfect, is calm. In fact, Enugu is one of the safest in the southeast, the most calmest in the southeast. It's a place where if you've lived in Abuja, you can live in Enugu because Enugu is calm. But if you've lived in Lagos, you can't live in Enugu because Enugu and Lagos is contrast. Enugu is just one of the best places you can live within the southeast, honestly. So now we are trying to encourage them to come back, that things have been set right. You know, the present administration is, I'm not trying to praise anybody, this is not politics, but the present administration is doing very well. It's doing very, very good, and is interested in entertainment. So he's helping us here.
Okay, so, you know, we made mention of Lagos and Enugu being opposite people. But people tend to say that Lagos has more infrastructure, their government or the PR for entertainment tend to do more when it comes to entertainment, and not just for actors, content creators, musicians tend to see Lagos as a promising place. So would you say that their PR or infrastructure could be another reason, aside from insecurity and taxing, could be another reason that most of these entertainers tend to go to Lagos?
I think Lagos is just all about hype.
Okay.
You understand? You know, it's just like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is popular. So no matter what you do, somebody will always say it tastes better. So Lagos is like overhyped. You understand? And when it comes to creative arts, like the ones we do, everywhere it's your office. You can shoot a wonderful movie even in my local village, and it will go viral and people will watch it. So people are not really interested in the location where you make your content, but they are interested in the quality of what you are making. So I wouldn't say that Lagos gives them a better environment, but I might say it gives them a better network, because probably because of the companies that are there, investors. It's easier to source investors when you're in Lagos because of of course you mentioned it, the infrastructure, the companies, the investors, people who are willing to invest in all these, and then the market as well, because you have the cinemas and all that where people can actually go to relax in the evening, watch movies, and movie makers also find it easy to access those platforms. If we can have those kind of things around the southeast, of course there will be nothing different between making content in Lagos and making content in the Southeast.
So do you think work are being put in place to make those things available in Enugu State?
Of course, Enugu is, in fact, is a whole lot that is happening in Enugu. I think it's going to be a different topic on its own because a lot is being put in place to make Enugu the hub of filmmaking again, and the government is not joking about it.
I feel proud, kinda. All right, now let's come back to Nollywood. In your perspective, would you say that Nollywood have grown? They're no longer that baby they used to be when it comes to all these platforms like Netflix, Amazon, MovieBox, and the likes?
Yes, I think what is happening to Nollywood right now is, I would say, growth, technology, like. Things are people we are going digitalized in the world, so we are just following the trend. So before now, Nollywood was capable enough to generate enough income for the filmmakers. I mean, we are over 250 million people in Nigeria. So if we can even make movies that over 10 million people will buy and watch. I'm talking about in the days of the CDs and the DVDs. If you can make a movie where just only 10 million out of the 250 million will buy and watch, you're already making a lot of money. Not to talk about when you have over 100 million people watching your movie. I think what was wrong with Nollywood at some point was marketing. It was the market. It was the strategy to sell the movies, to push it out. We had monopoly of the market at some point where a particular group of people were controlling the market, and they were being selfish about it. They didn't want it to go beyond them. They wanted to control it. So it was like a kind of monopoly, and it affected the growth of Nollywood at some point. Yeah. But these platforms that came up has also given filmmakers within the country a sigh of fresh breath, where people now make film with the conviction that they are going to make their money back. So they don't have to wait on queue for one marketer to reject the film or accept it, because at some point you should finish. Whatever happens to your film depends on them.
Okay.
Whether they buy it from you or they don't buy it from. So if they reject it, it's like you've wasted your resources. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but with the YouTube and like the Netflix, like the Amazon, all of them now, so we have options. And there's so many other platforms that people don't know about that are also interested in buying Nigerian movies, because we are everywhere. Some people say, oh, Nigerian movies, you guys are stereotype, you keep telling these stories. We tell great stories. There's so many stories out there that when you have the opportunity to watch, you'll be amazed at what is coming out from Nigerian filmmakers. We are really, really doing well, but we can get better.
I'm actually proud, honestly. I can testify for that. But then again, you know, this whole rise of almost everybody wants to be a producer and director. There is this hold up. Let me speak in Nigerian language. There's this traffic in YouTube, right? Every single day, a producer is dropping a movie, and it tends to look like we are losing our originality, our flair, the interest, and all. In as much as they tend to diversify sometimes and not just talk about love, right? Now, would you say that they are following trend, or they are just doing all this to get ends meet and keep Nollywood going?
I think most of these people, they are doing it because of the money.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, this believe that the more once you keep updating your page, your channel, you get traffic and you make money. So the more videos you update, the more money comes in. So most of them are no longer interested in the quality of what they are pushing out there, and that is also what will bring the death of that platform, because when people get tired of it, they will start looking for something else to watch. So but we're trying to see how we can control it, but unfortunately it's also difficult to control what goes on YouTube, because YouTube does not belong to Nigerian filmmaking. It's a global thing, so it's also a difficult thing to do. But we're trying to see what we can do to make sure that our producers at least produce good quality films. At least we're starting as the current chairman of the Association of Movie Producers in ENUGU State. We're trying to see what we can do to make sure that what comes out of ENUGU is quality. In fact, that has always been the case. Any movie that comes out of ENUGU used to be quality. Even as movies have moved to Asaba right now, they still target Asaba movie, because when you see it, you see the quality. You know, no, this is not it. But if it's coming from ENUGU, there's always that, because we know this game. We know this game.
Not you feeling yourself right now.
I'm telling you, this is our thing. It's something we love. It's passion. You know, it's not just about putting my face out there. It's about feeding people what will impact them and change their lives.
All right, so let's come back to this insecurity in Nollywood and of course in ENUGU State as a whole. You know, they find it difficult now, most women, to feature into movies. I mean, to even be at the spotlight. That's because they tend to face a whole lot of harassment when auditioning. You know, there was a time that Ngozi Ezeonu said it's because of what you wear, and of course someone dressed, there's a very revealing outfit. So now, would you say that most of these upcomers, they've lost it, or they tend to forget the rules and regulations that has to come with you coming for audition and being an actor?
Well, you know, there's this notion about entertainment, especially when it comes to movie making, actors. You know, maybe it's because of the role models that they look up to. Maybe it's because they think that entertainment is about losing morals, it's about being naked, it's about showing off your beauty, your body, your assets, you know. So when you're too exposed out there, you put ideas in the mind and the head of our young men and young women out there, you know. Everybody begins to feel that you're up for take. And so when what you're attracting comes to you, you start screaming. So I think when people, all these young and upcoming actors, when they begin to understand that acting is a noble work, and it's where you can also work and maintain your prestige, your integrity, and your family values. You know, you can actually present a picture of how you want people to address you and relate with you. You know, I don't think I can ever see myself exposing vital parts of my body on social media, you know, for people to just click on it and like it, you know. So that's not what sells me. What sells me is my talent. So the more you focus on your talent and less focus on exposing your body, it helps also people to address you appropriately and have respect. And when it comes to harassment, I also think that harassment is a general thing all over. You know, whether you're in the entertainment industry or you're not in the entertainment industry, women and men as well get harassed, because we seem to talk about women harassment all the time. Men are also being sexually harassed, you know. So this harassment is everywhere. So when it comes to the entertainment industry, you know how it is. I just don't want to go into much details. Okay. So people get attracted, people get aggressive. You just have different kind of people. It's just about individuals, you know. Okay. But and how you are able to manage it. And also report to the right authorities when you're being harassed.
Right. Yes. Emphasis on that, actually. Now, I mean, I agree with you, right? Now, let's come back to the whole money, infrastructure, taxes, and all that. We once had an actor here who was lamenting, shouting, screaming that most times producers, they don't care about the upcomers. They keep you there without food, without water. In fact, they waste your time, and they focus more on the celebrities, those that are already in the spotlight, and giving them money. Now, what would you say that could be the reason? Is it because, I mean, you might just have too sane to play in this role, or just because the person is still trying to blend into being an actor?
Okay. I would, first of all, what I want to say about that is about choices you make for yourself.
Okay.
You know, when you reduce yourself to the level where people have to step on you, I don't think you have anybody to blame. You definitely have yourself to blame for it. I can't go on a set where somebody is looking down on me, you abandon me, I don't get to do my work, you don't feed
but
me.
You're a celebrity.
No, I'm just using myself to give an example.
For them.
Let's say I'm just a regular person that is not out there. I'm talking about who I am.
Okay.
You know, and I allow myself to sit on a particular location, and then someone is neglecting me, you don't give me food, and then the next day I take my shower and I come back to the same set again. I mean, I should put a value to myself and say, no, I'm not for this. Because first, if you know what you have, what you just need is time and the right opportunity. And if you keep pushing, the time and the right opportunity will come. I think what these upcoming actors should do is try to invest in themselves. What I mean investing in this is not about buying clothes and buying shoes. It's about intellectual investment. Okay. Read up books, go to classes, watch interesting movies, define who you want to be, and then place yourself where you want to be. You know, it's not about being aggressive or being disrespectful. It's about knowing what you want and how you want it and how you want to channel your life. You know, I make a lot of sacrifices. People also have to understand that success comes with a lot of sacrifices. Yeah. It doesn't come with you wanting everything to work for you just immediately you get into it. Okay. I mean, you have to go to auditions, stand in the rain, starve, work, persevere, and then success will come. You know, I used to tell people that the best answer to someone who is looking down on you is success. So the moment someone is looking down on you and like, what can you do? You don't need to say anything. All you need to do is work hard to be successful. They will regret it. One day they will look and say, oh God, I remember when I did this. When they see, they can't even talk because they know that you have gotten to that level where you have earned their respect. So it's all about you defining yourself, actually, because there's nothing, absolutely nothing we can do about it, you know, because we can't be everywhere at the same time, you know. Of course, we have rules presently in the entertainment industry where at least an actor on your set deserves one meal. Yeah. At least one meal. You know, you don't have to starve an artist the whole day. But the normal thing is that we say feed an artist twice. At least the breakfast and the dinner.
All right. Thank you so much, Nkiru Silvanus. I had a great time having this conversation with you, but of course, our time is up.
All right.
I'm sure you had a great time doing this with me.
Yes, I did as well. I did.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more interesting conversations like this. And of course, trending stories from the entertainment industry and social media. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, enjoy the rest of your day. And of course, I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished the
Right,
the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, the world over, January each year is World Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. It's actually a month dedicated to cervical cancer awareness, prevention, management, and treatment. And today we're going to be talking about cervical cancer, preventable treatable, beatable. My name is Signaturetv. I'm your host, and this is Inside Health. With me in the studio is Dr. Joseph Tochukwu Enebe. He's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist with ESU Teaching Hospital, ENUGU. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful Saturday. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great. So we're going to jump into the meat of the matter, but first, I would like you to stay put and listen to our special report so you can have an understanding of what our subject matter, cervical cancer, is. Please stay with us.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of women around the world face the silent threat of cervical cancer. Yet, this disease is largely preventable. It's a cancer that, if caught early, is treatable, but too often, it remains undetected until it's too late. Today, we'll explore the causes of cervical cancer, its impact, and the powerful ways we can stop it in its tracks. Cervical cancer develops in the cervix, the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is most commonly caused by an infection with the human papillomavirus, or HPV. HPV is a virus transmitted through sexual contact, and it's extremely common. Most sexually active people will be infected at some point in their lives. For many, the body clears the virus on its own. But for some, certain high-risk types of HPV can cause lasting changes in the cells of the cervix, leading to cancer over time. These changes are not immediate, and cervical cancer often develops slowly. In fact, it may take years or even decades before these abnormal cells become cancerous. Early-stage cervical cancer rarely causes symptoms, which is why screening is critical for detection and prevention. In the early stages, cervical cancer often doesn't show any noticeable symptoms. This silent progression is what makes regular screenings so essential. The Pap smear, a simple test that collects cells from the cervix, can detect abnormal cells before they become cancerous. When cervical cancer is detected early, the survival rate is as high as 92%. That's why it's vital for women to get regular screenings as part of their routine healthcare. A Pap smear is not only a lifesaver, but it's also a tool that provides the opportunity for early intervention. When abnormal cells are detected, they can be treated before they develop into full-blown cancer. The primary cause of cervical cancer is the HPV virus. It's important to note that HPV is common, with the vast majority of people who have sex becoming infected with the virus at some point in their lives. But not all HPV infections lead to cancer. In fact, most infections are cleared by the body's immune system within a few years. However, certain high-risk strains of HPV, particularly type 16 and 18, are linked to the development of cervical cancer. These high-risk strains are responsible for about 70% of all cervical cancer cases. While there is no cure for HPV itself, there is a powerful tool that can prevent infection with the most dangerous strains, the HPV vaccine. The HPV vaccine is an important step in the fight against cervical cancer. It's most effective when administered before individuals become sexually active, typically between the ages of 11 and 12. But it can also provide protection for people up to the age of 26, reducing the risk of HPV infection and, consequently, cervical cancer. Vaccination programs are already making a difference in many countries. In regions with high vaccination rates, the number of cervical cancer cases has begun to decline. Yet, there are still many parts of the world where access to the vaccine and screenings is limited, and cervical cancer remains a major health challenge. Globally, cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths among women, particularly in low- and middle-income countries. Here, limited access to screening and vaccination programs means that many women are diagnosed too late when treatment options are fewer. In some regions, the lack of awareness and healthcare infrastructure further exacerbates the problem. However, there are efforts underway to change this. Mobile clinics and educational campaigns are bringing much-needed screenings and vaccinations to rural and underserved areas. Through outreach and awareness, communities are being empowered to take charge of their health. Education is one of the most powerful weapons we have in the fight against cervical cancer. In many places, awareness campaigns are helping women understand the risks of HPV, the importance of regular screenings, and the life-saving potential of the HPV vaccine. By educating women about their health, we can increase early detection and prevention rates. Empowering women to make informed choices about their health not only saves lives, but it also creates healthier communities for future generations. Every year, thousands of women survive cervical cancer. Women like Maria, who, after receiving a routine screening, learned she had abnormal cells. She underwent treatment and is now healthy, cancer-free, and living life to the fullest. Her story, like so many others, is a testament to the power of early detection, treatment, and prevention. When cervical cancer is caught early, the outcome is often positive. But not every woman is so fortunate. Globally, cervical cancer still claims far too many lives. That's why our fight must continue, and why we must ensure every woman has access to screenings, the HPV vaccine, and the knowledge she needs to protect herself. The fight against cervical cancer is not just a local challenge, it's a global one. But it's a challenge we can win. With education, access to vaccines, and early screenings, we have the tools to drastically reduce cervical cancer deaths. The World Health Organization has set an ambitious goal to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem by 2030. This goal is within reach, but only if we act together. Cervical cancer doesn't have to be a silent killer. Through prevention, education, and early detection, we can protect the women of today and tomorrow. Together, we can end the suffering and ensure a future where cervical cancer is no longer a threat. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Stay informed, take action, and be a part of the movement to end cervical cancer for good.
Thank you. Many thanks for still staying with us. And our guest is still in the studio, Dr. Tochukwu Joseph Enebe, a consultant, obstetrician, and gynecologist. Dr. Enebe, from our report, it's safe to say that cervical cancer is a disease of the females. And if it is, can you tell us in simple terms what exactly is cervical cancer?
Well, the most simple terms, we could say that cervical cancer is the growth of cancer cells on the cervix.
Okay.
The cervix is the mouth of the womb. That is the entrance to the womb in a very simple way. So when you have abnormal cells start growing there and growing uncontrollably, that is what we call cancer. And that's cervical cancer, yeah.
Okay, so you said the abnormal cells. What, predisposes a woman? And we're going to get to whether it can actually affect the males, because from the special report we heard about people being sexually active, but we're going to get to that in a bit. Now, what are some of the predisposing factors that could make one female, develop cervical cancer, maybe another one may never develop it in a lifetime?
Okay, well, just from what we've heard so far, cervical cancer, one of the major it has been known that the major cause of cervical cancer is human papillomavirus infection, and is sexually transmitted. So we say that cervical cancer is a sexually transmitted disease. So now, how are you predisposed to it? It means that first of all you have to have what? Sexual contact. So, and also the report also told us that if you have a sexual contact at the time when the cervix is immature, is not strong enough to resist the infection.
Can you give us an age range?
We talked about below 18 days. If you have
below
the first sexual contact within this period. But he also mentioned that the likelihood is commoner. It's commoner among the younger age. So if you start coming back from 11, 10, 9, which commonly in our society now, you find out that the women now have their first sexual contact at those ages, So, and what happens at that age? When the human papillomavirus infection is so many, they have so many strains. And amongst those so many strains, there's only a few of them a number of them that causes cervical cancer. We mentioned the strain called 16 and 18, and likewise 35, 45, and others. these are the ones. So you may be infected with human papillomavirus infection without being affected with those oncogenic strains, those ones that cause cancer.
You know, you have to speak English.
So-
You're speaking OBGYN.
Yes. So I mean oncogenic, the cancer-causing strains. So if you are infected with those ones, now the body also has its natural defense system of fighting those viruses. So now, if the age is immature, you find out that over time, those viruses are not excreted. But in the adult, somebody that has a very good immune system, you find out that over time, about majority of the viruses, they're excreted. So you find out that those ones, they don't have any, they don't grow into abnormal cells and then subsequent cancer. So it means that one, if you have sexual exposure when in an early age, it could develop cervical cancer in future. Now, it's not only that. We don't find out that, okay, now assuming I don't even engage in sex at all, it means that probably I am not going to have cervical cancer. So now, it means that abstinence could be a preventive way of people not getting cervical cancer. Now, assuming that I have only one sexual partner, it means that maybe probably if we have a virus, we may share only one virus, or we may not even have at all. However, now when you now find a woman having multiple sexual partners, you now find out that problem comes in. Then in our own traditional system, we find out that our people, sometimes you see early marriages, and those early marriages, probably, there could be polygamous family in some of them. So you find out polygamy, where you have so many women. This one has
it all boils down to multiple sex partners.
So it boils down to almost the same thing. So we're saying that, fine, the major factor is what? Early sexual exposure, multiple sexual partners, and then things that can bring down your immunity system. Assuming that even at adult age, maybe beyond 18, somebody gets exposed to human papillomavirus infection, and then there is no good immunity. So, for example, people that have human immunodeficiency virus, HIV infection. So it brings down the immunity to the extent that the body can't fight those HPV viruses, and then there's no persistence. So actually the major cause of the precancerous cells or those cancer-causing cells is just that the virus stays there for a very long time. So if it stays there for a very long time, you cannot have time to now develop into cancer. Now, and if you look at this cancer, you can also say that this cancer is a very merciful cancer because it gives you time for you to do something.
But in giving you time to do something, you're not even aware that
is the problem.
So is it really messy?
Yes, it's merciful because it's saying, okay, now you have opportunities of not getting infected. That's number one. Now, secondly, even when you are infected, if you have a very strong immunity, it means that you can ward off the virus. Now, even when you get infected and you couldn't remove the virus, it also tells you, please, I am there. But the problem, can I know that the virus is there? So when that neglect is given to that disease condition, you now find out that over time, between 10 to 20 years, somebody develops cervical cancer. So which means that within 10 years, 20 years, it could have been dealt with. And I think that's the reason why we're here.
Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose a woman to contracting cervical cancer? For example, sharing of underwears, hygiene, certain kinds of food. Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose someone
just
to
like
cervical
what I have
cancer?
said, every other thing that is surrounding this is just like stories, The only major known cause of cervical cancer is sexual exposure, not because we're wearing similar clothes and all that. So if that's a mechanism of transmission is not known to science as of the moment.
Okay.
And then, like I said, having sexual exposure at an early time, maybe due to marriage or due to probably the decadence in the
society.
society.
Was that why, although I'm jumping a little bit, but it's really important, was that why during the time of the cervical cancer vaccination, a certain age range was targeted? Rather than those in the older age bracket, they targeted the younger ones, I think between 11 and 13 or 11 and 14. Was that the reason why?
Okay. Yes, of course. Because it's science, that most of the time we have seen that most of the time the sexual exposure comes in almost about just shortly after this time. Even though we may argue that we have to even bring the age backwards because sexual exposure can even occur at 10 years, depending on the family brought up of the girl child. Yeah.
All right. You mentioned that sexual orientation, sexual escapade, that is the major predisposing factor. Now, and from the special report, and you have also alluded to the fact that it's a sickness of the female folk.
Yes.
But it is gotten through sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And sexual intercourse is between a man and a woman.
Yes.
So how does the man transmit HPV, which is the etiological agent, without himself getting sick? And then the woman carries the virus and probably it progresses to becoming, you know, a cancer.
So if you look at the HPV virus, it affects surfaces. If you come to a woman, the epithelium, you know.
What is the epithelium?
The epithelium is the cover of those reproductive tracts. Like you have the vagina, you have the anus, you have the cervix. You find out that the HPV can actually affect all those surfaces. But the one we are discussing today is just the cervix, the cervical cancer. So men on their own part also has the covering of their penis. They can also have cancer caused by the same HPV.
Wow.
Then if also
but it's not called cervical now because it's
there's no cervix.
No
so,
cervix.
Yes. So it's called penile cancer. So you can also have penile cancer there, but that's just the man's own version of cervical cancer.
Wow.
They can also have vaginal cancer. All of them are also caused by the same type of viruses.
Tell us about oral sex. Can it transmit HPV?
Yes, definitely it can transmit HPV.
How does that work really?
Now, you are touching the body parts where those viruses are. So you swallow the viruses at the end of the day. So it can also cause problems in the throat. So
because there's also lining.
Yes, can also cause throat cancer. So that's why it's not really advocated. I hope a woman will understand that.
No, we're here to educate. Please go ahead. So you're saying this same HPV that can cause cervical cancer, can cause penile cancer, and cause throat cancer.
And then if people that also have anal sex also causes anal cancer.
My goodness. What are the signs, the earliest signs of cervical cancer?
Now, the truth is that at the early part of cervical, maybe, let me say, there are stages in this progression of the cancer. One is that the cancer can progress from infection to the precancerous stage. From the precancerous stage, then the cancer itself.
Okay.
So we now find out that the cancer during the precancerous stage, no symptoms.
Asymptomatic.
So it's highly asymptomatic. So the woman who has such a condition won't know that it has any infection. Then also the early part of the cancer itself may not present with any symptom. However, when the woman starts presenting with symptoms, most of the time you find out that the cancer has advanced.
Yeah.
So now what are the symptoms a woman can see? And you say that it has cervical cancer. First of all, you may have a discharge. Now, that discharge could be described as watery and has offensive odor.
Very different from the ovulation.
Yeah,
discharge.
no, it's not cyclical, it's always there, and it's watery and it's foul smelling. So if a woman has that, it means that she has to go and see the health professional, especially the one of the OBGYN. Okay? Now, apart from that, if a woman has sexual contact, especially maybe with the partner or with the husband, and there is blood, so bleeding after sex, you must see the doctor for my examination. And
what kind of bleeding? Can you describe the bleeding?
Post-coital bleeding, maybe after sex, or during the sex, you see spots of blood. Of course, you must have to find out where is that bleeding coming from. Is it coming from tears, or is it just coming from those epithelium? If it happens, then we'll have to screen the woman further to know whether she has cervical cancer. Then I mentioned, you can also touching inside the body, if there is a mass there. Those masses are usually, they bleed very easily. A woman touches there and there is bleeding. Now remember, this cancer doesn't stay only on the cervix. It can also move forward to affect other organs.
Upwards.
It can move both. It can affect the rectum. It can affect the urinary bladder.
Is that mobile?
Of course, these are cells now, and those cells are they are micro, of the micro size, so they can be transmitted.
Do they talk to each other like? Do they have
you can see
intercell communication?
Of course, one cell affects the other, just like that until it gets around the body. So now, if all those structures there around the cervix are affected, you may also have symptoms. One of the symptoms, a woman can come down with kidney failure. And now what's happened? Maybe probably because this cancer affected the pelvis of the woman and blocked urine passage and damaged
from the bladder.
Yes, and damaged the kidneys. The woman may also urinate blood because the cancer has also affected the urinary bladder and she's now urinating blood. So you can see whenever a woman has any condition not to see blood and she sees blood from her private parts, she has to come to the hospital for further investigation. Or maybe she's poo-pooing and there is blood there, so she has to.
Well, with poo-pooing, you would suspect it's from your digestive tract.
And that's what I'm saying. Whether it's from the digestive, well, you have
just
to come
go
to
check yourself.
Yeah, so that we cannot investigate further and find out. But before that one occurs, of course, the major pathway could have had symptoms. Yeah, just like I said, more of bleeding. Most of the time, the bleeding is most of the time uncontrollably, and there is a lot of offensive smell. Of course, some of us that stay in the hospital, you find out that when you see a woman that has cervical cancer, of course, from the offensive odor, we know. We have not spoken to the woman, but we know that this is a cervical cancer, and it's a disease of shame, and nobody wants to have cervical cancer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, a while ago we talked about certain lifestyle, factors that can predispose a woman, and there's this. Well, I would call it like a cosmetic practice among the female folk. It's called douching. You find some people they'll tell you it's saline, it's neutral, the pH is neutral, just use it to wash your insides. Now, is this a myth? Is it an old wives' tale? Does it do any work, or is it a predisposing factor in itself, to that area? How does douching help the women folk, and does it predispose them to cervical cancer?
Just like I mentioned before, douching is not a practice that we support in our practice, because one, like you said, it can also help to transmit some other infections and all that, and it doesn't prevent cervical cancer in any form. Say you want to wash off the HPV viruses, it doesn't. So if somebody is practicing douching, it doesn't help prevention of cervical
cancer. Does it even do anything? Does it help in any way?
It doesn't have any significant value.
Therapeutic or
no
value.
It doesn't have. Probably people do it because they don't want to get pregnant. But
even
still,
with that,
it doesn't prevent
pregnancy.
Yeah.
All right. So according to the report, cervical cancer is like the second largest in terms of prevalence, second only to breast cancer. Now, why is it that most cancers, their etiology is unknown, but this one particularly is known? And there was this recent report, I've forgotten the details, where a surgeon was known to have contracted cancer from operating a cancer patient. Now, is this something that is real? Can a cervical cancer patient transmit the virus to probably her physician or maybe a caregiver? So is it transmittable?
Well, for that to happen, there have to be a lot of processes. Like now, the caregiver could be a man. And before we operate on women, we usually protect ourselves properly, and so that there's no contact. So you find out that there's no contact. Like I said, the major problem there is contact, skin contact, between both the two parties that are involved. So if there is no major persistent skin contact, there won't be any transmission.
Okay.
And like I said, not only that there is transmission, somebody gets a HPV virus infection. But remember that over time, if you have a strong immunity, your body system can always remove those viruses. The problem is when the body immunity has failed and you find out that there is a development of cancer-like cells, which eventually, if unchecked, will eventually progress to cancer. Yeah.
All right. So, like I mentioned earlier about cervical cancer vaccination, right? And on so many platforms, medical and healthcare platforms, people have come out to say cervical cancer, it's really important that women are aware, protect themselves and things like that. But then finally you find out that people are not catching on. Case in point, the recent rollout of cervical cancer vaccination. What has been your experience with the vaccination? Is there hesitancy? Did people fight it, or did they really accept it? Before you answer that question, I think it should be a follow-up question to how exactly does vaccination prevent cervical cancer? Then you can answer to the vaccine hesitancy.
Okay, let's start with the how vaccines affect.
Yes.
Now, what vaccine does is that they bring in the antigen. Antigen is something that looks like.
I was going to tell you to explain what antigen means.
Something that looks like the HPV virus, and then they plant it in somebody's system. Now, the body reacts to it by developing antibodies. That's cells that fight.
Soldiers that fight
those cells.
Yeah.
So when the body develops it, it means that the body is now equipped. So when the body now sees anything like that virus, it attacks it and takes it away. So that's what the virus does. So now, if a girl child is given that HPV vaccine, it means that she now develops immunity. So it means that the virus cannot affect the woman. If that type of virus affects,
because you mentioned it's type 16 and type 18.
Yes.
Can one vaccine, protect for 16 and 18, or you take two different vaccines for the two different?
No, the common vaccines we have the Cervarix. We also have the Gardasil. Now the Cervarix protects for only two, that is 16 and 18, and they cause majority of the cervical cancer, up to 70% of the cervical cancer. So now, but the Gardasil has about 4 strains that it helps to prevent, both the 6, 11, 16, and 18. Now, they are also working on trying to get more vaccines that are polyvalent. That is, that can prevent so many viruses. Up to 9. They have gotten a vaccine that can prevent up to 9 strains. Okay, so that is what we are at the moment. Just like the question he asked, assuming that one of the virus that I got, I am not protected against it in my vaccine, probably you may develop cervical cancer. But like I said, the majority of the cancer-causing viruses are protected by these two. So if we're able to take out these 70% of viruses, the girl child will be protected against the
All right,
virus.
we're still going to get to the vaccine hesitancy. However, I want to go to the streets. There's another report, Vox Pop want to find out what do people know, the extent of the knowledge they have of cervical cancer. So please take a listen to this presentation.
Cervical cancer is a growth that cannot be contained. In other words, it's malignant. Yes, it can spread. That's the meaning. It does not stay in one place. So it can start from that place, from the mouth of the womb, and spread to other parts of the womb, and go into other parts of the pelvic region, affect even the bladder. It can affect the stomach. It can go up and go to the chest. And typically, malignant cells can even travel through the lymphatic system. In other words, it can get very far from where it started. So it is caused by what is called the human papilloma virus. There are the HPV for short. There are many strains of it, so many strains of it. In other words, many types of human papilloma virus. And this is a cancer, incidentally, this is a cancer that has a known organism that causes it, unlike many other cancers. So it is helpful in the sense that if there is an organism that is known to cause it, something can be done if that organism can be arrested. So in trying to prevent it, children at a certain age who have not had any sexual contact can receive a vaccine, the human papilloma virus vaccine, that will prevent if that organism comes into their body now, their antibodies will now fight it and they will not come down with the cancer. And it's not for adults who have been engaged in sexual activity. So talking about finding it out early, like in cancers, early detection is usually the best form of treatment. So we do certain things like pap smear. Something is taken from that portion in a female. And may I just say something before I get to that? It affects only females, but males can also harbor that virus. Yes, males, that is, males can harbor the papilloma virus, the human papilloma virus. Males can harbor it in their body, but they will not suffer from it because they don't have a cervix, they don't have a womb, but they can transmit it effectively to as many women as possible. Yes, and that is why one of the ways of preventing it is not having multiple sexual partners, maintaining a good sexual life, then doing the preventive, which is going for screening for pap smear in designated places like the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital or cancer centers by the Medical Women Association of the ENUGU State. I think they also do that, and some other private institutions do that. So the treatment for that, if detected early, the womb that place can be removed. That is surgery. A radiotherapy can be done. Chemotherapy using drugs to kill the cancer cells can be done if it hasn't advanced much. That's why early detection is very important. So generally, the awareness that should be created is for parents to know that their girl child can receive the vaccine and have that cancer prevented. Because if I'm not wrong, it's about the second most lethal cancer. It kills, in statistics, it is after breast cancer. That is next. After breast cancer, that is next. But a child can be prevented at an early stage by receiving the vaccine. Then, like I said before, people should not be engaged in multiple sexual activities. They should maintain a partner. And the screening also can be done. I'm not quite sure about screening on men to know if they have it. I believe that there might be, let me not say what I'm not very sure of right now. Then, in conclusion, we need support for cancer patients because there is a lot of, there are places that the fund of Nigeria or the global world or WHO goes into that are not really so necessary. Their health is not given priority. Women with cancer, you find out that majority of women with cancer, cervical cancer, are paupers. Yes, they are paupers because sometimes their lifestyle is due to poverty. Even if you are so rich, treatment for cancer is quite expensive. So it depletes the purses of people. So funding and support to cervical cancer patients and other cancer cases is very necessary.
Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that affects the cell cervix. So it's close to the lower abdomen, which is the vagina. So cervical cancer, it has affected more than 90% of women in this country. So I think that talking about cervical cancer, we need solutions to cervical cancer. First of all, some people don't know the solutions. They don't even know anything about cervical cancer. Therefore, the government needs to create awareness to the women. Even if we cannot create it in a very big way, it can be introduced in the secondary school, university, or even in primary school in order for people to know about it.
Awareness of cervical cancer. So I think government should create more awareness. Not just government, even schools, they should teach about cervical cancer because I myself, I don't really know much about cervical cancer. So government should create awareness in hospitals, even the society, they should talk more about cervical cancer and the dangers of cervical cancer because it kills women and some women don't even know about cervical cancer. Also in hospitals, there should be vaccines for cervical cancer because in my secondary school, I think a hospital came and we actually had to pay and they gave girls vaccine for cervical cancer. So I think it should be talked about often.
I believe if the government put more efforts on the issue of cervical cancer, for example, HIV is widely known. Kidney problems are widely known. But cervical cancer, I don't believe a lot of people, a lot of women knows about it. So if the government can concentrate on that area and put more this thing on that area, I believe it will make people be aware of it, and a lot of women will not die ignorantly, because it's when it gets to the dangerous stage that a lot of them know about it. So if the government can concentrate the way they concentrate on HIV, kidney problem, even malaria, on cervical cancer issues, I believe there will be a little bit of solution on that.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to take a listen to the Vox Pop, we were on cervical cancer vaccination hesitancy, and Dr. Enebe is still in the studio to have this discussion with us. So, Doctor, tell us, but before we go to that, there's something that someone mentioned from the Vox Pop that I wanted you to respond to.
Yeah.
There are many actually, but it will take two. First of all, she mentioned that cervical cancer is malignant. Now you're going to explain what malignancy means, and indeed if all cervical cancers or all HPV viruses cause malignancy. Then secondly, she said that the vast majority of women who suffer from cervical cancer are poor. Now, is there a correlation between the economic state of an individual and being predisposed to cervical cancer? So first of all, talk about the malignancy.
Okay. Well, malignant means cancer.
Okay.
They are cancerous. Okay. They have abnormal, uncontrollable growth that goes around to affect one cell, affect the other ones, and it continues to spread. Okay. So that's malignant.
Okay.
So it's not all HPV viruses that are malignant. Just like we said, some of them are. I used the word oncogenic before, like cancer causing. So some of them are not. They are low risk viruses. If you get them, some of them also cause normal genital warts. That's another thing also. Women
caused by HPV.
Caused by HPV. Just like that Gardasil I mentioned, they are caused by HPV 16 and 6 and 11. So you can see that Gardasil also controls for that
genital warts.
Yeah. Okay. So and then you talked about.
She mentioned that a vast majority of women that come down with cervical cancer are poor.
They are poor. Yeah. Well.
Is there any correlation between the economic, standard and?
Yes.
And
from what she's saying, that probably we wanted to talk about hesitancy, and the major thing there is education, knowledge. Who knows about cervical cancer and who doesn't know? Now we conducted a research in ENUGU among secondary school teachers.
Yes, I was going to get there.
Yes,
because I know you posted it on ResearchGate, I think.
Yes, among secondary school teachers. These are the people that should be teaching the children, or probably even the parents. We found out that majority don't have a good knowledge. It's only about 41% of them
knew what
cervical cancer is. So if they don't know, how will they now teach the children how to take vaccine? Have you seen where the problem started? And most of them are also parents somewhere, Okay. Now we also even had we also did another study. Among the nurses that work in the hospital, they know about cervical cancer. Majority of them have good knowledge, but they never screened for cervical cancer causing.
So there's a gap between knowledge and attitude.
So you find out that attitude is different, and also knowledge is also quite different. That you're educated does not translate to the fact that you'll be screened. However, if you're educated, most likely your sexual life will be may be different. Having multiple sexual partners will be grossly reduced. However, when you talk about poverty, she doesn't have the education. That's number one. Now, if you don't have the education, sometimes you see them getting married to polygamous homes, being exposed to sexual activities quite early in their life, because they may be exposed to maybe the streets, And then also, even when the person grows up, he doesn't know anything called screening. So you find out that poverty, in an essence, can translate to causing cervical cancer.
Let's talk about screening. I think in the course of the presentation, screening came up, pap smear.
Yeah.
I want you to speak to how available the testing is and how easy it is to get tested. But first of all, tell us what the processes are. What exactly is pap smear?
Well, pap smear is a procedure that we carry out on women. It's a form of test that we carry out on women by collecting cells from the mouth of the womb. When we collect those cells, we stain them on a slide and then view it under the microscope. when you view it under the microscope by specially trained people, there are certain things they will see on the cell. They say, oh, this one is getting abnormal. And they can now say, okay, this one is high risk, this one is low risk.
They can be categorized.
Yes,
just
they can be
by
categorized
being
just by
looked
looking at
under
them
the microscope.
under the microscope. So that is what is called a pap smear. And it's expected that every woman that is sexually active should at least, if they're coming into the hospital, should carry out pap smear. Now, in our own environment, you find out that carrying out this pap smear is difficult. Why? The people that are even meant to do the screening, there are just very few. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria now, most of the majority of the doctors, they're all migrated. So who is going to carry out the screening? Who is going to read those pap smear? Now, one of the materials that we use for the pap smear, it's not commonly available. There was before I became a senior doctor in my hospital, I carried out a research and I wanted to do pap smear. I went to Guatemala, I couldn't find any material for pap smear. So I have to go to China to import those materials. And then
for pap smear?
Yes, for me to carry out that pap smear. So I found out that it's not commonly available. Now, which centers are now doing the pap smear? There are very few. Maybe you talk about UNTH, talk about Parkland, then talk about the Women's Center, and then some other few. You find out that people don't even engage in procuring materials for those screening procedures. So now, I think the ENUGU state governments, they are working towards the fact that they want to make sure that people are trained. Now, training people at the primary level means that you have widespread information and education among the populace. Now, they also now learn how to now look out for those things that look like cancer. And if they do that, it means that majority of the people, when they come for antenatal, they should have that education.
Yeah.
They should be told about cervical cancer and when they can get that thing done. And then even among women meetings, how many times have they brought out their time and say, yes, there is one virus, they say that it causes our death. And it kills almost majority of the women that have it. Can we table it and it becomes a major discussion on their table? So I find out that enough is not being given to this particular disease. And that is why it has existed and continued
for this long
to exist in the environment. Now, if you come to developing countries, the majority of the cancers are in developing countries compared to what we have in developed countries.
Which goes to collaborate what the lady mentioned.
Yeah. So why? If you go to developing countries, they have a streamlined policy how they are checking cervical cancer. First, they are checking it at the level of the primary level, making sure that women within the age of 11 and 14, or 9 and 14, that they have vaccination. Now, if they don't catch it there, eventually get infected with the virus, they also wait for you at the screening level, where they also do pap smear, do visual inspection with acetic acid, and so many other ways of checking for whether you have exposure. Because that time, they're just checking whether the virus is there. And all of them, all these, when they check and find out that it's there.
They find out that this is a matter, is a policy matter.
So you can see now.
It's a policy matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let's get it down to what is happening in developing countries. Government is not interested.
My question would be, I know, but you know that government doesn't give you anything on the platter.
Yes.
As Nigerian government doesn't like this.
Yeah.
Now you're a member of NMA. You're also a member of MBCAN.
Yes.
What are some of the advocacy moves that you guys have made to see if there will be a little bit, even if it's just subsidy, for carrying out the test, or just in any way to make it easier or accessible and affordable
you can
for
see
the people?
The women group, the medical women, that's the women that are doctors in ENUGU.
Yes.
They have taught it twice that this is the major cause of morbidity and mortality among women. And they said that established extent, they are paying somebody. So what we're not saying we want to spread this message more. That if you want to screen for cervical cancer, they can come and you'll be screened. So you can see, yes, and you see that sometimes when we're doing our health week, sometimes this thing is where we focused. And then when we also do our health outreaches.
I'm curious as to why you are leaving it for the women week. Sometimes women listen more to their husbands than to their fellow women.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be important that the men also lend the voice to the women?
That's what I'm saying, that sometimes when the NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, when they are doing their outreaches, they also do pap smear as one of the, like in MDK and Parkland, when it comes to MDK and Parkland, last we went to Aba, and one of the things that we went to Aba was screening women for cervical cancer. It was part of our program. There's no way I will go there, and we know about it. So we screened a lot of women to know whether they had any risk of developing cancer. And the people that had problem, we brought them to ENUGU and they were treated. So it's part of our program. We have not forgotten that. And not only cervical cancer, breast cancer, because two of them, they run hand in hand. So we examine people's breast and also make sure that we screen them for cervical. So it's an integral part of you can't discuss about anything in any way without putting cervical cancer by the side. So,
now, does cervical cancer cause infertility in women or even in men as carriers?
Now, if somebody has HPV virus and no abnormal cells, there's no, you can have your babies and no infection.
The baby is not infected.
However,
okay,
you know, when there is a treatment around that cervix, maybe the cervix is being cut off or the uterus is removed, you now find out that you cannot say, this cervix has, this cervical cancer has not led me to not having a baby. I could remember when I was in training, a woman that has human immunodeficiency virus infection. Now, because of that, they have low immunity, so they even develop the virus at their early ages. So around 23, the woman developed cancer of the cervix. And when it develops cancer of the cervix, that area is blocked. It's covered. There's no way. There's even having sexual contact will no more be possible. So you can see such a woman will not have a child, and it may be described as infertility.
Yeah. Secondary, right?
Yes. No, infertility means that when you talk about primary and secondary, they are different. So, but it's infertility.
Okay, when you were discussing pap smear, it sounded a little bit invasive, right? But I know that antibodies have actually come up in the course of our conversation. So is there like a serological test that can be done to detect, the presence of, HPV or the antibodies to HPV without going through a woman's inner parts, right? Is there any test like that?
Well, most of the time what we do
as
is
an alternative to pap smear.
HPV testing, you want to now test whether the woman has HPV. Now do a DNA, check whether the woman has any cancer causing virus.
You have to break it down to carry
so we still have to go there, just like the way when a woman has a discharge, she comes to the hospital and they takes a sample from there, and I think a woman has to start developing positive mindset towards preventing cervical cancer, making sure that each time you go to the hospital, you have an opportunity for you to do cervical cancer. Where I work, there's no woman that comes to my clinic that I don't recommend, at least for the first time, even if it means that this is the only time the woman will have pap smear. All
right. So we are gradually winding down, but I wanted you to speak to, I know you've said you've done outreaches, but have you met with politicians or relevant stakeholders in trying to make, when you get to the hospital, there are some tests that are, what's the word, vital tests, right? But for lack of a better phrase, has there been any policy or advocacy move by your group or your association to speak to stakeholders to see how they can get this particular test, I'm talking about cervical cancer testing, to become not really an important, but a test that must be carried through and of course subsidized so that people can afford it. I know you have gone for outreaches, you have spoken to that, but is there like advocacy to meet with government officials, to meet with committees, healthcare committees, to say, guys, we need you guys to come and subsidize this so that women can have more access, make it an integral test, an integral part of the battery of tests that women can do when they come to the hospital, something like that?
I think the advocacy has always been there. And but what we're now begging now is that government should focus more on it, and start bringing in material. Like I said, that ENUGU state government is going to train a lot of health workers. And why are they training the health workers? They want to train them on how to carry out cervical cancer tests on women, especially those women that are in the villages that don't have access to town or have places where they could be screened. So they are now training them. By Monday, you see that the training will start statewide.
Oh, beautiful.
So, I mean, that's a positive side from the government. And in the last government, they supported Parkland by creating a cervical screening center. And they supported it with colposcopy machine and the rest. So you can see governments, they also gradually, they're learning about it. Then if you watch in the last government, there was a time the girl child they were vaccinated against HPV. So I mean, it's still also showing that they're also showing interest. But like you said, if government is going to hear us through this advocate, this is also means of speaking to the government that any woman that comes to the hospital should have a free cervical cancer screening, just like what is done abroad. Once the person is sexually active, they should just give that cervical cancer screening free of charge. And then they should also invest more on medical workers that are going to help carry out this. Not allowing our medical doctors to be traveling abroad. By the time all of them travel, it means that the cervical cancer that is already so much. Imagine Nigerian population is about 1% of the world population, but you can about up to 10% of cervical cancer burden in the whole world. I mean, it's so bad. So we should make everything possible to retain our doctors.
In one word, what's the prognosis for cervical cancer? In one word, before we go, we have a testimonial of a cervical cancer survivor that will soon come up. What's the prognosis?
Let's see. If it's detected early, the prognosis is fine, good. Almost about more than 90% chances of 5 years survival. So if it's just the key thing there is early detection.
Beautiful. So with that, we get to the testimonial report of a cervical cancer survivor. Take a listen to this.
My name is Maria. I was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and it was one of the most challenging times of my life. However, through the support of my doctors, family, and friends, I found strength I didn't know I had. The treatments were tough, but I'm grateful for the medical advancements that helped me through. Today, I'm in remission, and I encourage others to take preventive measures such as regular screening and never lose hope in the faces of diagnosis.
And there you have it, a testimonial from a cervical cancer survivor. Great story. Thank you so much, Dr. Enebe. It was really good having this conversation with you. I mean, I, for one, I learned a thing or two, and I'm sure our viewer out there learned something. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. We have not discussed, so we just opened up the discussion.
How about doing a part 2?
Of course, I'm always available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying with us. That has been Inside Health. And don't go anywhere. Inside Health comes up next time, next week. I'm still your host, Chigi Chagoram. Bye for now.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and